Elon, obviously, we Hey folks, how you doing? 10-letter name with the fast emoji combo. Hello VCC TV. Hello Novo Porodego. Hello Ashley. Hello Snoogan. Hello GamerG. Hello Erica. Hello Sweet Myths Music. Hello Metal Kitty Mom. Hello Neuron. Hello BBBBBBB. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, KBS. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello. What's up, everybody? Seem very tired. I am very tired. I was up really late last night. So I told you guys we were having kind of like an anti-Super Bowl party where like we just watched we watched movies about gays and ate a bunch of chips and dip. And on the walk home, we almost got robbed. That was fun. Like you know, the kind of night all of the streets were empty, and this car with its lights off was just driving down the street, you know, after midnight, you know, and it saw us walking down the people in the car saw us walking down the street, you know, totally quiet, no one else around. They slammed the brakes and went through the intersection and then like turned and started getting out of their car. And then when we started moving away, they got back in the car and started trying to follow us. So that was not great. Luckily, we weren't too far away from where we had been prior to that, so we just went back. Yeah, it was not fun. Especially, like, it was the kind of thing where, like, you know, I'm walking home, I'm sleepy, I want to go to sleep. And then instead, like, when we got home with an escort, like, they, you know, I couldn't sleep. I was too jazzed up. It was not fun. It was not fun. Hey, I'm Idaho. So, like, nothing happened. Everyone was safe, but, like, I'm very tired. I couldn't sleep after that. Hey, OS Crane. Hey, Amber. Hey, Somniostatic. Yeah, it's just really weird, you know? Like, my partner has been through, like, events like that, so, like, was able to be like, nah, this is sussy as shit, we need to run. And, meanwhile, I'm just like, that's a car. And then, like, slowly realizing, you know, not a safe situation. Best end, no one got hurt. True. But yeah, sussiest car I ever done see. So I'm sleepy. Glad you're all safe though. Me too. Yeah, I'm happy we're both okay too. Finally saw the movie Sucker Punch. That is one Zack Snyder film. And also saw the movie Bottoms, which I'd recommend. It does feel like it originally had a much longer script, but what makes it on screen is fun and gay, and I'm here for it. Hey, Penny. One would say EB, true. Also, could someone post in YouTube chat just so I know that it's all working over there? The internet and actual physical planet are on fire. True. The entire internet is on fire. True. Thanks, Ashley. I appreciate it. Yeah, like man, everything's a drama hellscape, huh? Like this? Y'all doing great over in YouTube chat. Thank you. Yeah, I won't be surprised if like not a lot of people show up for today's stream, just because I know eyeballs are elsewhere. Hey, Dusty. True, like the stream while you're over on YouTube. I'm gonna miss the Walmart $7 Blu-ray bin. Same. You bought Death Stranding because of me? Please use your power over me well. Yes, my power of suggestion is telling you to drop subs and donos to Riverboat Jack. There we go. I own Vanquish. It's such a cool game. I haven't beaten it. I need to go back and play it. Maybe I'll hook it up to stream and stream a playthrough. It's pretty badass. Yeah, I'm not going into it. I talked about it a little bit yesterday. It's just there's literally no circumstance in which me engaging in any of the discourse around this is good. So I simply am not going to. Hey, Christina Amazon. Thanks for wishing me
First
safe.
shiny button of the night.
Honey, thank you for gifting a sub to Will Kale. That is mighty fine of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the BWA spirit you inject into streams, Penny. Please don't. It's radioactive. No, exactly. Like there's literally no upside for me to do that. Yo, Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. You got Tipster in there too. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do think people are into discourse because actual politics are such a shit show. Yeah, I mean, like, really, it's perfect timing for drama discourse because, frankly, the alternative is covering, like, nonstop atrocity in the Gaza Strip, right? Like, my God. I don't have the I don't have prepped the material for going over Israel. Otherwise, we'd be probably doing that tonight. But it's real bad. For just to give a brief summary for those of you who are a bit out of the loop, perhaps, Israel's been invading the Gaza Strip, as many of you know, and they invaded the northern part of the Strip first. And have for the last several months been telling people, go to southern Gaza, you'll be safe there. And the last kind of city that has not been subject to bombing and invasion, for the most part, huge asterisk next to that, is Rafah. And it's where there's a border crossing into Egypt. And Israel and Netanyahu has announced a new campaign to bomb and invade Rafah. And yeah, the goal is to push the Palestinians out of Rafah into Egypt. And this is now causing, like, Egypt to threaten war with Israel. if such a thing is done, because obviously millions of people suddenly being in a area that does not have the infrastructure to support them in the middle of a desert is a recipe for mass death and suffering. And also, if Egypt were to open its border, like that's it. The ethnic cleansing is completed, right? Like that's basically what happens. Yeah, the alternative, the kind-heartedness of Netanyahu is that he's providing them with another alternative, which is simply go back to central and northern Gaza. The places where 90% of all living infrastructure has been destroyed. Which is also a death sentence. It's as much of a death sentence as sending them into the desert of Egypt. Biden was with the leader of Jordan today, right? That seemed like a big deal. Kind of. Biden's... I feel like what Biden is doing right now, if I'm being completely honest, is trying to look like he's busy. It's the equivalent of like an office worker who doesn't really have any real work and is just playing like solitaire on their computer all day. And every so often people are like, what you doing in there? And like then they switch over in a flurry to like a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet filled with junk data, and they're like, I'm working. I'm hard at work. Haha, just this is the sound of me working. Teehee. And like I feel like that's kind of where Biden is at right now. Like a lot of the United States has a lot of levers of power that it could pull to influence Israeli policy, and we've pulled exactly none of them. And Biden is pretending as if he's hard at work negotiating behind the scenes when there's no teeth to the negotiating. None at all. Hello, Ukrainian. What would you say you do here, Joe? Psh, I've never done that. I've never pooped on company time. I mean, like, it's not unexpected at all. Like, we covered, like, a month and a half ago, rhetoric amping up in the Israeli media about how, essentially, the plan behind closed doors with Netanyahu is to kill as many Palestinians as necessary in order to make the number of them being pushed out more palatable to surrounding countries. So unfortunately, we're just seeing a delivery on that plan. Why the hell is there a pissing function in this game? Because grenades. That'll make sense as you get farther into the game. Yeah, at this point, it's there's nothing else to call it, Malachi. It's a genocide. And like people like Ben Shapiro will be like, "What do you mean it's a genocide? Like, it's not. We're killing Hamas." And it's like, well, if you have to kill 100 civilians to kill one member of Hamas, that's you're just killing. You're killing too many people. Like that, you're just killing exponentially more civilians than you are Hamas. Like over 12,000 children have been killed in the Gaza Strip. 12,000 children. I mean, not to mention the story about like the 6-year-old Palestinian girl who got crushed to death in a car. After the Palestinian Red Crescent like coordinated with Israel to make that a safe area while they tried to rescue her from the car, they blew up the ambulance and the little girl. It's pretty horrible. I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not. I'm absolutely not fucking with you. It's deeply sad. Let's see. Is muted on stream? No, no? Clearly ceasefire now, but what comes after this? Everything is gone. I mean, what would need to happen is like an international rebuilding effort. Which I'm not sure if Israel would ever allow, so... yeah. Well, yeah, an ethnic cleansing is a type of genocide. Yeah. Like there's like a lot, perhaps a line between the two, but generally it's considered like ethnic cleansing is considered under the umbrella of genocide or genocidal action. Let's see. Oh yeah, Ian Miles Chong, a man who owes me $50 approximately for freelance work I did like over a decade ago. I don't actually care on collecting that. Has apparently been arrested in Malaysia for being pro-Israel. Of all the horrible things for him to be arrested for that he probably should have been arrested for, this is the thing that's getting him arrested in Malaysia, a very Islamic country. And, yeah. They also tend to throw people who speak positively of Israel in prison, or it's not unheard of for possible execution. So, you know, no idea what's going to happen with that, but it's nice to have him not online anymore. I enjoy that. Even if everything is gone, settlers are acting like the land is theirs, so we have to stop them taking the land. I'm not sure what you mean by we have to stop them taking the land. Because, like, basically, if a country sent in their security forces to prevent that from happening, Israel would, you know, react to that as an act of war. Like, it'd be wartime, baby. And I don't know who's going to step in and, like, initiate that. I could see the United States stepping in, perhaps, to prevent that. But, like, any other country, maybe the UN would be able to send, like, white hats in. I don't know. And, I mean, if other countries aren't willing to step in at this point when the genocide is actively happening, they certainly aren't going to be willing to step in after it has happened. Yeah, I mean, like, as far as ideally what would happen is ceasefire now, and then the pursuit of rebuilding activities in the Gaza Strip, and a two-state solution being imposed, you know, however messily that might happen, right? That is kind of like the ideal situation. A more likely situation, a more real, sobering assessment of the situation is likely that this ethnic cleansing campaign is finished, and then they, you know, roll in the settlements, essentially. Divide Gaza up into nothing but Israeli settlements. Maybe an enclave in Rafah, you know, out of the generosity of their hearts. Again, this is the consequence of Israel wanting neither a one-state nor a two-state solution. Yeah, so they pursue the worst implementation of the one-state. There are going to be so many children who require lifelong care because of their injuries and trauma. Yep. Yeah, honestly, the fact that the UN didn't enforce like a two-state solution is kind of insane to me. The number of times, and frankly, it's probably a result of like the United States intervening on Israel's behalf. This is so dumb. This guarantees the conflict will never end. Well, I mean, KBS, I think they're pursuing the end of the conflict by simply expelling the Palestinians out of Israeli territory. It sucks. All right. Let's see. Do we have any other stuff going on here? Oh, SDL had a good post that we'll go over. Oh, okay. We could definitely talk about this as well. About the tunnels under the UNRWA. My God. I guess we're turning this into a segment about, very least, some Israel updates. It's not going to be comprehensive, but I think you guys will cut me some slack there, huh? Let me just organize it real quick. Okay. Got my stuff in order. Let's go. Snook and I have no idea. As far as you're being muted, nobody muted you on my mod team's end or on my end. Yeah, so basically Israel, as a result of its obviously monstrous actions, has been amping up its propaganda campaign. This has really resulted in a lot of wild shit going out. They aired an ad at the Super Bowl. It's been going hard. But it's really interesting because in the process of going hard, there have been some goof-em-ups, let's say. Let's pull this up real quick. There we go. So basically, here's the official account of the State of Israel on Twitter, saying 11,000 trucks, 140,000 tons of food, 1,000 water trucks, 17,000 tons of medical supplies, 23,000 tons of tents and shelter equipment. Israel will continue to facilitate the transfer of life-saving humanitarian aid to Gaza. Our war is with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza. And like that's really cool. Look, Israel's doing something really nice. Donating so much stuff. Look at this nicely ordered little tent camp for refugees. That's real nice. Or at least it would be if it wasn't actually a stock footage of a refugee camp in Moldova for Ukrainian refugees. It's literally the same picture with the contrast turned up. To really make it pop, you know? Got to make sure it pops on social media. And this is from, again, the official state account. But if you wonder why a lot of Israeli citizens feel like the invasion is going well and like, you know, no civilians are being killed in Gaza en masse. It's because they are getting propagandized to with stuff like this. That is just blatantly false. You know? And also it kind of falls on deaf ears when it turns out that Israeli settlers have been doing a civilian campaign to block aid to the Gaza Strip, essentially going with their cars to either with their bodies or with their cars prevent the trucks getting aid to Gaza. Here's just a quick video of all these people on the road to go and participate. All these people are turning up to block aid trucks. Allegedly, you know. We don't get that full context from the video, but yeah. And then we have one of the newest pieces of Israeli propaganda, which is that the UNRWA had Hamas tunnels underneath it. That essentially claiming that the UNRWA is a front for Hamas. And this, you know, with calls to dismantle the UNRWA. Now, one thing you have to understand about the UNRWA is that for a very long time, it has been one of the Gaza Strip's most important lifelines to the outside world. It is one of the largest organizations that actively supplies and disperses humanitarian aid in the country, and without the UNRWA, basically getting aid to where it needs to go within the Gaza Strip becomes impossible, right? So it is no surprise then that the Israeli government has had a long-time goal of dismantling the UNRWA. One of the only organizations that the UN works with within the Gaza Strip. And yeah, essentially, you all remember, like, not that long ago, was the Al-Shifa Hospital was the headquarters, the nerve center for Hamas. And then they went in, and it turns out, nope. Israel built an underground basement that had administrative services for the hospital as well as laundry for the hospital back in like the 70s. And they were just assuming that it was being used as the nerve center for Hamas. And it did not appear to have actually been used that way. And wouldn't you know it, despite all of these scary, scary pictures. Oh, the UNRWA HQ Gaza. Oh, it's scary. Look, tunnels. Scary. Wowee. Okay? Despite all of that, turns out a lot of this is nonsense. Michael Cobbs does a really good job here breaking this down over on Twitter. In an elaborate campaign, the IDF presented its evidence that a Hamas data center was found just below UNRWA HQ in Gaza City. They released a series of videos, and the Israeli Foreign Ministry wished good luck refuting this unbeatable evidence. You know? Literally said good luck disproving this. Okay? After the UNRWA HQ had been besieged for weeks, this new discovery is indeed somewhat surprising, especially since plenty of time has passed to prepare everything thoroughly. Finally, the IDF organized a tour for selected journalists to UNRWA HQ. What they were presented with in the courtyard was a hole. The IDF had drilled this hole to prove that a Hamas data center was located just below UNRWA HQ. Drilled. So there was no entrance or exit through which one could have entered the tunnel from UNRWA HQ. So what they're trying to imply here is that there is a tunnel network underneath the UNRWA, right? When you hear tunnel network below the UNRWA, the implication is that you can get into the tunnels from the UNRWA. That, in fact, the UNRWA is an active participant in this tunnel network. It is actively a part of Hamas. It has been connected to Hamas infrastructure. Never mind the fact that, like, even if that were the case, even if there were, like, a tunnel that, like, a passage that connected to this tunnel within the UNRWA, given how often Israel bombs the Gaza Strip, it's really not that surprising that there would be a go-to, like, bomb shelter equivalent for the UNRWA. But we don't even have to really consider that option because, again, there are no entrances from the UNRWA or exits to the UNRWA from this tunnel network. If there were, Israel would not have had to drill a hole to get into it. So here. After leaving the tunnel back through the way we entered, we boarded an armored personnel carrier to take us to the UNRWA headquarters, as walking there above ground was too exposed to potential Hamas snipers. The headquarters appeared to be largely intact, unlike many of the surrounding buildings that had been pummeled by Israeli strikes. Passing through the main gate, reading UNRWA HQ Gaza, and a nearby building with similar text in English and Arabic, and bearing the UN logo, we reached the courtyard from which the combat engineers dug down into the electrical room. Yeah, so you can see here. Oh, come on. Guess you can't see here. but like they literally drilled like a vertical shaft down. This is not like an actual entrance or exit, which again they wouldn't have had to do if they had an actual entrance or exit. The journalists were also not allowed to enter the Hamas data center through this hole. Instead, the journalists were shown a video and allowed to film the reflective screen of the Solo Pro minicam with their mobile phones. So, like, the journalists who were shown this were not actually able to verify that this is what was inside the tunnel. Of course, everything had to be submitted and approved by the Israeli military before any of it could be published, which again, we talked about this briefly, but Israel basically has a stranglehold on whatever any journalist posts that is embedded with the IDF. So if you are in Israel with the IDF, they get to decide what is published and how it is presented. Allegedly, a drone was lowered into the drill hole. In fact, the Solo Pro mini reel is a sanitary camera on a cable. So the camera wasn't guided through the data center by a drone, but by the hands of a soldier. Likely the unsuspecting journalists on the genocide PR tour were shown a video that had been recorded beforehand, and this video on a small reflective screen probably did not contain the crucial transition from the drilled hole to the data center, nor did any of the videos released by Israel. These videos cut from a battery room directly to the interior room of the pipe without transition. So this video that they were shown appears to have been edited. Why would you need to do that? Why would you need to fabricate a video and then display it as if it were a real-time event if your evidence was so good? Of course, you also have to wonder how a several meters long steel pipe keeps its own weight floating in the air without touching the ground so that a soldier can go somewhere from inside the pipe with the toilet camera. However, it should be noted that so far there's no evidence that the hole drilled by the IDF leads anywhere except into the depths, and that the journalists were apparently only shown a prepared video. So, yeah, even, like, a couple of things. Even if you grant that this hole goes into tunnels, there's absolutely no evidence that it was accessible by UNRWA. There's no evidence that there is even a complex down there because they showed a fabricated video. Yeah, they did the same with the command center, Coconuts Julius. Exactly. There were cuts in the video. So strange. Why lie? Especially when it's such an obvious lie. From this video screening, the PR tour drove the journalists 350 meters north. There, the IDF had excavated an enormous crater about 20 meters deep, at the bottom of which was the entrance to a tunnel was found. Right there. According to the IDF map, this entrance is located in the northern corner of the schoolyard of the UNRWA Al-Rimal school. The satellite image generously outlines the entire neighborhood as a school, while, as you can see right here, Google Earth refers to the special school complex as Al Zaytun Preparatory Boys School. The Al Rimal school is adjacent to the northeast of it, which you can see here and here. Cool stuff. The crater is also not on the school grounds, but on a traffic island northwest of it. While the tunnel runs almost parallel to the school, the camera in the photo is looking in the direction of the UNRWA compound, and it is obvious that the tunnel does not run in that direction. So basically, like, a bunch of these OpSint guys are like, oh, great, you provided, like, geotagging, so we know where you are claiming these tunnels are. But I guess the IDF never really thought that anyone would bother to check whether or not their story was even plausible. Well, and that's the thing, Zach Wilson. All of their lies have been obvious over and over, but only if you are someone who has who's critical of their narrative, right? If you're willing, if someone is ride or die for their narrative, then what they're being provided with are essentially like fake talking points to solidify their position. How the IDF knew there was a tunnel 20 meters below a traffic island is a moot point. Why they had to dig an immense crater in weeks of preparation for the PR tour is just as much a mystery. Crucially, the tunnel does not lead towards the school and not towards the UNRWA HQ. Nor is there a straight line between the drilled hole and this traffic island that leads under the UNRWA HQ building. So this is the drilled hole. This is UNRWA HQ. Yep, this is the hole right here. So, yeah, none of this makes any sense. The hole is going this way, not this way. In this context, it is interesting to listen to the exact wording of the German ARD Tagesschau. On the way to Gaza City, we see the extent of the destruction. We must submit the footage of this post to the Israeli military censor before publication. The army wants to show us a Hamas tunnel under the headquarters of the UN Refugee Agency, UNRWA, in Gaza City. To prove that the tunnel is underneath, the army dug this shaft. About 350 meters as the crow flies, below the UNRWA school, we enter the tunnel. The entrance was dug by the army. At a depth of about 20 meters, we see elaborately developed rooms. IDF, that's under a school. Tagesschau, but is there a tunnel entrance from the school? IDF, that's not what it's about. The tunnel is under a school. This is to protect Hamas leaders. They use school children as human shields. Tagesschau, further away under the UNRWA headquarters, according to the Israeli army, Hamas operated an intelligence headquarters supplied with electricity from above. We can't verify that. UNRWA says it cannot comment on this, but it has always followed up on indications of tunnels in the past. Which, it's so interesting, right? Because the thing that is said time and time again by the IDF is, oh, well, they use human shields. They put the tunnel this way to protect to protect their leaders. But like, you're saying you're bombing the school to try and bomb a segment of tunnel underneath it? Like, you don't even know that there's a headquarters under there? You're just assuming there is. My God. The entrance isn't on the school grounds. The IDF claims to be below the school. The IDF claims Hamas uses school children as human shields. The IDF claims that there is a Hamas intelligence headquarters under UNRWA HQ. The ARD cannot verify it. UNRWA cannot comment on this, saying they don't know anything about the tunnel. However, indications of tunnels have always been investigated. The sixth point can be confirmed with a quick Google search. According to UNRWA Chief Felipe Lazzarini, UNRWA personnel had already vacated the HQ on October 12th on the orders of the Israeli military. Points 4 and 5 say that the PR tours for journalists apparently did not go through the tunnel to the alleged intelligence headquarters, but had to rely on the information provided by the IDF, as well as the video from the toilet camera. But where are they here if not the Hamas data center? We'll get to that in a moment. Interesting. Point 3 is extremely questionable since Hamas would only be endangered under the most severe war conditions at a depth of 20 meters, if at all. There'd be no children in school during these times, so the human shield will not work if the worst comes to the worst. So the IDF argument takes itself to the point of absurdity. Point 2 is an outright lie, as we noted above, and point 1 confirms that the satellite map published by the IDF is, to put it nicely, misleading. Yeah. Again, the tunnel goes this way, and the IDF hole is over this way. So, like, they're almost completely perpendicular to each other. Perpendicular? Is that the right word? I might have just said a dumb word. Almost. They're almost going crisscross. They are going crisscross. Applesauce. There we go. A much more technical term for a more civilized age. If you try to find out where the 20-meter deep tunnel entrance leads, the video released by the IDF usually shows a soldier climbing through a welded protective door, but that door isn't there. You can see this door, this door right here, not here. In other videos, a cheerful journalist climbs into the tunnel without a safety door, cut, apparently looking straight into a bright room at the far end. Note the thick cables on the far right side of the tunnel. Thick cables. Perpendicular intersects at a right angle. Okay, yeah, there we go. In variant 3, another journalist climbs into the tunnel, follows it straight ahead, and also arrives at a brighter place, but without cables on the right wall. He didn't have to climb through a protective door either. After a cut in which the wall changes from a rough vertical pattern to the Hamas tunnel concrete elements into narrow horizontal lines, he suddenly finds himself in the battery room. And this is the same battery room that the IDF allegedly entered through the drilled hole with the toilet camera, even in the same direction. The bright room with the cables on the right is probably just this fork in the road, which leads to the left into a closed room, and to the right into a further tunnel. This means that this further tunnel probably runs under the road southwest and not at all to UNRWA HQ in the southeast. Back to the question of where the journalists of the ARD Tagesschau apparently ended up, because as she says in the commentary, she did not see the alleged intelligence headquarters at the other end of the tunnel. So where is she? Again, this is her microphone. She's in a room where Hamas has allegedly cut all of the cables coming from above, and all of these cables, according to the IDF, were previously connected to the small box on the wall, which seems absurd per se. Which, yeah, that is a lot of cables to be plugged into this box. Like that is very absurd. The column of the wall is also striking. So we are in a building and no longer in a tunnel system. Interesting. Yeah, Ukrainian. In short, we are in the basement of the UNRW building, and what we are shown is the UNRWA data center in the basement of the same building. Why Hamas would cut all the cables here remains a mystery, but a Reuters video sheds a little more light on the matter. Hamas had command centers under UN Gaza headquarters, Israeli military says. See here, the cut cables, box, etc. Interesting. The IDF claim is that the cables that disappear into the ground there go directly to the Hamas intelligence center and connect that intelligence center to the UNRWA servers. However, unsuspecting journalists are not told that in data centers of a large organization such as UNRWA, the cables usually are laid under the floor, which is absolutely true. I've been in these rooms. And since no one amongst the journalists has seen the data center, we are now in the realm of fantasy at the latest. This fantastic intel center is mixed in various wild video potpourris with, for example, senior/disabled scooters, as if Hamas was rolling through the narrow tunnels at a snail's pace. This, too, is medical material, presumably in the basement of UNRWA. That's so weird. I gotta be honest, folks. I feel like this is staged as hell. This is such a weird thing to throw in there. I don't know exactly what's going on here. All I know is that I do not trust the IDF's statements or videos on this at all. And that in turn means that a curved ceiling is not synonymous with Hamas tunnel. In another video potpourri, an IDF soldier finds a single mortar shell on the shelf among a spray, a US cable, an old phone, and paperwork. That's the way they do it. Come on, it's Hamas. What the hell? Yeah, you know, you got your little mortar shell just mixed in with all your other shit. You know, just in case. You know, it like goes in your like scissors drawer. You know. Another detached room with antique furniture. The IDF finds a number of weapons, some of them completely rusted. However, the documents of the terrorists were apparently blurred, presumably in order to not be able to establish a connection to a completely different incident. Uh-huh. And so the IDF proudly shows us what they've found in UNRWA HQ. Wowee. Very dangerous stuff. Okay. Only a particularly rusted sniper rifle, a stolen IDF weapon with a 60mm grenade, are on the truck for some reason and not in the display of finds. A rascal who thinks that possibly all weapons came with this vice and only the particularly implausible ones remain in the truck. Yeah, it's almost like they just pulled out a bunch of random props and put them out to take a picture of. Potpourri? Okay. But there's one more video posted by the OSINT613 Twitter account. This account is not so much OSINT as Israeli intel, and similar to the Ukrainian Nazi kill list Mirotvorets, this account sells a kill card set with Hamas leaders and maintains the eliminated list. That's super normal. On February 6th, this account published a video in astonishingly poor quality, which is why the video could just as well be years old and may not have been launched from the Secret Service's drawer. Video was circulated by Daily Mail. The place is commonly referred to as Gaza. I think this is the video. Okay. Oh. Hey, Sophie. I'm doing all right. People don't seem to be very chatty, though.
מה זה האונרה? אונרה בתחת שלי. זה לא דיווח, זה דיווח, לא? אתה יודע, מספיק שהוא רואה מי הולך פה. אפשר להמצאת פה הכל. מה זה? אפשר להמצאת פה הכל. כן, הכל צריך, אתה רואה אבל? אפשר להמצאת הכל. ככה זה היה לנו בדיוק בזה. רוקנו. רוקנו. אבל מה נשאר? באמת, תראה, אלו אמורים להיות מעניינים. אלו הקלטות מעניינות.
Young black economist.
כל מגירות. כן. זה הכל יוצא.
So, yeah, that definitely appears to be a server room. This server room is accessible via a tunnel with a number of orange cables running. Oh shit, is this the same tunnel? Running along the ceiling. When you enter the server room, the mostly empty server cabinets are on the left side. If you compare the two rooms, then the server room with the cut cables is definitely... Oh shit. These these look very similar. But like, are they trying to say it's the same room? God damn it. I miss having the ability to just zoom in on pictures. For the love of God. Elon, why? Why have you ruined this? Okay. Just wanted to be able to fucking zoom in on these pictures. All right. We got this one. This one. No, these are different rooms. Enhance. Enhance! Okay. Let's see, a different room with different humidifiers, different server cabinets, different back wall, and no indication of cables coming through the ceiling. At the same time, there's no bundle of orange cables disappearing into the ground in the UNRWA basement. The publication of the blurry video without comment is rather disturbing, as the timing is more in line with the planned journalist tour than with the usual breaking news of the IDF Twitter channel, which as far as I know did not mention this video at all. In addition, not only has not a single journalist seen the alleged data center, but Israel has apparently also released prepared press/TV material so that one can find almost identical reports on various channels right down to the editing. Nope. Not gonna get me. Okay. This one. Okay. All in all, there's no proof of the alleged data center under UNRWA, but I think it is aptly proven that Israel once again lied about the direction of the tunnel. So its anti-UNRWA propaganda campaign. Yeah, of course it is. That's the conclusion of this thread. This man stands in the basement of UNRWA HQ and lies. These are Hamas intelligence servers. Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting. That's so scummy. I'd be dodging copyright like Neo from the Matrix. True. But legally distinctly from Neo from the Matrix. My God. What an odyssey. What an odyssey. What a crazy number of like inexplicable lies if you were to try and claim that they were telling the truth, you know? Okay, we actually have more weirdness about this propaganda campaign. So, I guess journalists were shown a map before their tunnel tour. This map was more detailed, but just as wrong. According to this map, the IDF would have actually pushed the pipe right through the ceiling of the battery room. So, according to the map they showed, the pipe, the hole that they drilled would go right into the battery room, which is not what we see. Strangely, you don't see the tube in the battery room photos. Instead, as some people pointed out, those green boxes are hybrid solar inverters. Why Hamas operates solar inverters under the only building without solar panels must remain a mystery. Though the image is from 2022, maybe in the last 2 years, last year and a half. UNRWA headquarters added solar panels. But yeah, I mean, the resemblance here is striking. That is indeed what these are, right? They look exactly the same. So the map that they were shown before their tour was wrong and misleading. And then these aren't something one would have underneath a non-solar powered building. So this just seems like more lies. It looks like a few even more selected than selected journalists were allowed into the battery room. Here, the colonel tells them that they have now walked 400 meters through the tunnel, even though the hole they drilled is only 260 meters away from the school. Interesting. Assuming they walked 400 meters in the initial direction of the tunnel, they would be under the Islamic University, founded by the Muslim Brotherhood, just like Hamas, and with lots of solar panels on the roof. Just a guess. So, again, they're claiming here in this tunnel, it seems like they're claiming that the tunnel is actually way over here when they're in that particular room. They're underneath the university. As opposed to UNRWA, which is quite a ways away, actually, from the drilled hole. I'm getting a bit confused about the placement of these things as we go along. In any case, we must acknowledge that the basement rooms are definitely Hamas rooms, as a hastily pasted note proves beyond a doubt. A bit very sloppy, but hey, that's Hamas. Even the senior/disabled scooters stand in front of a Hamas poster. Well, you know, they posted these stickers everywhere. It must be Hamas. Are you kidding me? Man, this feels so fucking lazy. I swear. It's also astonishing that 3-phase cables as thick as a leg arrive in this solar battery room. With this, Hamas could have supplied an entire city district, not just 5 lampposts, so to say. Has anyone noticed the IDF's hidden message? In the appendix of one of their videos, they've already animated the clouds of smoke that are supposed to rise after the tunnel is blown up. A large cloud rises next to the Islamic University. I wonder why. Are you kidding me? So they knew it was underneath the Islamic University. They blew that up. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. The level of lies is so, like, it feels like we're in an Inception situation where we just keep getting another layer of lies, another layer of lies, another layer of lies, and it's just like, why so many? It's wild. Yes, as we all know, Arabic means Hamas. Malachi, very true. My god. So yeah, things are not going particularly great in Gaza itself. Not a ton of good news coming out of there. If it's any consolation whatsoever, the pressure on these ghouls is getting stronger. And you can see because they're getting flustered. And by ghouls, of course, I mean the ghouls in the United States. So here's one of the press secretaries standing in front of reporters talking about Gaza.
Okay, to push a little bit more on Sean's question, like EU's foreign policy chief Borrell, for example, said U.S. should consider cutting aid to Israel, and we know that there is growing frustration with Netanyahu's government. Is that at all a possibility that the administration is considering if, it would not have any success in the coming days in terms of moving Israel?
So let me say a few things about that. The most important of which is that we have pursued the policy that we think gives us the maximum ability to be successful in influencing how Israel conducts its military campaign. And how
are you happy with the results of that?
In many cases, no, absolutely we are not. We are happy with the fact that we have been able to get humanitarian assistance into Israel. That is the direct result of into Gaza. That is the direct result of U.S. intervention. But at the same time, there has not been enough humanitarian assistance that has gotten in.
Yeah, again, Israeli settlers are going en masse to block that humanitarian assistance. So, like, it's really not that effective, guy. Like, we let like a little bit of assistance in as a treat. Like, fuck you. You Admiral Tarkin looking motherfucker.
We are happy with some of the deconfliction measures that Israel has put in place at our specific urging, at the request of the Secretary and others in the administration. Those deconfliction measures have not been as successful as we would like them to be. We are happy that over the past month, we have seen civilian casualties come down from.
I hate this, man. This is the stuff that makes me like doomer. Like it takes a lot, but I do eventually get to that point. Like this sucks. Like this is the language of people who are doing fuck all to stop an atrocity. Just it makes me want to throw up. And we get new evidence every day. I mentioned earlier, like there was a 6-year-old Palestinian girl who got caught up in an explosion. Her entire family was killed, and she got stuck in the car that they were all in. And she called the Palestinian Red Crescent. There's audio of the call. I'm not going to play it here. And they sent an ambulance to try and get her out of the car. And one thing you need to know is that the Palestinian Red Crescent coordinates with the IDF to try and ensure that their ambulances are not bombed and that victims of attacks are not bombed. And they blew up that poor baby, and they blew up the ambulance. That this is an organization that coordinated with the IDF. So we know the IDF knew what that ambulance was doing, why it was there. We know that the IDF knew that there was a 6-year-old Palestinian girl, and they don't care. These are war crimes. And the fact that evidence exists out there and the U.S. State Department gives weaselly little non-answers like this is heartbreaking. And the thing is about this case of, I believe the young girl's name. Yeah. What was her name? Yeah, her name was Hind Rajab. Yeah. Blown up by an Israeli tank that targeted their family car. That also blew up the 2 medics and the ambulance. One of her uncles stated that when he found the car, it was peppered with bullet holes. So not just a single Israeli shell from a tank, something that like you could maybe like try and say like, oh, that could have been an accident perhaps, but you don't both blow it up with a tank round and then shoot it with machine guns and then say, oh, whoops, our bad. Family members found Hines' body along with those of her aunt and uncle and their 3 children near a roundabout in the city's Tal al-Hawab suburb, Palestinian news agency Wafa reported. Despite prior coordination to allow the ambulance to reach the location to rescue the child, the occupation deliberately targeted the Palestine Red Crescent ambulance crew, who again also perished. And the Palestinian Red Cross itself, or Red Crescent, sorry, released the audio of the phone calls. And again, not going to play them. But this 6-year-old is crying on the phone, begging to be rescued. And it is believed that at the time of that call, everyone else in the car was dead. And she is heard on the phone saying, "I'm so scared, please come, please call someone to come and take me." The call lasted for 3 hours. There's a lot of audio. Only a fraction of it released. So, I'm sorry, what? She was trapped in the car for 3 hours before the call ended. Before she was killed. In an interview with Al Jazeera Arabic shortly after the family was targeted, Hines' mother said she had managed to speak with her Hind and an older cousin, 15-year-old Lion Hamadeh, who was with Hind in the car. Lion was recorded saying, "They are shooting at us, the tank is next to us." Then a barrage of shooting is heard, followed by screams, and then the line cuts out. So honestly, I feel like the conclusion here is that the Palestinian Red Crescent Society coordinated with the IDF, told the IDF where they were going, what was happening there, and then they still blew them up anyway. They murdered that 6-year-old. They murdered those paramedics who were there to try and save the 6-year-old child. And I mean, like, it's not... So much of this is already too late. So much of this hemming and hawing is already too late. But it is still somewhat good to see that the atrocities are not going unnoticed by people in positions of power. So we had today on the Senate floor, Chris Van Hollen, senator from Maryland, talking about the situation in Gaza. And we're going to listen to a bit of what he had to say.
Madam President, I want that to sink in. Kids in Gaza are now dying from the deliberate withholding of food. In addition to the horror of that news, one other thing is true. That is a war crime. It is a textbook war crime. And that makes those who orchestrate it war criminals. So now the question is, what will the United States do? What will we do? What will President Biden do? President Biden must take action in response to what is happening. First and foremost,
honestly, I wish we had more people in positions of power who were willing to say anything about it. Like that was 55 seconds, you know? That's not enough. We need like someone who actually has like the fortitude, the spine to do like a filibuster. And not just like a small one, but like a filibuster for like 4 days straight. You know? We need more of that strength in positions of power in the United States. That can be inconvenient to people. That can get them to think, that can force them to act. It's really awful. And I don't think that Biden is doing anywhere near enough to stop it. I don't know that he plans to. I mean, like, we just watched that press secretary essentially say, well, you know, we haven't actually, like, threatened to pull any of our aid to Israel. Well, then they're not going to do anything. You've just told them, please. Oh, we would really like it if you didn't kill 27,000 children. And then they go, oh, yeah, sure, fine. Pfft, suckers. It's horrifying. Horrifying. No, Biden's priority is managing the threat of Iran, or his perception of the threat of Iran. He's much more interested in that, like, just historically, when it comes to foreign policy. He doesn't really care so much about Israel. And I think that really comes through here. The main question is whether or not he and his campaign are actively going to do anything, because, again, they went to Michigan the other day to shore up the Middle Eastern vote, and absolutely failed. They could not find anybody really willing to meet with them, to talk with them. And that is only going to get worse as time goes on. Like, this is an issue that's not going anywhere. And every single day, every single week, there are going to be more stories like that of Hind dominating the minds of people in America, radicalizing them against Joe Biden. Been going to protests for 14 years at this point. I know it's never been this bad since I have been protesting, but is this the worst it's been since the Nakba? Well, I mean, considering that literally over 1 million, I mean, probably at this point, like 1.5 million people have been displaced from their homes. I would say it's worse, or at least the worst it's been since the Nakba, you know? how many were expelled during the Nakba? Was it 700,000? Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, like anywhere from like 300 to 700,000, 750,000. Yeah, so considering that more people have been displaced so far, and currently their only options are either to go into an unlivable hellscape in northern Gaza or try to flee into the Egyptian desert, I would say that that is effectively where we are right now. Yeah. Like almost double the initial diaspora from the Nakba already moved. If Biden loses and Trump gets in, the amount of Palestinians dead would skyrocket. True. Which is why I'm still going to advocate for people to vote for Biden. But like, I also recognize my job gets like infinitely harder every day that this that this continues to happen. That Biden allows this to continue. You know. And that is it is what it is. You know. I didn't realize it has gotten that bad. Yeah, OS Crane, they're currently bombing the last city that all the Palestinians were sent to as a safe haven. They've initiated a bombing campaign against it and are preparing for a land invasion of Rafah. So it's real fucking bad. I'm still pissed he threw immigrants under the bus to fund the massacres. Yeah. Being a rational adult means you make the best out of worse choices. Shut the fuck up. I literally have organized people to get out to vote. Hundreds of people, personally, in the last couple elections. I'm well aware of what my job is. But you know what's the least compelling thing you could possibly say to someone? If you're trying to convince them to vote? It's implying that they're a child incapable of making adult choices. That's the least effective way to get anyone to do anything. So if your goal is to get people to vote for Biden because the outcome would be undeniably better than if Trump got into office, I agree with you. Then you should never say anything remotely smacking of that rhetoric ever again. What did they say? They said being a rational adult means you make the best out of worse choices, not throw emotional tantrums. Like, I agree with part of that sentiment, which is that, you know, whatever your circumstance, you make the best choice out of bad choices. I agree with that. But you need to get rid of all the surrounding bullshit you're bringing to the question. Yeah, like, would you be particularly moved if someone showed up at your doorstep and said, "Hey, idiot, you dummy, you piece of shit, vote for Joe Biden"? No, you wouldn't. You'd say, "Fuck that guy." So, my main point is, be effective in your rhetoric and your advocacy. I always remind myself about the 4 years of SCOTUS appointments if Trump wins. I mean, frankly, if Trump wins, I don't think we get another election. This is why I advocate for people to vote for Biden, even though he's a monster, even though he is a doddering old fool enabling atrocities. It's because, on the other hand, we have a doddering old fool who will enable it more atrocities, worse atrocities, and also bring fascism into full power in the United States, putting a fascist and dictator at the helm of our nuclear arsenal and the most powerful military on Earth. This is a nightmare scenario. Reason it's such a silly argument is because it treats people who aren't voting for Biden as if they don't grasp basic concepts. Yeah, and to be fair, some of them don't. But, like, the more effective means of advocacy, right, is to go after people who are on the fence. You know, people who are liberal and would vote for Biden, but they don't know what day the election is. You know, these are the people that are the easiest to turn out with door-to-door and, like, phone banking and stuff, you know? Yeah. The thing is, democracy hasn't been on the line every election, you know? Democracy wasn't really on the line in, like, Bush v. Gore. You know, I think we're in a very different time period even than when Obama initially got elected. And the stakes are actually whether or not we have a functional democracy. It's kind of like talking to a child to tell them they're being a baby and they'll get mad, appeal to their interest. You have a shot at convincing them. I mean, that's true about everybody, though, right? If you if you treat anybody like that, they're not going to want to listen. If you treat anyone like an asshole would treat them, yeah, they're not going to want to listen to you. This is true. But also, guys, part of what organizing and trying to get people to get out and vote is all about is playing the numbers game. You're not going to be able to convince everyone you talk to go vote for Biden. That's just never going to happen. Right? And you don't waste your time and energy, which is finite, on arguing against brick walls who aren't going to show up and vote. You use your time wisely and you talk to people who like just don't know what day it is, or don't know that like by getting someone into office you're getting like your civil rights back over like your bodily autonomy, or like by keeping Trump out of office you're able to keep that tax break or whatever that's like important to their business. Like that's how you win people over. I'd like to not be illegal in public, kind of makes it hard to do stuff. True. Yeah, T. Smith, I think the framing of you're voting for your best enemy, not your best friend or ideal leader. True. I think that is true. All right, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half. How y'all doing? I know this has been a very heavy episode. Episode stream. There we go. Please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because without that, I cannot make this show work. Yesterday's stream was actually the lowest donoed stream I've done in a very long time. So anything you can throw my way, I would very much appreciate it. There's a similar situation in the UK. Our Labour Party is basically a right wing now. Yeah, the UK politics are fucked. I don't even pretend to know what's going on right now, other than literally all of your options in the UK are bad. Good night, Robert Adset. Yeah, and Biden is racist. I agree with you there, young black economist. Did you already talk about the DC election case against Trump and the immunity getting appealed to SCOTUS and whether or not it gets stayed. I have talked about it a bit. Whatever happened to the cabbage that outlived your PM? Jesus, what?
So you don't die.
Yo, Sophie, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. Hell yeah. Bringing some of that BWA spirit to stream. I appreciate it. So far, I just want to give a big thank you to Sophie, Avalon of Babylon, and Penny for their support this stream. Means a lot. Yo.
Breaking the seal. Today is the day. What can I say? Berate your representatives and sit in their office if you have to. BWA.
10-letter name. First of all, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and second of all, yeah. I think at this point, like, direct non-violent action is probably like one of the best things you can do. Like, honestly, the people who organize to show up to Biden events and shout at him for a ceasefire, those people are heroes in my book. Like, they're doing actual work that is really scary to do. They're shouting truth to power to the most powerful man in the world, and are actually moving the narrative in America. The fact that every time Biden has an event now, he has to have like a group of people prepped in the audience to shout 4 more years to try and drown out ceasefire now is, I mean, it's loss after loss after loss for him every single time. And eventually there's going to be a recalculation in his campaign that is going to shift his rhetoric. Yeah, the Netherlands is blocking shipments of F-35 parts to Israel, which is great. Honestly, block all that shit until they stop. It's likely too late to shift rhetoric. Israel already got all they wanted. I mean, I think that they're going to try and take as much as they can. I don't think that there is a limit to how much they're going to attempt to seize. So I you know, Gamer G, I think that you are weirdly being very optimistic, unfortunately. Because again, you have to keep in mind, Netanyahu is clinging to power. He does not want the war to end, even if they manage to expel all of the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. They would find an excuse to deploy their military to the West Bank. They would find an excuse to deploy their military into Lebanon, you know, pick a fight with Hezbollah. There's, I don't think that there is a point at which they are going to stop until Netanyahu is out of office, which isn't going to be soon, unfortunately. At least not without direct U.S. intervention. So yes, I'm going to take like 5 minutes to calm down because my heart hurts a lot. And when I get back, we'll do a different story, huh? We'll talk about a few more stories and eventually we'll get to Death Stranding, okay? And while I'm gone again, remember, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping subs or donos. I will be back soon. everybody. How y'all doing? Hello, Vosh Raiders. Is this a live stream? You bet your sweet ass it is. Hey, Ripples. Hello, everybody. Nice to see a bunch of fine folks, some of whom I remember from other places on the internet. Hey, Zakina. Hey, Straw Hat Monty. Hello, Evil Jar on a Stick. My god. It's also true. There are a lot of people in America who are simply uneducated on politics. So honestly, when they have somebody explain like, hey, this guy is good and this guy is bad. This guy will make your life better and this guy will make your life worse. It's actually very helpful for them. Yeah, thanks for the raid, Vosh. I appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders.
Ew, there's white stuff on my name.
It's true. Also, we do have text-to-speech on for $5 donos and above, or subs. Just come on over to riverboat.gg and drop your subs and donos, because that helps me to not die. Also, hello, Raiders! My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. We just got done talking heavily about IDF propaganda and the story of Hind, the 6-year-old Palestinian girl who was murdered by the IDF. So yeah, that you're coming in after all of that. Welcome. How can people in the US still want to vote for Trump? Cult of personality. I mean, yeah, obviously it's the cult of personality. Like he lost no support from his primary base since last time he's been in office, right? And part of the problem is last time he ran for president, a record number of people turned out to vote for him on the Republican side of things. Likely that a similar amount of people will turn out for him this time, and Biden is bleeding support. And that leads to a very scary precipice that we're heading towards. And you know, you and we're going to roll up our sleeves and do our best to avert fascism in the United States. But it is going to take a lot of work on our parts. Did we really get raided by Vosh? We really did. Really, really. Also, if you're coming in on the Vosh raid, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel and like the goddamn YouTube stream, okay? Helps a lot. Trump plans on having Lara Trump as co-chair of the RNC as replacement for Ronna McDaniels? Ronna McDaniels? I don't know how to say that. Yeah, it's true. I can't, like, this was one of the silliest stories I saw all day. From the Daily Beast. Turn off our tunes by Chillboy Beats. Yeah, no, Trump mulls endorsing daughter-in-law Laura to run the RNC. This is insane, dog. The blatant nepotism Trump engages in is frankly like mind-blowing. I love the party of personal responsibility coming to back this guy who just appoints any dipshit that is related to him by blood or marriage into a position of power and authority. We're at 200 viewers for a sec. Nice. People are probably tired today. It was stressful. Yeah, I mean, like, God. You know it's bad when, like, I feel like I'm an island of tranquility in the leftist politics space and I'm talking about an actual genocide in Gaza. Priorities all fucking askew. Gonna say at least it's in the open. The bar is in hell. The bar is in hell, really. You always have the most level takes. Well, you know, it helps that I am just right. I'm being horny for men in Death Stranding. That's fair. Almost all of the men in Death Stranding are very hornyable. Imagine if the Democrats was a political family, political party, one of the Clintons as a DNC chair. I mean, the Democrats are incredibly incestuous, politically speaking. I am always very calm until my brain switches into mockery mode. When I hear someone say something that is just too stupid for me to process. Yeah, I mean, basically, Trump is trying to narrow down people for positions of power who he knows he can rely on to be basically yes men. So it's not surprising he's going to lean on family members that are hoping for a chunk of his inheritance when he dies. You know? Sucks. But also, let's bring up this thread by Good Lefty Boy, SDL. Trump has now repeatedly called for mass removal of 11 million undocumented residents, a new deportation force of 200,000 military and police, concentration camps on the border, having red state National Guards occupy unfriendly states. A Trump win means ethnic cleansing. And I don't think he's being hyperbolic here, guys. I don't think he's being hyperbolic. Literally, when I talked about the funding of this kind of deportation force, this is the pathway of having a private, essentially like a private secret police. You know, this is the pathway of getting exactly that can operate with impunity basically anywhere in the United States. This is what he's saying in the open every day that he wants to do. He's shouting it to the world. So imagine the plans he has behind closed doors. You know? And like, I mean, mass removal of 11 million undocumented residents, like, that is an ethnic cleansing, right? That's an ethnic cleansing. Like, definitionally. And like, if you think that that's not going to have an effect on like natural born like Hispanic people in the United States, like citizens of the United States, you're living on a different planet. And it's so frustrating to me because this is so clearly I know we have some people in these spaces who are like, well, actually, Joe Biden is just as fascist as Donald Trump. They're both fascists, and it's just like, no. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Neoliberalism is hell, okay, but it's not the scorching devil's anus of the lowest level of hell that is fascism, okay? Absolute brainlets. I mean, like, my God, this is where we're at in like on the ground local discourse in political petri dish Florida, right?
Promote the concept to students that there's such a thing as transgender, that you can change gender, that sexuality should be celebrated if it goes against heterosexuality, because it doesn't promote heterosexuality, it promotes.
He's complaining about the pride flag, just as some context.
Homosexuality, it promotes bisexuality, it promotes everything except everything except heterosexuality. So that's indoctrination. What we kept hearing about queer students, an adult does not have the right to put that label on a child. That label queer has to do with sexual activity. And if the child is below 18, that is a form of grooming. That is a form of sexual grooming and really pedophilia. When you say a queer student, that should not be, those two words should not be juxtaposed.
You should stop talking.
I'm sorry, promote the concept of student.
I mean, like, man, you know how far you have to go in Florida to have somebody be like, please shut up. Shut up. Who's this guy? This guy is John Labriola. Speaking today for SB 1120, which would ban the showing of any flag that conveys political meaning from public buildings, which is wild stuff. Yeah, not high priority, but just like this is the kind of guy that gets empowered, that becomes like, you know, put into a position of like legal and governmental authority as a result of like a Trump victory. People who think exactly like this guy. So every flag, yeah, basically every flag, I think with the exception of the US flag and like the state flag. Oh, and then we have this, right? This is a new up-and-comer, a rising star in the Republican Party, the Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson. He's been, like, on a real tear, just, like, outright spewing, like, Nazi propaganda in North Carolina. He's been trying to, like, kind of set the stage for a run at, like, the governorship or Senate, maybe Congress. And, yeah, he's basically, you know, telling trans people to shit on the street. If you're confused, and he's talking about which bathroom to use, if you're confused about which bathroom to use, find a corner outside somewhere to go. Yeah, not, like these people want trans people to be treated like animals, you know, because they want to get rid of us. You know. As a trans person, I take that a bit personally, you know? Yeah, no, we're in like dehumanizing. Like my God, why stop there? Why not just call us cockroaches? Yeah, that's the other part, right? Evil jar and a stick. Like, trans people aren't confused. We know which bathroom we want to use. It's ghouls like this guy who are making it illegal for us to do so. How far down the 10 steps are we now? I mean, we're pretty far fucking down. Yeah. Who's this one? Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to briefly talk about this bullshit, right? So the Georgia Senate approved a bill that basically restricts the way workers can form unions. Essentially, what is in this bill, right, is that there's a stipulation that companies cannot voluntarily recognize unions. Essentially, the Georgia Senate is looking to get rid of the ability for a company to just be like, all right, yeah, okay, you guys have a union now. All right, it's official. Instead, what has to happen is the NLRB has to get involved to rule that the company has to recognize the union. So the union has to form itself and then fight for recognition through like the courts and like bureaucracy of the United States. It's disgusting. So like even if a company wants to recognize the union, they would no longer be able to in the state of Georgia. Wild stuff. Workers of the world unite, but only if you hold a secret election first. That's what the state Senate did Thursday when it passed on a party lines a labor union bill backed by Governor Brian Kemp. Senate Bill 362 bars businesses that open shop in Georgia from receiving state incentives if they recognize labor unions, unless workers vote to unionize with a secret ballot. Okay, so I guess they don't have to fight it all the way to the NLRB, which is good, but, like, this is very bizarre. The bill only targets voluntary actions of companies who agree to accept certain incentives, regardless of the outcome of a unionization effort, said the bill's sponsor, Brunswick Republican Senator Mike Hodges. It does not prohibit a company's employees from unionizing or require an employee to oppose union organization efforts in any action. Employers are free to agree to hold union elections. However, employers only lose eligibility for state incentives if they decide to skip secret ballot elections when it's available. So, yeah, weird. Secret ballots allow people to vote their conscience without intimidation or pressure, and that's why they're used for everything from church council elections to presidential elections, said Ackworth Republican Senator Ed Setzler. My God. Atlanta Democratic Senator Donzella James, who said she has been a union member for air traffic controllers, U.S. Postal Service, and Georgia Public Schools, said a union vote is a different scenario than the type of election most people are familiar with. When a majority of workers sign cards to join a union, employers can choose to voluntarily accept that union, or they can still call for a secret ballot election, she said. Voluntary recognition is beneficial for unions because it allows the union to begin negotiating immediately. Secret ballot elections may take months to conduct, and employers often use intimidation tactics to prevent their employees from authorizing their unions. Currently, employers spend over $400 million per year on union-avoidant consultants. So basically, what this would do is it would also create a de facto, like, campaign window where the company would be able to try and win over votes from the workers by intimidating them, by offering incentives, etc., 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 right? It essentially creates tiny little elections in which working people struggling to unionize have no power, and the company holds all the cards. You think this will be appealed? I mean, it probably will be. I don't know what the state of Georgia's House is, so maybe the House will put a stop to it, but if not, it will have to be a lawsuit, but that could take years, you know? Yeah. Things are weird. And bad. Weird bad. So it's not only a different scenario, even if it were the same scenario, secret elections are not comparable to general elections. True. Very different. Everything's fucked. But we're going to roll up our sleeves and do our best anyway, okay? Promise. All right, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours now. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because I need those in order to have enough food on the table and also to pay rent and have healthcare and such. So if we got any Oilers out there, any BWA energy to spare, consider dropping some subs or donos, all right? I know I'm very low energy today. Again, still very sleepy from almost getting robbed last night. That was a very not fun experience. 0 out of 10. Don't recommend. Any BWA Giga Chads? You almost got robbed? Oh, yeah. So I told the story at the beginning of stream. Short version, went to an anti-Super Bowl party last night with my partner where we had chips and watched gay movies. And then as we were walking home, a car like drove up to us with its headlights off and like was going really fast. Again, streets totally empty after midnight, etc. Going really fast, threw on its brakes, squealed to a stop through the intersection, and like was diagonal to the curb and stopped, and people started getting out before we started running. So we ran back to a safe location and got an escort to where we were going. But it was not great. 0 out of 10. Don't recommend it. You got robbed? Almost got robbed. Does my YouTube Premium give any revenue from watching? Not the YouTube stream, no. The YouTube stream is actually unmonetized. So you guys don't get any ads, even if you don't subscribe to YouTube. And it does help with like my videos that go up on the videos that are edited and go up on YouTube. It does help there.
Skibby Rizzler, Ohio Pogs.
Midnight Null Night, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you for being with me for 25 months. My God. Charlie, thank you for gifting a membership over on the YouTube. Representing that YouTube power. All right, let's go. Yeah, my partner has unfortunately had a lot of experience with stuff like that in Minneapolis. So she was able to basically like tell me we need to run now. So we were able to get out of there and everyone was okay. I was just very amped up on adrenaline and was awake until like 4 or 5 a.m. Also, once we got to our the area where we were safe, like we were really safe, you know. The guy who escorted us home is like one of those good-natured lefty guys who has a small like arsenal of weaponry. So we were pretty safe. Minneapolis is pretty safe. It just depends on where you live around the area. There are places that are more or less safe. Do you know what they wanted? No, we didn't stick around to find out. Pro tip, if a car is going like 40 miles an hour and it skids to a stop in the middle of an intersection and guys start to get out of it after midnight on a completely empty, deserted street, you don't walk up and be like, "Hey, how you doing? What's up? Do you need any what's going on?"
Riverboat Jack Pog.
Yeah. Melopsy, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate it. And thanks for being over here on riverboat.gg. I appreciate making the extra leap. Where I live, it's the same, but not a car screeching to a stop, but like 4 guys getting out level. Yeah. No, being trans in Minneapolis, I highly recommend it. If you're a trans person in the United States and you live in a place where you don't feel safe, Minneapolis is a very safe city for trans folk. But also, like any city, it still has crime. So like, you still gotta be careful. Yeah, my partner explained it to me very well last night, is that like older people who are looking to make money, they rob stores. They don't like try and mug people. That's not what happens. What happens is like young people who are angry like rob people. It's more about the power than the actual like money that they get out of it. And so like yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like They wouldn't have gotten a lot off of us if they had tried to rob us. And honestly, robbery is like a best case situation, you know, best case scenario at the, you know, like 1 o'clock in the morning. Kind of reminds me of the time I was chased onto the freeway by a psycho driver who I was like 60% sure wanted to kill me for accidentally cutting them off at a 4-way stop. Jesus Christ. I will say that some of the scariest people are people with road rage. Yeah, you never know what they're going to try and do. Wait, I don't know if you can fill me in on this, but I was looking at rent in Minneapolis on that cursed website Zillow. Why are the rents in Minneapolis so much more reasonable? More reasonable than at least in and around the airport? Because the airport makes noise. And people don't want to live where there's airport noise. That's really good. It's the noise stuff. As far as I know, there's not like a ton of crime around the airport area. So, yeah. In the airport, the rent is what? Near the airport here, the rents are just as high. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. People here don't want to live around the airport. I pay $1,400 a month, not far from the airport. I have to renew my lease, and my rent is actually going to go down by $15, which I've never seen happen. To $1,450 a month, which is still more money than I would like to pay. It is between that and insurance, I pay like $2,000 a month. Gone. Literally never had that happen ever. Well, the rent will go down if I commit to a 14-month lease. Like it specifically, like, the longer your lease, the less rent you pay. But then if you go too long on the lease, then you have to pay more rent. Yeah. Hey, Noralia. Sleep with a fan on. Can't hear anything outside. That's next level thinking right there. We need rent control. We need rent control so badly. Rent prices have gone up so high. I literally don't know anybody who pays a third of their income as rent, which is like the highest amount that like financial advisors tell you to pay for rent. Like my God, I pay like half my income a month goes to my rent, just about. We need to decommodify housing. That would be nice. %70 of your income goes to your rent? Jesus. Anyway, throw subs and donos at me so I can afford my rent. Let's go. Oh, God. I think we're going to play Death Stranding and go over, like, some conservative bullshit. How about that, huh? Actually, you know, we might take a little break and watch some Sam Seder, huh? I like the Majority Report, and they had a call in talking about the voting issues we were just talking about on stream. Seems like a good crossover here. And I'm gonna start playing some Death Stranding. We'll do a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
20 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Yes, hello. My name is Ehab. I'm calling from Tucson, Arizona.
Ehab from Tucson, Arizona. What's on your mind?
Hi. Hello, friends. Thanks so much for taking my call. I'll try to be brief in the context, but I do have a question at the end of all this. I'm a Palestinian American. I'm a leftist. I'm a progressive. I actually became a citizen 10 years ago. I lived in Palestine in the West Bank for a quarter of my life. I lived there during the peaceful times and the beginning of the Second Intifada. I was actually born during the First Intifada, but that's not really relevant. Obviously, everything that's been happening in the past 4 or 5 months now has...
Wait, why haven't I tried calling into the Majority Report? Mostly because I never know what I would want to talk about, you know? Like, what would I say to Sam? Like, good job, Sam. You have good ideas and are a smart politics man, and I respect you a lot. And you're right about almost everything. Try to woo him, just like, hey, big boy. Like what? Call him daddy. Daddy Sam. Yeah. No. No. I'm not gonna do that. Hi, Sam. I'm a libertarian. I don't want to break his heart. My God, I can't play with a man's soul like that. Just take it out and play it like a goddamn fiddle. Forlorn, this is for you redeeming the daddy command over on Twitch. Daddy. Matt would lose it. Yeah, nah. People have been pretending to be libertarians to him too much. He needs a real opponent to get his groove back, okay? God. But I would love to call in. Usually, though, like, I feel compelled to talk about, like, contention. And I just don't have that much contention with the Majority Report, you know? And I don't feel like I have anything inherently interesting to say on my end, necessarily.
Snipe.
I mean, I guess I could, like, talk about, like, the history of postal voting, or postal banking. And, like, we could talk about, like, postal banking and, like, my concept for a, like, economic vice to transition us to socialism. I don't know how much patience he'd have for that, though. Very knifey duck, thank you for gifting Neptune32 a sub. I really, really, really appreciate it. He seems to know about that. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like more so it'd be like asking him for expertise. I'd ask him about the Supreme Court stuff. I mean, maybe. See, this is the thing, though. Like, I'm just happy I get to listen to Majority Report most of the days. Anyway, I appreciate all of you.
Been top of mind, affected me and everybody around me. I've done everything I can. Protests, I called my representatives more than 40, 50 times. Contributed to podcasts, created content, tried just
Jon Stewart is back once a week? Hell yeah.
I feel very hopeless, and this has affected me
my thoughts on credit union banking is that it's good.
It's about me trying to
but not
consider
as good
what
as
I'm going
postal
to
banking.
do in the upcoming election. This is probably my second or third time voting, and some members of my family the first time voting. I'm actually one of 10 people in my family members who can vote, including the youngest, who's 18 this year. I think about Biden in, you know, the lesser of two evils kind of way. I think when I was voting for Biden, and I did vote for Biden, who I did not approve of at the time, but I just did not want Trump again. I thought about him being the lesser of two evils when it comes to things like, you know, the right to abortion, you know, the easing up, you know, things on the border with immigration, student loans, pulling out of conflicts, etc. And he's come through on some of these things, and he's massively failed on other parts of this. And like the idea here now as we approach this has been discussed on your program. I've listened since the beginning of the war, and I really appreciate all the work that you've been doing to shed light on all this. But as I think about this, and I'm really, really trying to figure out the best way to reduce harm, because I'm part of many different communities, and I don't want to be part of, like, I don't want my vote to be a vote that is a protest vote to, like, not vote for Biden because I'm upset on how he's enabled this genocide in Gaza. But at the same time, like, I don't want Trump to come in and hurt people that are disenfranchised, that are minorities, is going to make things way worse. It's going to be way more supportive of the genocidal government and the Israeli state. So I'm really struggling. Me, my family,
guy sounds like he's in a
people
really
in my
hard
community.
spot.
Every time I called my representatives, I told them that I'm one of 10 Palestinian Americans in my family, and we're a growing community, and we are watching, and we will be voting with hope that would really, turn them and affect them. And it seems to not affect them at all. But I see a lot of people in the community that are, in solidarity with Palestinians, and I've worked with many people, a lot of Jewish people who are very much anti-Zionist, and I really appreciate all that effort. But the question now, at the end of all this, and I don't mean to talk for too long, I'm happy to discuss this further, has Biden actually followed through with anything that would make him worth keeping? When it comes to all these particular, accomplishments, quote unquote, that he's done, for example, pulling out of Afghanistan, as messy as that was, it's still pulling out of Afghanistan. But when it comes to whether or not he has worked to protect the right to abortion, whether or not he has worked to forgive student loans, whether or not he has worked to do all these other leftist progressive objectives, that have actually just, actually limited harm, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. And my question for both of you and everybody else who's there is, if I do not vote for Biden, am I actually causing harm? Or am I not voting him just because I am upset and angry at his complicity in the genocide of my people? Like, I care about more than just my people, but obviously they are the ones bleeding right now. But I don't want my vote to hurt the people of my community who I also care about. And this affects me greatly.
I don't know
first
how
off,
I can say. Right.
First off, let me just say, our heart goes out to you, and I don't think you're just. If you were not to vote for Biden, you're not just voting because of your personal feelings, right? I mean, I think
anymore.
And I don't think you're. I don't. This is such an egregious thing that Biden is doing. It's not. I don't think it's like a. I think it's outside of the scope of like a personal pet, issue thing. If you're and I don't really know how for you to make this assessment, frankly. But if you're asking me to give you a couple of things to add to the laundry list, I can give you a couple, but I don't.
Yes, please.
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you what you have to do in terms of like making this assessment. I mean,
how could
you've probably heard me talk about the labor and the antitrust stuff, but I would say like in terms of like and I think obviously like appointing KBJ to the Supreme Court, I think it's one of the best Supreme Court picks of my lifetime. Well, but certainly the past 30 years. I would say one of the bigger things that has
think it was
not
a
been
$5
really sort of
dono.
like
I really,
absorbed.
really appreciate it.
3 weeks ago, I think it was, I interviewed Bill McKibben, who said to me that the biggest thing in terms of climate since Keystone XL, maybe even bigger, was the White House's decision on approving a new natural gas export facilities, which they and he was prepared. I think it was actually this weekend to go down
Early.
to
Thanks for gifting a membership over on
DC.
YouTube. Keeping that YouTube alive.
Encouraging people to go to get arrested in a massive protest. But 2 weeks ago, maybe a week after McKibben was on, the Biden administration froze all those new approvals. And according to McKibben,
And turn down the audio on the game.
basically, it was not only like the first time that a president has ever said no to, in any meaningful way, to the oil industry, or the biggest way that they've said no, but also, like, you're talking about billions upon billions of dollars of investment that will not happen, and that liquefied natural gas, you build sort of the capacity for something like that, then they're going to fill it. So that's, that's one more for your list. I mean, and I think the only other thing I would say is, at the end of the day, you're not voting for an individual, and I mean, we like to do that in the United States because of the nature of our political system is to sort of like make the president king, and certainly I believe that more than any other factor involved in the U.S. support for Israel's genocide, in this specific instance, I believe the biggest factor is Biden in and of himself. I mean, there's no doubt there are elements within our national security state that are for it, but like Lloyd Austin, like I said, Lloyd Austin was out there giving a speech 2 months ago, saying like we should pull back. Anthony Blinken was tweeting out ceasefire in the first hours, after October 7th. I mean, I think this is Joe Biden. I don't,
he has a 40-year relationship with Netanyahu, and that I feel like gets he's ideologically, in favor of
and
Zionism.
So I want to and I say that not to, as a way of making it clear that I feel like he's culpable in this. And
It's true.
At the same time, there is of the thousands of people around him, and I think in terms of like the future of the Democratic Party, there are going to be more people in that party who are sympathetic to the idea that Palestinians are human beings than in the Republican Party. But I think that's just simply...
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so, and I do appreciate that. And the thing is, like, there is this other part of me. So yes, I've heard you say that before, and I recognize that, and that's why I'm even asking this question, as I recognize the nuance of other people in the administration. Certain roles are even filled because Biden is in power versus other when they were not filled during Trump. And I understand that, and I appreciate that. But there is this other side of me, and if you don't mind, just me to express that I want them to know that we exist. And it's not just me, like me being a Palestinian American, that I exist. The Arab community exists, the Muslim community exists, and other communities that see this injustice, that we exist and we matter and our voice is known, and that our vote
does need a hug.
is something that they should also be running after.
Hey, my dude. Thanks for the raid. Welcome,
I want that mark. I want that impact. So I do have this nuanced part of me, but this other part that's like, this is an opportunity to really push it hard. And I know that this is not something necessarily good for the long run, because I don't even want to say but when Trump comes back in power, because I really don't think Biden is going to survive this.
It's gonna be real hard for him.
From an election point of view. When Trump comes back in power, it's going to get so much worse. And so if that's an inevitability, and I do feel that sometimes if that's an inevitability, might as well make that mark.
Hey, pretty girl.
So this is kind of...
just got timed out.
I will say this, though, is
but,
that, I mean, I certainly understand the desire. But you're the only one who's going to know that.
Right.
The Democrats are cynical enough.
There is no...
Can we pick up the votes elsewhere,
Look,
right?
Well, they may think they're going to get the votes elsewhere, but there's never going to be and particularly if Donald Trump wins, there's never going to be this moment where, I don't know if, do you want Joe Biden to know? Because Joe Biden will not say that that's why it was. Yeah. And if you want, will Democratic pollsters know? Probably not. They may say, in Michigan,
turnout was a bit depressed.
The turnout was a bit depressed, or there was a difference in, but that could be, it could be because he was old. It could be because of
right.
this or that. I mean, the way for the most efficient way, to the extent that there's any way for that, is things like BDS. In my mind, it's for protest. It's for organizations that you may belong to in the way that they're registering dissent. I mean, I think the withholding of a vote is a mechanism for leverage and increasing pressure, right? Like they just sent, I don't know, Samantha Power to Michigan to meet with representatives of Palestinian. And
now, what I would say here is that what is BDS? Boycott, divest, and sanction. It is a movement going back quite a bit, encouraging people to boycott companies that do business within Israel or with the IDF. So, I actually respect BDS as a movement because it does the work of organizing people for its cause. Unlike just posting a social media hashtag and being like, everyone don't go to McDonald's on the 25th of October because, and if you do, you're the devil incarnate, which is what a lot of ineffective leftists have been doing recently. BDS actually organizes and coordinates their boycotting activities. Am I the only one surprised that there are barely any assassinations and/or assassination attempts? Fed posting in my chat? My God. Yeah, exactly, Forlorn. I don't go to McD's and I don't go to Starbucks, and so it doesn't matter for me. Let's see. Welcome back, Amber. Blaming people who don't do BDS feels like blaming people that don't vote for Biden. I feel like they're not that comparable. I see the underlying logic for why you'd say that, but I don't think they're as comparable as that. I don't get the McDonald's thing anyway. McDonald's corporate had nothing to do with what happened in Israel. That's just some McDonald's owners being an IDF shill. Yeah, I mean it franchises, Sorry, yeah, the hashtag General Strike 2 stuff. It's yeah, exactly. What was I just gonna say? If white transgender reds are so against transracialism, why did y'all posthumous trans Brianna Jay's race with say her name like y'all was Mormons baptizing Anne Frank? I'm sorry, you haven't done enough meth for any of that to even be remotely coherent, either for yourself or for anyone who listens to you. Let's see here. I'm just gonna assume meth from the schizo posting. Yeah. You need a Walter White amount. Can't believe Sam Porter Bridges said that. What does that have to do with transracialism? Nothing. It was an incoherent mess of buzzwords. Oh God, what was I just gonna say? God, somebody in chat said something. Can't find it. My God. Brain fried. Moving on.
And I think just more broadly, Muslim and Arab groups in Michigan. And that indicates at least that they realize that there's a problem. But at the end of the day, if they lose, like, who are the people responsible for Hillary Clinton losing? Like, do we know? Like, everybody who, you know, like, honestly, like, do we know? Everybody has their you know, they'll create their spin afterwards, and
but we know how she reacted. I mean, that's the more important thing, I think, right? Like, the Democratic establishment just basically blamed Russia.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And then they blame the left.
Yeah.
Right.
So Biden is not constitutionally capable of
learning the lesson
of understanding this.
Well, neither is the Democrats. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, I guess you could argue that you know, Biden 2020 was better on the issues from the left than Biden 2008 was. But part of that was also a function of that was a function of Sanders and Warren to some extent moving the party left on those issues, and he had to adopt those in the 2020 election to have that coalition. If there was a candidate that was out there now, sort of like championing the Palestinian people and you know, pulling 20%. 25% in the polling, it would be a very different dynamic, I think, in terms of like the electoral pressure. But after the fact, you don't and I don't have the resources to be able to convince the conventional wisdom that he lost that election because of his support for genocide. I mean, even like, you know, we have numbers of 50% of Democrats plus, you know, consider this, you know, a genocide. Again, it's not something that they're necessarily going to be voting on.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think that, like, I mean, look, again, your dilemma is real. And I think that, but if you're asking me the narrow question of, will what you want to have happen, my answer would be no. It may fulfill some emotional need that you have that I'm not, you know, but if you're asking me, will it teach them a lesson? My answer is no.
And the only piece I would add on to this is, like, I think we get trapped when we think about this mainly on the individual level. So, like, my thing is, like, what pressure groups are sort of available for you to join? Like, because, like, the National Muslim Democratic Council said, we will withhold votes or support for candidates that don't support a ceasefire. Like, within a group, or if it's CARE or groups like that, like pressure groups, I will not spend a breath criticizing any group like that who will say, yeah, we can't give Biden our endorsement over this. Yeah. And so, like, and that's, I think, the way to do it. And we can, because fundamentally, I don't think the election is where that's one very far away, right? Like, I mean, Jesus.
Right.
And two, like, we have Nikki Haley on the other side saying Biden's being too restraintful,
Yes.
and like, who really knows what Trump does? I think anybody very definite about that being one way or the other. I think it's too hard to say. So like, there needs to be like more organizing along this front in the meantime, without the focus going too much on election
But
day.
let me just also add that we know that Trump has a constituency that is as like pro-Israel as humanly possible, and that is the evangelical Christian base.
Yep.
So, like, I agree that Trump is more of a wild card on this, because he's somebody who, like, he crowd surfs, and he would see this maybe as a liability for him because he's not ideologically committed in the way maybe Biden is as a Zionist.
But come on.
But
No,
You can't
I
trust
got it.
Trump.
you can't trust Trump. That's literally what I'm like.
Right.
But if we're looking at, candidates are more than just individuals. They're also the constituencies that they represent. Trump represents the most pro-Israel constituency, arguably, in this country, and that's the evangelical Christians. So.
No, yeah. So this is very, very helpful, and I do appreciate it. This is something I definitely struggle with. And the notion or the suggestion of getting involved in these smaller communities with potentially for more impact is something that I think about all the time. Unfortunately, for somebody like me, there isn't necessarily like an already existing model for a Palestinian American,
Right.
To get involved in politics in the United States. And I'm giving myself excuses. Don't get me wrong. I'm still exploring that. This is definitely, even before all of this, I was trying to get involved in politics. I canvassed for Hillary back in the day. I really wanted to make my voice known, especially as somebody who did not have citizenship to any country. I was stateless before I became, an American citizen. I'm like, well, now it's time, because I took it on. I took it on as like a responsibility that other people who look like me, who talk like me, who come from the place that I come from, do not have. And so, but this is very helpful, and I just wish that there's such good work being done out there by people who have my identities that I follow, and I definitely praise. It's just a lot harder for somebody like me versus somebody who might be evangelical Zionist. There's already so much that they can get involved in. There's so much already laid out for them. The privilege is on their side, and this is stuff that you already know. I'm just kind of thank you for letting me air out my grievances and my frustration on
Yeah, we're
on
still in
air
chapter
here.
3. I've been building roads.
It's something that I've been listening for the past few weeks, and really, really just wanted to share with you. So I do appreciate you guys listening and being so thoughtful in your responses, but realistic at the same time, because I also need to hear what is reality, even if I'm wishing it was otherwise.
Yeah. Well,
keep in touch.
Appreciate the call, and our hearts go out to you, and thank you for your call. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, friends. I appreciate your work. Have a good one.
You too.
I feel like we really needed that. To cap
it's
off
hard
our
to tell someone
conversation.
like that, like, what to do, basically, because I'm not a Palestinian American. I don't even know what that.
I mean, really, the only way to I take it is like, if you're really getting into American presidency, you could find reasons to not vote for a lot of these guys throughout history, and you basically never vote. So that's not the way to approach voting. But yeah, I totally understand.
Almost true of every single politician that
interesting
exists.
orders done right
I mean,
now?
I think
mostly just delivering
and
stuff.
certainly there are people out there who will just cycle through politicians. They're our savior. They're not. They're our traitor. They're our savior. They're our traitor. I mean, we have a tendency, because of the nature of a dual party system and not a parliamentary system in this country, to sort of imbue politicians with a certain amount of we have these almost like parasocial relationships, and certainly the press also makes it a function of these politicians are they're lone operators, and it just reinforces this sort of what is it, the theory of great men type of thing.
Yeah, great
in the
man
way
theory.
that like history moves. And
I mean, literally, Louis Napoleon, like Napoleon's nephew, Marx was talking about the exact same way, like the focus on the individual during national elections, and it's like it's a really difficult pathology to break out of. And I mean, it makes sense in a world that I don't know, isn't conducive to. I mean, empowering people to stop a genocide, for instance.
Yeah.
Good to see. Wow, this is way more than we expected. Thank you, Sam.
I know that Marx fella. All right. Are you guys ready for brain
let's
rot,
see what
though?
Donald Trump's up to on the campaign trail. He was in a...
Nope, sorry. No more majority report. No more fun. Only brain rot. Only brain rot. Okay? There is only brain rot. And also, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, consider dropping some subs or donos. And remember, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Especially if you're over on YouTube. We're almost at 5K. It's a pretty big deal considering that we started last year with just 1K. So hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and again, consider dropping those subs and donos. This show is literally brought to you by viewers like you, so I very much appreciate it. But I'm going to, in my benevolence, allow you to choose the nature of your destruction. If you're over on riverboat.gg, you will be able to vote. So, vote. What rot? Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro or John Doyle? How many people got that Ghostbusters reference? Exactly me and everyone older than me. There you go. 1, 2, or 3. That's the voting music. Okay, we're doing Steven Crowder. That was the official song of democracy. So Steven Crowder, like a bit ago, put out a documentary called Inside the China Plot to Destroy America from Within. So I, for one, want to know about the secret plot that China is using to infiltrate America. My money is that he's going to argue that TikTok is turning American kids gay, and that's weakening America. Okay, that is what I think he's going to talk about. Sounds like important news. I know all Steven Crowder content is very important to me, and clearly to the people who watch my channel, because every time I make a Steven Crowder video, y'all keep watching. So I'm gonna keep making them, and I'm gonna keep making fun of that goony little motherfucker who, very likely beats his wife. At least he used to. In the past, when he had one. Anyway, let's go. Also, it just occurs to me as I click on this and read or hear the opening music. There's like a 90% chance he does Yellowface in this, isn't there? There's like a 90% chance he dresses up as a caricature. Oh boy.
Criminal activity has become part of China's strategy to grow its power in conjunction with its authoritarian statecraft.
Can I just... We're not even like 10 seconds in. The juxtaposition of Chinese state power and then the state of Oklahoma. My God.
A woman named Yingchan Wang and a man named Stephen Ho.
They don't f around and they're not going to take your pinky. No one's going to see you again.
We knew going out that he said that he didn't want to come back to Oklahoma. He'd be dead if he come back to Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. So they're gonna destroy America by starting weed farms in Oklahoma. That's are you fucking with me? Is that the premise of this entire video? Oh my god, dude. All right. I'm just mentally I haven't pre-watched. I never pre-watched, and if I do, I tell you guys. But man, the premise of this is already rocky as hell.
What you just saw is a small preview of the result of countless hours of in-depth reporting, open source research, and undercover work that was directly informed by your exclusive tips. Now, what we've discovered here was a series of clandestine foreign actors collaborating on United States soil in the realms of drugs, human trafficking, murder, espionage, and it's not the plot of a Mission Impossible movie.
I'm sorry. Wait. Where the deer and the antelope play. Song. What is this song? Home on the Range. He's backing himself up with Home on the Range. My God. I'm gonna go to bed. I want to take me to Sleepy Town.
Fortunately, everyone's least favorite Scientologist is nowhere to be found. What you're about to see is a true story.
That doesn't
of
narrow
how
it down.
international organized crime, connected to one of the most powerful governments in the world, that's foreshadowing, has taken over Middle America, and how it threatens to do the same
until the next delivery.
Oh, he's gonna argue that it's fentanyl and weed.
In 2018, Oklahoma legalized the medical use of marijuana after a statewide referendum passed with 57% of the vote. Now, pause. Let me be clear here. This piece has nothing to do with whether you're against cannabis legalization, whether you're for it, whether you partake or are Mennonite. This is about the unintended or fully intended fallout as it relates to American landowners, taxpayers, and the communist Chinese government. A few quick numbers for you. Since July 2021, the state has collected over $155 million in marijuana-related tax revenue. Now, we've all heard for decades, and I once believed this too, that legalizing or decriminalizing drugs would eliminate the black market. In Oklahoma, the exact opposite has happened. There has been an unprecedented number of illegal operations, grow farms, growing at rates breaking records, completely unseen before. The real problem is the owners and the players milking this cash cow for all it's worth at your expense. Basically, think less Jeff Spicoli. You dick! And more communist tyrant El Chapo. Now, the implications go far beyond state or even national borders, and they constitute a full-blown threat to America's national security. To put it simply, this may surprise a lot of people. Oklahoma is the weed capital of the United States. No, not Colorado, not California, not even New York. Oklahoma, which has forced them to change their state.
Okay, wait. How true is that? Which state grows the most weed? Colorado is home to the greatest volume of cannabis production in the United States in 2022. Here, let's see. 2023. Okay. In the top 5, we have Colorado, Oregon, California, Washington, and Michigan, and Oklahoma isn't even in the top 10. So I think he might just be lying. Let's see. Is it even on this list? No. Maybe we'll get a better result if we type illegal cannabis production by state. Sales of illicit cannabis by state? I don't want to make an account. I'm not doing that. Anyway, from what I can tell, this does not seem accurate.
State motto to more than just tornadoes and chaps. Here are a few more numbers to show you just how much of a weed haven Oklahoma actually is. 2,683 dispensaries in Oklahoma. This is the most in the nation and more than double the number located in the number 2 state, California. Twice the dispensaries of California. 840.
Yeah, but twice the dispensaries doesn't mean that there's twice as much weed. They have more dispensaries because everything's a billion miles away from each other in Oklahoma. You gotta drive like an hour to get anywhere in the state. So they have more small dispensaries for small towns. That makes sense.
44 million grams of cannabis packaged in Oklahoma in 2023. That's 64 times the amount that consumers in Oklahoma could possibly need. 4,617. That's the number of active growers just in 2024. And that's only exceeded by California with 5,400.
They have more active growers, but that doesn't mean they're growing more weed. It means that there are smaller farms. My God, this isn't hard.
491. At its peak, Oklahoma had nearly 14,000 licenses. The point is, a lot of cash, a lot of THC. One grower who asked to remain anonymous due to his ongoing involvement in the state's cannabis industry laid out exclusively to Mug Club Undercover here why he was attracted to Oklahoma, even without the chaps.
Real estate's real cheap. The license, the barrier to entry was $2,500, which, I mean, looking back on it now, any person that sells any kind of drugs can come up with that to get a legal license, which we've seen a lot of, but it was, barrier to entry was cheap, you know, land I paid like $6,000 for 2.5 acres.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nothing, you know, I mean, it's just very, very cheap out here, and this is gonna kind of be our American dream, you know, this is me getting away from that many physical labor, this is us having a family business with my dad, and it just didn't turn out that way, but yeah, what brought us out was just so cheap, and it's so affordable for a blue-collar person.
Man, what a shock.
So
Farmers
it's a new gold rush,
try out new crops.
as it were, filled with absolutely baked prospectors. But make no mistake, those seeking to take advantage of the conditions on the ground include a lot of less than scrupulous actors. And there's one specific group that has taken particular advantage of Oklahoma's.
I'm very, very interested to see how Steven Crowder is going to try to spin legal weed farms as like being nefarious. I'm very curious to see exactly how he goes about trying to do that. oh no, these nefarious foreigners are legally growing weed. The horror. Oklahoma has no cap on dispensaries and super cheap startup prices. There might be some truth to this. I'm not disputing that they have a lot of dispensaries. I'm sure they do. It's likely that the lack of a cap on dispensaries and the super cheap startup prices contribute to the like small towns across Oklahoma being able to support a dispensary, right? Like that makes sense. That makes sense to me. But again, just because there are more dispensaries doesn't mean that more weed is being sold through them than the ones in California. Does that make sense? Also, how y'all doing in chat? You keeping it sleazy? You keeping it streets ahead in chat?
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Oh, I actually was not keeping up chat with chat. My chat got frozen, so sorry about that, chat.
Relaxed, chill industry standards. China. As it turns out, the only thing that these Chinese nationals like more than the marijuana industry.
Okay, just one. I know I'm being real pause champ about all of this, but just one quick observation. Why is this video so dark? Like, lighting wise. Why is he in the shadows? Why is he like melding in with the background? It's very weird, right? Like almost, yeah, I guess he's trying to like convey the spookiness of this, but like, I don't know, seems weird. Seems weird, something conspiracy lighting. It's just weird that conspiracy lighting and romance lighting are very similar. China stole his light.
In the United States,
he lost the lighting
Hollywood
budget
movie
in the
posters.
Divorce. This is for the movie poster. They removed Chewbacca.
This character seems to be in the forefront, like he is the centerpiece. But here they depict him turned around, and he's not even looking towards the audience.
So right here, and if you didn't know about this,
man. It's crazy. You mean companies hire localization teams in order to like advertise products more efficiently and effectively in different markets? That's crazy. Who would ever think that they might do that? That's wild, dog. What does this have to do with weed? Absolutely nothing.
there's a story out there about this character and the race and gender swap.
It's as a thought experiment. Watch Star Wars again and tell me the Empire is not literally exactly the same as the Chinese government.
And to the surprise of absolutely no one in the history of Earth ever.
Man, conservative media analysis is insane, dog. Watch Star Wars again, and isn't it crazy how the Empire is China? Don't look up the interview where George Lucas says that the Empire is literally America and the rebels are literally the Viet Cong. Don't look it up. Just don't do it.
Frequently, these Chinese nationals are involved in, wait for it, highly illegal activity focused primarily on the black market. The Chinese involvement in the marijuana industry is so extensive that officials note it's actually more surprising if you encounter an illegal operation without connection to China. Of the 800 farms shut down from 2021 to 2023, 75% were linked directly to China. Here's Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics spokesperson Mark Woodward talking with us exclusively, outlining the specific practices that Chinese crime organizations, part of the triads, how they infiltrate the industry.
You would look over a fence and it's not 2 or 3 local guys growing marijuana like we've seen for the first couple of years. It would be 50 what would appear to be Asian Chinese workers, which is not a problem as long as they're not, violating any laws.
Sure.
But when we would start getting calls that from law enforcement out of state saying that we just intercepted a truckload of marijuana, the driver says it came off of so-and-so farm in Oklahoma, and we would start investigating that farm. And sure enough, it was one of these Chinese-operated farms where all the workers were Chinese, but yet the owner is listed as a certain person, and it turns out that person is a secretary in a law office. So you're kind of going, okay, what's going on here? And so we started looking into what's behind the ownership. Who are these people? And what we started to realize, and one of the things that was written into Oklahoma's law that's fairly unique, it said 75% of your ownership has to be somebody who's been an Oklahoma resident for 2 years. Well, obviously, that's a problem for a criminal organization linked to Chinese organized crime that's been growing in the Northern California desert, for the last 8 years, supplying black market marijuana to Flushing, New York.
Now, before we get to the real crimes, this one's just kind of annoying. It's a dick move. They often steal massive amounts of water, electricity, leading to shortages for the local community. It's a crappy thing to do, but it's not as bad as the cold-blooded killing.
Man, Steven's gonna be really shocked at the entire history of ranching and, normal quote-unquote farming. He's gonna be real shocked at the long and storied history of literally all of those things when it comes to normal farmers. Yeah, the terms like robber barons, crazy stuff. Don't look it up. Just listen to his slop.
Yeah, that's exemplified by the quadruple murder of 4 Chinese workers on a marijuana farm in Kingfisher County, Oklahoma in November 2022.
A search is ongoing for a quadruple murder suspect in Kingfisher County. 4 bodies were found last night at a 10-acre marijuana grow farm as another person is hospitalized with injuries. Law enforcement's deployed massive resources in that search for the alleged attacker.
The suspect, who was eventually apprehended in Florida, was a 45-year-old male named Chen Wu with the most predictable mugshot ever. He showed up on the farm demanding he immediately be paid $300,000 as repayment for
The most predictable mugshot ever because of his name and he looks Asian. Is that it? Was there more to the joke? I think we didn't get it. No, I think we didn't get it because it's just racism. It's not there wasn't a joke. It was just haha, he's Asian and he has an Asian name, you see. I think that's the extent of how clever Steven Crowder is capable of being, Oh, God.
for his investment in the operation.
I've got to be very careful because it's still under investigation and we're not the investigating agency. But from what we can gather, this Chinese individual male showed up at the farm, was demanding money that he felt he and or others maybe in an investment group were owed, and had orders that if they don't pay, they're going to be kill them because these are just workers. They can replace those workers. And when they said, we don't have the money, he started shooting them one at a time. Ended up killing 4 of them. A 5th person escaped and managed to notify authorities. Most of the time, though, they will not leave a witness.
Like a communist Chinese Warren Buffett.
Thanks.
Now he's been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count assault and battery with a deadly
Yes, just like Warren Buffett has been.
weapon, which when you think about it, that's the 4 counts of murder really should tie that up with a bow, but we'll toss in assault and battery while we're at it. Now, in a twist turn of fate, the survivor from Wu's murder spree actually ended up at the same Oklahoma jail where Wu was being held. And we were actually able to talk with Ken Thompson, a lieutenant at the Kingfisher County Sheriff's Office, to hear a little bit more about this specific case.
Myself and another deputy actually went down to Florida to Miami-Dade and picked up the shooter and brought him back from Miami-Dade.
Oh yeah, I heard that he was.
Transport him back up.
I heard he was very hesitant to come back to Oklahoma because he thought he was going to get killed.
It was a weird deal. Of course, we knew going out that he said that he didn't want to come back to Oklahoma. He'd be dead if he come back to Oklahoma. And it was really weird because he was cordial the whole time. He didn't speak a lot of English, but you know, we got him out for the bathroom, and we fed him on the way back and stuff like that. And he just sat back there quietly. Well, our last gas stop was Weber Falls once we crossed into Oklahoma. And you couldn't pry him out of the vehicle.
Wow.
It's like he knew that he was in Oklahoma and there was no way he was getting out of that car. I says, "You'll be all right. We're here." And he's like, no. I'm like, okay. So he left him in the car.
Were you ever contacted, or were you ever in contact with anybody in China, to your knowledge, like government officials, embassy, things like that?
There were a couple of guys that stopped at dispatch one day that I think that said that the 911 center that said that they were connected to the Chinese embassy, and they were referred to the OSBI.
And the murders don't stop in Kingfisher County, or as it's known by some, namely when a good county to murder. According to Mr. Woodward of the OBN, they've actually become quite common all over the state.
We've seen others on a not quite that scale, but certainly homicides have been something that we've seen a lot of linked to marijuana since 2020, when we really saw the black market migrate to our state.
Now, when we asked the same local grower, we showed you earlier why local authorities were so powerless to stop these illegal actions by Chinese nationals, like murder. He claimed it was because the cops were on the take.
I've spoken with a couple law enforcement officials from Oklahoma, and they act like they have a handle on it. They're like, well, we're shutting down a bunch of these.
My wife's laughing at you in the background. She heard you say that.
I didn't say, hey, this isn't from me. This is from law enforcement. I'm not.
That's the funniest thing we've heard yet. The police, especially in rural Oklahoma, are all on the take.
Now, to be clear, we don't have any proof to back that claim up, and according to the official statistics from the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics, they've cut the number of grow farms in the state from 9,400 in 2021 to 3,200 in 2023. So do with that what you will. And the Kingfisher County Sheriff's Department was really pretty helpful with us in our investigation, so thanks to them. However, it does seem that nearly every week there's a report of a new grow operation being raided, so clearly there's a problem going on. Our team here, supported by viewers like you, by the way, thank you, actually visited the site of one of these illegal grow operations that was shut down in Carter County, Oklahoma in December 2023.
All right, we are out here just north of Healdton, Oklahoma. That's about halfway between the border and Oklahoma City, at the site of a shut down illicit marijuana farm that was taken down by the Bureau of Narcotics last month. And on the property, they found over 11,000 plants, which is about 300 pounds of marijuana. Now, this is 46-year-old Jimmy Dang that was arrested in connection with this. Oftentimes what happens, and what he's pending charges for, is something called straw ownership, where the company is set up by someone in Oklahoma ostensibly, but oftentimes it's someone that's out of state or a foreign national that's running these type of organizations. Now, there's a lot of problems here, and I don't say this lightly.
What's bizarre about this to me is that, again, it's weed. Like, it's legal. This is legal in America. You know, like this isn't crazy nuke type of thing. Like it's legal all over the place. Yeah, 300 packs. Like again, this is chump change. Why adding the wind sound in the video? Because they want to make it seem westy, you know, Wild West, all that jazz.
These people are responsible for things like sex trafficking, human trafficking, illegal narcotic sale across state borders, whatever. They're finding fentanyl, they're finding ketamine, murder in Kingfisher County, right? Maybe the worst thing, not the worst thing, but something that's really going to get it to you is this man just left 1 million dogs out here abandoned, right? Like this little guy, completely abandoned, and I mean, it's not a human, but still, who's gonna take care of him? Clearly there was no responsibility there, and Mama's over here. Yeah, I know. And, I mean, it is a dog, but this shows you how little these people care, because here's Mama's puppy right here, completely dead because some idiot decided he wanted to run drugs.
By the way, all the references are available in the description or at loudearthcutter.com, and I encourage you to check them out.
Again, I feel like there's a bunch of leaping to conclusions here that is absolute. Yeah, the site. Where's the citation here? We found a dog, and you know it's been left completely dead because the owner's off doing weed. Like, we need a bit more. We need a bit more evidence of that on the camera. Okay.
So now that you know Middle America is being taken over by murderous international crime organizations of largely people small in stature.
Oh, there's
where
the
are they all
racism.
coming from? How are they getting
There
here?
we go. Good job, Steven. Asshole.
So to set the stage here, in December 2023, the southern border of the United States saw an all-time record of 302,000 known crossings. And while a bulk of those are from places like Central America, you've got Venezuela, a not so insignificant number are coming from,
let's say, China. China.
In 2023, at least 25,000 people illegally crossed from China, and that's more than the previous 10 years combined.
A long line of Chinese migrants make their way to the U.S. through its border with Mexico. They've arrived after a treacherous journey through a route in Panama that has become increasingly popular.
我很开心，因为我来到了美国，这是我梦想中最喜欢的国家。
And this is why an open borders policy is not compassionate. It is the opposite of compassionate. These people are not dreamers just trying to get here, seeking a better life, to get a glimpse at the Statue of Liberty. A lot of these Chinese migrants, they arrive here in the United States with extensive debt, either owed to smugglers that help them reach the United States, or to parties back in China with connections very often directly to the communist Chinese government, and it makes them a perfect target for the organized crime leaders here in the United States of these Chinese grow farms to victimize.
We have absolutely intercepted individuals that have come straight to Oklahoma from China across the border that have been smuggled in here. And that's why so much of them are willing to work in horrible conditions, because, and that's where they get into the labor trafficking, because many of them are now paying off this debt, quote unquote. They're constantly reminded, remember, we smuggled you into this country, we put up we put a lot on the line for you, so now you got to work off this debt. Well, guess what? That debt never ends. And that's for females and males. So that's how a lot of these females get involved in prostitution, and a lot of these males end up working on marijuana farms for deplorable conditions and are scared to death to say anything, because at least they've got a job in the hopes of being able to send money back home to their families. So yes, absolutely, they're pouring across the border with the specific.
You know, it'd be maybe a bit more believable that they have a genuine interest in this if they didn't ignore that the vast majority of the people taking advantage of migrants are not in fact Chinese triad weed growers in the United States, but in fact US-based corporations that make hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars every year.
specific task of hooking up to a marijuana farm and working, quote unquote, this dead off for these people that help smuggle them in here, but they just simply smuggle slave labor so they can maximize their profits working on these farms.
Slaves. Let's be clear about that. Slaves. There are more slaves right now on Earth than ever in recorded history. Did you know that?
Oddly enough,
Than ever.
migrants aren't
Because
counted
of
in that.
situations like this.
Neither are prisoners
Slaves. Say
in
it.
U.S. prisons.
Do something about it. People who want to teach that America is uniquely responsible for the evil of slavery historically, as though it doesn't exist across the globe. And it's still happening today in the United States, in these situations, because of the fact that people who are paid to represent us don't enforce their own laws. Now, we also spoke with the Oklahoma junior senator, Markwayne Mullin, or at least his office, and they confirmed that there is a significant concern regarding the influx of Chinese migrants.
Oh yeah, no, this is walking
This is
everyone
China
to the
taking
doorstep of making Nazi apology.
knowing that they can be facilitating both
100%.
drugs and personnel across the southern border. And Oklahoma doesn't get talked about a whole lot necessarily in the border conversation, but they should, because Texas, of course, is always under the gun. Now, of course, these Chinese migrants / often slaves or indentured servants, if your white guilt gets the better of you, they don't always come directly through the border. Oftentimes, they're actively recruited from other cities like Los Angeles or New York. And after a little digging, we were actually able to locate some of these job postings. Here are a couple of examples of the recruitment ads luring Chinese workers to Oklahoma. Farm recruitment requires diligence, quickness, and no fuss. Experienced people will be given priority. Oklahoma regular farm urgent recruitment. Pause. If someone specifies regular farm, it's not a regular farm. Able to endure hardships and stand hard work. Quick at work without fuss. Responsible. Good hygiene. Novice or experienced male workers are welcome. Now, in both of these ads, first off, they really have a thing about fussing. So if you want to be a Chinese slave working at a grow farm, fussing it can't be in your wheelhouse. But they also listed compensation as negotiable. And applicants were given this directive. When contacting, please say you are in Saw It on the American Jobs website. And that last one, in my opinion, is too broad. Is it Craigslist? Is it TaskRabbit? Or is it ChineseSlave.com? Luckily for us, they both included phone numbers, so we decided to give them a call and see exactly what it was that they were offering, with no fuss, mind you.
I saw your job listing on American Jobs Network, recruiting farm workers for Oklahoma. Is this the correct number?
Yeah, exactly, Shakespeare. I used to commit all of the drug crimes before going wholesome a decade and lifetime ago. No one is getting their green from Oklahoma even today. Never then, never any time. Yeah, I mean, I feel like generally speaking, anyone outside of Oklahoma is probably getting their weed from more local sources or like more prestigious sources. You know? Like if anything, if your choice is between like your local skunk and your Oklahoma weed, I think a lot of people are going to go with the skunk. My God.
Oh, no. Right now we got people looking up.
Oh, okay. Do you know anybody else that's hiring right now? I have a bunch of people looking for work.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, well. Are you sure it's for a job in Oklahoma? I have some people that may be interested.
No, I'm not hiring people.
Oh, is this American Job Network?
No.
Megwa Gongjo?
No.
Sauce. Two things here. One, that's convenient. Two, they clearly had absolutely no idea what we were talking about. due to the severe, almost comical Chinese accent, which, by the way, you've noticed I haven't done once here, which is really hard because I want to do it, and these people are criminals. Now, one reason they might not have wanted.
Man, Steven Crowder can't even, like, pretend to not want to do a racial caricature. He can't even hold it together for, like, a 1 hour long special, you know? Like, this guy sees, like, your average African American and immediately wants to, like, shapeshift into Al Jolson, okay? Like, it's insane. It's insane. It wasn't even a strong accent. It wasn't. My God.
Wanted white Americans to know what they're up to is, you know, these recruiting agencies are basically sending workers into slave labor camps. Our source, though, on the ground, and Mr. Woodward at OBN, both spoke on this.
With the Chinese people, it's a few that run everything, and everyone else is living very, very hard lives. You know, where I went, where I did consulting, they had 60 greenhouses, and they put one family per greenhouse to run it. Each family had a 10 by 10 room. The parents, kids, children all lived in a 10 by. I've seen these rooms. Some of them didn't have floors with raw sewage running under them. One bathroom for 15 families. They have one dining hall that go out into the woods. Someone will shoot a wild hog, a feral hog. They'll cook that up in a big wok of rice and feed everybody.
Is this essentially a human trafficking operation by other means also?
Well, for the boots on the ground, the true farms themselves, it's slave labor. So they see it as, you know, these people will get paid. We talk to them once we serve search warrants on these farms and through interpreters. Some of them will say they haven't been paid yet. They're being told I'll be paid once once our farm makes a profit. They're living in sometimes 16 men in one mobile home with no running water, working plumbing. It's just absolutely deplorable conditions. But
it's almost like we should, I don't know, make them, like, give them a pathway to citizenship so they could live here legally instead of having to hide in and accept, like, the most atrocious working conditions imaginable. It's almost like Steven Crowder doesn't realize he's advocating for, like, granting these people citizenship and protections from this type of treatment. It's crazy to me that Steven Crowder makes this into, like, anti-Chinese triad, like a thing that's not a huge problem in the United States, mind you. When instead, like, the story here is, like, the way our system abuses migrant labor, a thing that is, in fact, a widespread problem across America and not unique to Chinese triad weed farms in Oklahoma, in fact. My God.
But sadly, through interpreters, they say, I'm happy. They won't complain because they say through interpreters, this is a step up. You should see how my family's living back in China. So that breaks your heart. These are victims themselves, but they won't complain, and so we can't oftentimes file human trafficking or labor trafficking on them. But yes, absolutely, it's slave labor for these farms.
And if that isn't bad enough, the trafficking operations, of course, aren't just limited to farm workers. Anytime you have human trafficking, it involves sex trafficking. Oklahoma law enforcement often finds these brothels in more upscale neighborhoods throughout the state.
You get into the sex trafficking too, though, because there's also a lot of Asian females, specifically China and Japanese, that were brought into this to cater to these workers. And so we have identified underground Asian brothels that operated out of residential locations in Oklahoma, where through these underground...
Can I just say it's very funny to me that, like, even though this was clearly shot in studio, Steven Crowder couldn't be bothered to do, like, these interviews himself. You know? Like, he couldn't be bothered to actually have this conversation. He, like, passed it off to, like, some guy we've literally never seen before. Who hasn't been introduced, who we don't know, and... Wait, are they talking about Japanese now? Like, what? Oh, okay.
Specifically China and Japanese that were brought into this to cater to these workers. And so we have identified underground Asian brothels that operated out of residential locations in Oklahoma, where through these underground websites they would...
Man, it's so cool how they play like stereotypically exotic music throughout this entire video. That's super cool. Yeah, so now we're talking the Chinese triads and the Japanese Yakuza teaming up to run weed farms in Oklahoma. A place you would definitely want to run weed farms in instead of anywhere else. A place where you can legally run weed farms. You know, the Chinese triads and the Japanese Yakuza, famous for getting involved in perfectly legitimate business practices, in perfectly legitimate and legal business. Yeah. Wild stuff.
Bring in workers from, and not typically the marijuana workers themselves, but more the managers and administrators of these farms, the people with real money. They would come into these houses in multi-million-dollar neighborhoods for prostitution and ketamine. We're intercepting a lot of ketamine, which is really big in the Chinese culture. We've seized more ketamine out of since Oklahoma legalized marijuana than we had in my previous 28 years with our agency. And it's because of that Chinese culture. So these brothels where there's ketamine trafficking and sex trafficking, and we talked to some of those women when we served search warrants, and they absolutely said we are victims. We are not willing participants, and we have been able to get some of those females help.
Now, this may come as a surprise. The world of international narcotics and sex trafficking isn't all glitz and glamour. It does come with some hoops to jump through. Financial, legal, and a lot of these prospective entrepreneurs do so. Now, here we have Bill Jones, the California Department of Cannabis Control's Chief of Law Enforcement. It's a really difficult title. Bill, you got to shorten it. He said in a March Politico article, these organizations, I can't overstate how much effort they take to layer or protect their identity. You don't have heads of the Chinese or Mexican cartels buying these properties. Lucky for them, they have plenty of help. So some credit here. A lot of the inspiration that led to us investigating this story came from our tip line through a journalist in Maine named Steve Robinson. Now, Mr. Robinson is working on a similar story of Chinese nationals taking over the weed industry in Maine. During his research, he noticed that a lot of mortgages to the Maine grow farms were provided by New York headquartered Quantic Bank. Among their many services, Quantic lists on their website specific financing to help foreign nationals acquire U.S. property. According to their own description, our foreign national mortgage loans may be the perfect home financing solution for non-U.S. citizens looking to invest in U.S. real estate. We assess your overall financial profile, not limiting your chances due to paperwork or documentation obstacles. You know, like the law.
Nice.
And then slap. What do you think this is? The Indian?
Yeah. It turns out there are many organizations that will help you do things more effectively while still maintaining legal barriers. Like that's not crazy. That happens all the time. Hey guys, you know who else will help you get out of some sticky legal situations? Accountants. Accountants for taxes. You know who else will help you get out of sticky legal situations? Lawyers. Shock at you face. Fun fact, it's legal to purchase ketamine from India years ago. You had to buy it as tiger tranquilizer. If you didn't have a private zoo with tigers, only then was it a felony trafficking crime. The U.S. had extremely lax private zoo laws for a long time. That's crazy, dog.
Minneapolis 500, knock it off.
We were lucky enough to speak with Mr. Robinson and learn a little more about how Quantic initially appeared on his radar.
Yeah, so I think this all really started in August when the Daily Caller News Foundation reported on a leaked memo. It was really just a picture that someone took of an email that had circulated amongst that said that there were 270 or more illegal Chinese marijuana growing facilities operating in the state of Maine. When the memo came out, it didn't have any details about where these properties might be. But I communicated with Jenny Terre, the reporter who broke that memo, and she actually came up here to do some first-hand investigating. And we took the properties that were on I guess a partial list that she got, maybe 12 different addresses, and we pulled the deed information from the county registry office just to see who the property belonged to. And one thing we noticed based on looking at those was that this same bank was popping up over and over again, and it's Politick Bank.
Naturally, we wanted to see if these bastards had any footprint in Oklahoma. Spoiler, they do. These bastards do. They certainly do. Now, our search of Oklahoma public records turned up a slew of results for Quantic, mostly mortgages on rural properties. These properties are located all over the states. Here's an example of this property in Hominy, Oklahoma. Sits on a 47-acre lot in the middle of nowhere. Prairie views, open land, good for sex trafficking. I don't know. 47 acres is your oyster. These other two, located in Seminole and Sayre.
Like, genuinely, chat. This is like opening up Zillow and just being like, you see, rural housing is isolated and also cheap. Therefore, crimes must happen there. Right? You guys get that, right? Like that's the only thing he's doing here. Like not only that, like it's like, are you implying like all people who live in rural areas are criminals because they live in isolated like areas with lots of land? Like what the implication here that he's making is a lot wider than I think he would actually want to. He's cosplaying 60 Minutes. Well, yeah, it's 60 Minutes plus racism and nonsense.
Possess what seem to be already massive greenhouses, perfect for your tomato hobby, or narcotics and unwilling prostitutes. This property in Howe has 3 massive storage facilities that would make for perfect grow houses. And this...
It has 3 massive storage facilities that would make for perfect grow houses. Yeah, that's probably because they were greenhouses, bud. That's probably because they were greenhouses used for growing things. You know, like tomatoes. Or herbs. Or any number of other crops. Or plants to sell. Crowder, when he sees a greenhouse, there could be weed in there. There could be weed, and it could be grown by an Asian person who could be a member of the Chinese triad. Slowly, a piss stains his pants. Like, my God.
Ranch house in Stroud, which doesn't stand out other than the fact that the buyer of the property comes from Queens, New York.
And?
Remember earlier when Mark Woodward from the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics told us that most of the heads...
Case closed, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The guy who bought this house is from New York City. Clearly must be a criminal. No one from New York would ever move to a farm. Crazy nonsense.
Of these illegal grows came from Flushing, New York.
This is crazy.
Flushing, in a neighborhood where... Ding, ding, ding! Queens! So, The same bank that lent money to illegal marijuana growers in Maine also lent to borrowers in Oklahoma, including those from Flushing, Queens, the hub of China's illegal weed empire in the United States. Now, that's compelling, I would say, but that's me, Mr. Traditional. It doesn't stop there. Following up further on the Maine Wire's reporting, we cross-referenced Quantic's Oklahoma mortgage documents for the name Ying Chan Wang. Real name. Don't get mad at me. Ying Chan Wang, who, along with another man named Stephen Ho, real name, signed off on a majority of the loans.
Does he think that by saying their names, he's... like, people are gonna think he made up the name? No one would think that unless they were racist. Like, I think he's saying that because he's trained an audience to think that if he says a name like that, he's saying it as a joke because haha, they're Asian. Like, he's literally having to remind his audience that, like, I'm not being racist right now. This is just their Asian name.
In Maine. Now, what did we find? Nearly all of Quantic's Oklahoma mortgages with Chinese names were signed off by Wang or Ho, again with Wang appearing on most of them. Wang is a loan officer at Quantic's Astoria headquarters. Now, she earned her master's degree in public affairs at the University of Texas, but attended undergraduate at Zhejiang. Hope I'm saying that correct.
So now he's just, like, profiling, like, a random bank loan officer? Was this person convicted of a crime or something? Or is this just a random person? Like, yeah, just highlighting random people who are Chinese.
Correctly, but I don't care. University in Hangzhou, a city on the eastern coast of her native China. Zhejiang University, close enough like most in China, of course, has strong, if not direct, ties to the Chinese Communist Party. In 2004, the China's People Liberation Army, right, the PLA, posted an ad specifically at the university on their website to recruit people for Unit 61398, a hacking and espionage arm of said PLA. In 2017, visiting scholars from the university formed a Communist Party cell at UC San Diego to discuss Xi Jinping's speeches, and it was hard to distinguish them from other communist groups at said university. Okay. We could tell by the height. Now, do we know this? Is Wang a CCP spy? We can't make that claim.
Oh. Because that seems like that's the claim you're making. Also, like, yeah, people in college talk about communism. It's true. That is a fact, actually. Yeah, we can't actually say that she's a spy, because that would be illegal. But you know.
But we can say, according to one official statement, she's on the radar of Oklahoma authorities. Now, wanting to give her a chance
for what?
To explain things for herself, we decided to give Miss Wang a call.
Quantic's name is now appearing on mortgages in Oklahoma that are suspected of being illicit marijuana operations. And unfortunately, your name and Mr. Ho's name, Stephen Ho's name, is on a lot of these mortgages. And I was just wondering if you knew that that was the case.
I'm going to have to send you to my young person at the firm, and you can speak to her about this.
No, I would love to do that. And again, we're not saying that this has anything to do with you necessarily. We would really like to speak with someone at your bank because we want to know kind of what the process is that's letting
Let me give you her name.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Her name, Casey.
Okay.
And her number is 646.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Now, we should have seen that coming, considering that it was old Supervisor Hang-Up. But that's a far cry from the reaction she had when she spoke to Mr. Robinson in Maine a few days prior to our phone call.
Those, according to my investigation, those properties are actually being used as illegal marijuana growing operations controlled by Chinese foreign nationals. I'm wondering if you had any knowledge of that when you were originating the loans.
Oh, they were all really?
Yeah, they're actually on a Department of Homeland Security list flagged as controlled by Asian transnational organized crime.
Oh my God!
So you had no knowledge when you were originating those loans?
No, I never met those people. Oh my God!
Now, of course, they never got back to us. They passed us off to the Chief Empowerment Officer, who's a patsy for the higher-ups. So once these operators set up shop in Oklahoma, they need help getting their business off the ground. And to do so, they have to meet a series of industry regulations. So according to Oklahoma law, licenses are available for Oklahoma residents who are at least 25 years old. Applicants must provide documents establishing the applicant and the members, managers, and board members, if applicable. And 75% of the commercial applicants' ownership interests are Oklahoma residents as required in the Oklahoma Medical Marijuana and Patient Protection Act. Ah, yes, the patients. Forgot about them. At least those Chinese slaves are keeping these patients medicated. That last part, by the way, is crucial. 75% of the ownership must be Oklahoma residents. So how do Chinese nationals operating on behalf of crime syndicates, who presumably are not Oklahoman citizens, skirt the regulations? Well, they have help from fixers.
And you had these entities, like I said, these law firms that would step up and say, don't worry about your 75% owner. You pay us a fee, we're going to get you a license, and that will include, we will find somebody to put down as your 75% owner. So on the surface, you're going to look legit. So when they do a background, and because that's all you need to get a license in Oklahoma, pay $500 and pass the background, which is no felony in 5 years. And so they made sure that the person on the license has a 70.
That doesn't sound accurate at all. You would need to have a financial stake in order to claim 75% ownership. Like, if I'm understanding this right, or if they're even portraying it right. How did these conspiracy theorists get a sizable audience? Annie Bo, it's literally because Steven Crowder caters it to an audience of racists who like seeing racists be racist. That's like his entire appeal.
75% primary owner is squeaky
comedy.
clean.
One such person who jumped out on our radar was a consulting officer out of Oklahoma City called Mama. That's right, Mama. Fun to say, easy person to dislike. A former Oklahoma grower writing to us on the condition of anonymity actually outlined the work that Mama does. Something else I have learned by doing business with the Chinese is that they all, or at least the ones I've interacted with, are connected with a Chinese lawyer whose offices occupy an entire floor in a high-rise office building in downtown Oklahoma City. I had occasion to visit this office, and while there, I asked the man what his business was. He indicated that he was basically a fixer for the Chinese growers. If they needed services, he would connect them with local providers, such as myself, and he provided help with compliance issues. That seems legit enough on the surface, but if I were seriously looking into this issue, this guy would be high on my list to investigate. Every job I have done for them, I have been paid in physical cash, usually in American $20 bills. It was also confirmed to us that Mama was on the radar, it'll never not be fun to say, of law enforcement in Oklahoma. So in March 2022, this same company, Mama, filed a lawsuit against Shu Xin Chi for defamation. Now, that lawsuit identified the owner of Mamama Consult LLC as one Yi Yao Fu, known by her English name as Sona Fu, because that's very English, of Flushing, Queens. Now, when looking into Fu, we found she also owns a residence in Edmond, Oklahoma.
Damn, that's crazy,
A record search of that
dog.
property turned up a mortgage. That mortgage was issued by none other than Quantic Bank. And
Damn, that's crazy, dog. You mean a bank would just do that? Give someone a loan? Wild stuff, man. Really groundbreaking here. Yeah, rents in Minneapolis are, I mean, they're not low by any means. But yeah, I mean, I'd recommend some good neighborhoods if you're interested. But why is that though? Because it's in the Midwest. Currently, I think it's more expensive to live outside of the city than it is inside the city. So, yeah. As far as I can tell, most of the rent is around 15 or 16, okay, or 1600, somewhere in there. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
signed off by Stephen Ho, the same loan agent attached to multiple property purchases of wheat farms in Maine and suspected wheat operations in Oklahoma. Further investigation into Fu, English name, also revealed that she is a certified notary public. So on October 24th, 2023, Fu notarized a groundwater usage permit application for JN Operations and owner Zhu Ji Ni. On December 2024, Xu was arrested and charged with illegal cultivation and drug trafficking. Now, looking into JN Operations LLC, we also found that it was filed for by an Oklahoma attorney named Matt Stacy. Stacy, among other things, is a decorated veteran, a state Senate candidate, and he was appointed by current Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt to head the state's COVID response team. Oh, and Mr. Stacy is listed as the primary contact for 320 marijuana licenses, or about 3.5% of all marijuana licenses in Oklahoma. And in February 2022, he was charged with 13 felony counts related to illicit marijuana. Again, if we legalize all of it, there will be no illicit market. In an attempt to obtain some kind of comment from Yi Yao Fu directly, the team here traveled to Mamama's downtown Oklahoma City location, and it got spicy. Like not level, like if it's, you know, the level 1 to 5 on takeout. 4, you don't order 5, that's just to harm you. So it got to level 4 when we caught up with Mrs. Fu on a conference call with her employees.
Oh, hello. Yes. Hi, is Miss Fu in today? Miss Fu? Yeah. Yao Fu? We have a scheduled appointment. No. Is she not? Yeah, we were supposed to meet with her today? No. Yeah, we're doing an investigation about the marijuana businesses that got shut down. And we found out that she was attached to it, so we wanted to get a comment from her. We were just curious to know her relationship with Matt Stacy. There's a lot going on. We're running an investigation. Oh, are you sure? Because we found that you notarized a Miss Fu notarized a document. Oh, okay. That's interesting because we were pointed in this direction for that. What about Quantic Bank? Are you familiar with Quantic Bank at all? Quantic Bank out of Queens? Maybe Stephen Ho?
No, the thing is we do closing service.
Oh, okay.
Notarized documents.
Gotcha.
Right? If you ask anybody, you have to show him more information because I don't really remember who that is.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable. But what about, do you know Stephen Ho from Quantic Bank? I think he did the mortgage for you.
Stephen who?
Stephen Ho?
I don't really know who that is.
Oh, okay. Huh. That's interesting because we found Stephen Ho did the mortgage for you, and Quantic has done a lot of lending here as well for the marijuana industry. Is there anybody that we could talk to about this? Because it seems that we know that this place is under investigation, so we were just curious who we might be able to talk to.
I need Yelp.
Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's perfect. If you could, we're just very curious to know about your relationship or Mama's relationship with Quantic Bank, because they're also part of this investigation, and we're finding that they have a relationship with Mama and the marijuana industry. It seems like there's a lot of connection going on here.
I don't have any personal relationship with the Quantic Bank at all.
So you're not familiar with Quantic at all? So you've never met with a Stephen Ho?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. That's interesting. What do you have any?
Oh, we don't do mortgage here. But
No, I know the mortgage on your house, though, was signed by Stephen Ho.
I have no idea who that is, though.
Is there any way we can get your phone number and we can follow up with you with some questions we might have?
My phone number is 4.
Yeah, you ready that for me?
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
And I'm sorry, who's speaking right now?
Yafu.
Yafu? Yes, Fu?
Okay.
0702. So we don't do any mortgage service, and I don't know who that Stephen is, but I do know the right stuff. I do sometimes I provide the deed, prepare the deed. That's all my services. I don't really know who's Quantum Bank or Stephen Ho.
Okay, yeah, well, we'd love to talk to you about just how that came to your desk. We're not, not insinuating anything, just curious. But you said 405-0702.
Not insinuating anything, though.
405. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. No problem. We're journalists investigating this story right now, so there's a lot of different investigations going on that surround this whole thing that my partner just kind of laid out for you guys. So we're just trying to get to the bottom of a few things, and we have a lot of questions. If you can help us, that'd be great.
Because I'm very sick and I don't really have time for journalists. So please leave me alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
please leave me alone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. It worked. Yep, appreciate you.
Now, immediately after that interaction, a researcher on this team found something that you would consider straight from a Hollywood script, and not even necessarily one that's been redacted for the Chinese market. Now, you remember how Miss Fu told my reporters that she didn't really know Matt Stacy and that she notarized documents for a lot of people? That could be the case. As it turns out, Google Street View has excellent photographs of both Miss Fu's Edmond residence as well as of J.N. Greengrow, a shuttered weed farm owned by Xu Jiani and fronted by Matt Stacy. A picture is worth 1,000 grams. Now, as you can see, the same two-door 28 Robin's Egg Jeep Wrangler is at both locations. And according to Geico records, that Jeep is registered to Fu's Edmond address. Now, armed with this information, because you've heard that knowledge is power, sometimes it is. In this case, it was. My team went back.
Yeah, this seems like very much illegal. Like just this random lady's address and place of business that wasn't even very confrontational. Crowder lied when he hyped it up as spicy. This entire thing is just absolute lies and bigotry, frankly.
To see why Miss Fu said she had no knowledge of things she clearly knows.
Hi, we were just talking to you upstairs. Okay. Right? Yeah, so we just wanted to clarify something because we came back and had a discussion.
And I have the document right here.
I have no idea.
Are you sure? Because it is her address, it's Miss Fu's address in Edmond, Oklahoma. So this, right here on this document we have, it was signed for by Quantic Bank, approved by Stephen Ho, which she said she has no knowledge of.
Am I
Right?
she?
I don't know, but she, maybe, can we get her number from you? Because we do have photo evidence of her Jeep at an illicit marijuana farm that she claimed to have no knowledge of, and the same Jeep parked in front of her residence in Edmond, Oklahoma, that was signed for by Stephen Ho at Quantic Bank. That was mortgaged. Are you sure? Are you positive? Can we get her number, please? We'd like to clarify this. We don't want to report things that aren't true.
Also noteworthy of Fu, she's just filled with criminal nuggets, is her phone number is listed as the contact number for Wangxin Fanmei, a service provider that offers full supervision services for overseas students studying in America. Now, the site is new. It was created on December 26, 2023, and it advertises a relationship, seemingly official, with the University of Oklahoma College of Aeronautics. Having our suspicions, we reached out to a representative directly for the university to see if there was any kind of an official Fu connection.
Wow,
You know, I've
everything's
never heard that
normal.
name before, and I don't know why they'd be advertising us because we're a kids program.
Yeah.
Based out of Norman, Oklahoma. So, can you tell me what that website is so I can look into it?
Sure. By the looks of it, they just kind of copy-pasted your website's homepage onto theirs. It's called Wangxin Fanmei, so it's WANGXIN FAN MEI.com.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for doing that. I will definitely look into that, and I'll probably have to get OU Legal involved.
After exhausting the willingness of Mamamas employees to talk, we decided to contact Stephen Ho, the man who signed Miss Fu's mortgage, and see what he had to say.
I'm a tax-paying American, and I'm not anyone to do any illegal activities.
Just so I have this clear, you don't know off the top of your head, you don't know Yi Yaofu.
I do not.
Okay.
It was a very busy time in those last couple of years, so I do not know anyone specifically.
What was Quantic's response when they were made aware that so much of their financing was helping facilitate this?
Yeah, you'd have to ask them. I don't know, how they reacted. That might have been a PR level for them that I was not part of.
Okay.
So I really don't know, yeah.
How much would you have to look into each individual loan that you were issuing? Like about the prospective borrower, like the quality control, how much would you have to look into the prospective borrower before you decide, or was it just kind of a numbers game for you?
Yeah, Lynn, like those 2 years, any experienced originator were having career years. So everyone was so busy.
Right, they were just
they were doing they were just taking applications and double checking that they qualified and helping get a loan. In hindsight, now that this is you're the, I don't know which question, how many people have come to me, like in hindsight now the question I need to ask, not that they'll give me an honest answer, is to ask those extra questions. By the way, what are you going to do with this property?
Now, to be fair, it does seem like Ho was unaware of exactly what Quantic was up to. He may be an idiot, but it also looks like Quantic operated with the attitude of it's best not to ask questions. Okay, so let's back up. We now know that New York-based Quantic Bank financed the purchase of multiple properties in Oklahoma, as well as illicit weed farms in Maine. All right, these mortgages are signed off by Ying Chang Wang or Stephen Ho. These are the loan originators. Quantic, led by Stephen Ho, also wrote the mortgage for an Edmond, Oklahoma property purchased by Yi Yaofu, who also has a property in Flushing, Queens, the hub of China's United States drug network. Now, in addition to being the primary contact for a service provider to Chinese students in America that may or may not exist, Yi Yaofu is
just as an FYI, Maine allows marijuana to be grown legally. I want to know more about these illegal weed farms in Maine. Like, they passed a bill called the Marijuana Legalization Act. Now, they do need cultivation licenses, but, like, he's saying that... I don't know to what extent the bank would be involved in whether or not the farm had a cultivation license. You know, maybe all you need to present to them is, like, a valid business plan that is contingent on getting one of those growing licenses. But anyway, the entire framing of this video is so weird and disingenuous.
The owner of Mama Ma Consult LLC, based out of Oklahoma City. Mama Ma Consult LLC helps Chinese nationals obtain marijuana grow licenses in Oklahoma by helping them circumvent industry standards, as chill as they may be, including the requirement that 75% of the farms must be owned by an Oklahoma resident. Ms. Fu acts in this role herself. Fu is a public notary.
Yep.
She notarized a groundwater usage permit application for Jane Operations LLC in Shujini. The farm has subsequently been shut down and the owner arrested as of December 28th.
On Twitch. Only 500K more to go.
Catalina Gearbox, thank you for being with me for 500K channel points, and thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. Speaking of, folks, we've been going for about 4 hours now. And I would just ask that you hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping some subs or donos, because those are what keep me alive, and I forgot to make a plug for it an hour ago. So please consider throwing some of your hard-earned dollar dues my way, because I need them to not die. Pay for things like rent and food and medicine. I really appreciate all y'all. Just jumped in. What's being discussed? Steven Crowder is trying to allege that there is a rampant problem with the Chinese triads infiltrating Oklahoma to illegally grow weed, which is the silliest thing. I never knew I wanted to think about. How you doing, Alice? If I ever get this lawsuit settled, I'm gonna hit you up with a nice little dono. I really appreciate that. Thanks for reminding me when you're at the top. Remembering me when you're at the top. There we go. Riverboat Jack is sponsored by Monster Energy. If only I was rolling in those sweet, sweet monster dollars. But no, I'm sadly not. Was any of this stuff on Hunter's laptop? Hunter Biden actually personally flew in every member of the Chinese triad. It's true. It's true. It's all on the laptop. Anyway, think about dropping those subs and donos, because I like not dying, and I like continuing to make content. Let's go.
2023, JN Operations has listed as the primary contact one Matt Stacy, an infamous Oklahoma attorney with personal relationships with the governor and point of contact for more than 300 marijuana farms in Oklahoma. Stacy has also been charged with 13 marijuana-related felonies. So to sum this all up, Quantic loaned money to multiple Chinese nationals in Oklahoma, including the owner of Mama Ma Consult, Yi Yaofu, who on at least one occasion worked hand in...
Get Jackface on a Monster Energy can so the chuds will boycott it.
Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think Monster Energy could probably do better than my face. Let's see. I will also say that, like, all of these are very nebulous accusations. Quantic Bank loaned money. Gasp. To multiple Chinese nationals. Gasp. In Oklahoma. Gasp. None of these things so far are legal at all.
In glove with Oklahoma's most notorious weed magnate, Matt Stacy, to set up.
Okay, just out of curiosity, I want to know what his charges for weed were. Matt Stacy, Oklahoma. Is it? Here we go. Takes over prosecution of attorney accused of illegal marijuana operation. Right? See? Charged with 13 felony counts. What were the counts? An affidavit said Stacy acted as a registered agent for more than 300 LLCs that sought commercial licenses to grow and sell medical marijuana. Multi-county grand jury indicted Stacy, local attorney, for allegedly obtaining licenses for marijuana farms illegally. Okay. Stacy paid state residents to be ghost owners of grow operations for Chinese organized crime operations and other out-of-state clients. This is a method to evade law that requires Oklahoma residents to own at least 75% of a growing operation. I guess I'm curious to see what I want to know more about this case, frankly. Like, there's a whole lot of allegations here, but like I want to see the evidence. I want to see, like, the court actually present what's going on here. Both the defense and the prosecution. Anyway,
An illicit marijuana.
I will say that guy could be scummy as hell, but that's also just 300 operations in a state with thousands.
Marijuana farm that is now under seizure order by the state of Oklahoma.
The end game.
Okay, so we've told you about the operations, the destruction, and the players on the ground. But at the end of the day, there's one entity pulling the real strings.
It's the
and
Chinese
it's not a crime
Communist
boss.
Party.
It's not just a mortgage broker or even a bank. The Chinese Communist Party's cooperation with the triads has been incredibly well documented and has foundations stemming from the handover of Hong Kong by Britain to China in the late 1990s. Writing for the publication Foreign Policy, J. Michael Cole describes this evolution as it relates to the relationship. By the 1990s, triads were well established in both Hong Kong and Taiwan, and the CCP had gone from seeing them as a brutal opponent to a useful tool. After the handover, the relationship evolved in what...
Y'all saw that, right? That was scary as hell. I did not like that.
Was now Chinese territory. Pro-Beijing gangsters threatened and on a few occasions physically assaulted activists and the few media outlets that remained critical of Beijing. So pro-Beijing gangsters have remained active in suppressing any type of anti-communist Chinese sentiment, including in 2017 when triads assaulted a group of pro-Hong Kong democracy protesters at the Hong Kong airport. We also know that the CCP and the triad work hand in glove when it comes to money laundering. For example, in 2021, the Commission of Inquiry into Money Laundering in BC revealed that a Chinese national earning about $40,000 a year, decent income, purchased $32 million worth of real estate in Vancouver, Canada. And we know that it's a country that's good at math. It doesn't add up. A related summons showed that between 2011 and 2020, Hong Kong depositors moved $166 million into BC accounts. Unsurprisingly, these depositors were linked directly to organized crime and the CCP, with one depositor being a member of China's foreign influence program. So that brings us to our story. Right back. We know these operations connect far beyond Oklahoma. We know they have international ties, including the Mexican cartel.
A U.S. Treasury official tells NBC News that Chinese criminal organizations are operating in the U.S. and now working with Mexican cartels by helping them launder money made from meth, fentanyl, and other drugs.
These Chinese entities with direct connection.
Grenades incorporating such urine are likely to prove more potent. For the time being, I've dubbed the resulting weapon the 1+. Try using one against the next BT you come across. Oh, and if your condition persists, it may be prudent to consult a doctor.
They use his blood piss to make special grenades. What the hell, dude? Disgusting.
To the Communist Chinese government facilitating drug trafficking, namely fentanyl, okay, for the Mexican cartels. It's such an open secret that it took center stage November 2023 in a meeting between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping in San Francisco.
Biden said that he and Xi got to restart cooperation, too, in countering narcotics. They got to talk about the fentanyl crisis and the production of those precursors to fentanyl, those precursors, the chemicals that are produced in China.
The question becomes, are these Chinese crime organizations really operating independently of the Chinese Communist Party? After all, it's kind of difficult to believe that the world's largest surveillance state could be so blind to such large-scale, burning, smelly operations. As it turns out, Beijing isn't blind. Maybe not the best peripheral vision, but not blind. And in fact, they're utilizing these criminal organizations for their own means. Here's a leaked Border Patrol memo that laid out exactly how profits from illicit marijuana operations flow directly back to China. And of course, these profits can be quite lucrative. It's immensely profitable if you have slaves doing the work. That's kind of a big thing. More slaves right now on Earth than ever in recorded history. You can look it up. You can use my source or any source available to you because of situations like this. Now, according to Mr. Woodward at OBN, they've intercepted truckloads of marijuana worth at least $28 million. Mr. Woodward went into detail on the Chinese government's involvement specifically in Oklahoma.
It comes as a shock to me that these large-scale organizations could be operating in the United States in such a large degree without some sort of at least tacit approval from the Chinese Communist Party. Is there any link there that you've seen or identified where you at least see involvement or kind of approval from the CCP? Is there any indication of that at all?
Well, there's 100.
Well, Shayna, I think a lot of times they have the sense of humor of a middle schooler, largely because a lot of them cease developing their ideas in middle school. You know, they learn and internalize the beliefs from middle school and then just never feel inclined towards challenging themselves and changing and growing beyond that, you know? It is a mindset mired in the past, and they just never grow out of it. Why is this dude dressed as Macklemore? Because when you're conservative, this is what tells people that you're both Christian and cool. Literally, dressing like Macklemore is like the epitome of like evangelical cool vibes. Not a joke.
100% evidence that the Chinese Communist Party is absolutely aware of everything that their citizens are doing within the borders of their country and our U.S. borders. There's no doubt. They monitor everything. They monitor their people, their activities, the movement of the money. It's much like with the fentanyl crisis. China publicly said they're going to crack down on the exportation of fentanyl out of China, but privately they've done nothing to stop it, and they know exactly what's happening. And it's no different with the Chinese Communist Party's involvement in marijuana in the United States. This is well documented, and I've seen other documentaries that have aired where one of the big parts of the Chinese Communist Party, one of their primary goals is, one, acquire as much U.S. land as you can, and number two, acquire and gather as much and collect U.S. currency as possible. That's why people say, why are they involved in marijuana? Because it accomplishes both of those goals. You need thousands of acres of land, sometimes for just a few farms in places like Oklahoma, and it's an all-cash business, and 40 states have legalized it. So that's accomplishing their goals. And specifically talking about Oklahoma, I can't get into a lot of details, but I can tell you that we have identified people who are considered national security risks tied to the Chinese Communist Party, identified on Oklahoma farms as among these people that come and check and monitor the activities of the farms and the workers themselves. They are linked to high-ranking people within the Chinese government that we personally have identified here in Oklahoma on these farms.
No, I'm not a Chinese national, but this math adds up. We all know that China's been buying up farmland across the United States, and they've been securing troves of hard U.S. currency. At least, I hope you know. If not, now you know. And even though China claims it wants the world to convert to their own currency, the yuan, they reportedly have more than $3 trillion in foreign currency that is off the books. They're Eddie Haskelling it.
You're the one that did it. Yeah, but if you go around squealing on guys, nobody's gonna like you.
To further understand the Chinese Communist Party's goals here, we reached out to John Casera, a former Cold War intelligence officer and a special agent at the U.S. Treasury, who told us this. Regarding direct links between the CCP and transnational crime, you must understand that China is a command state, whether it be the fentanyl trade or the online advertising for illegal products, organ harvesting, illicit tobacco, counterfeiting, which represents about 2% of China's GDP, illicit fishing, human trafficking. None of this could happen without the CCP's consent. Chinese actors in the United States cannot be here without the permission of the central government. What do they have to gain? President Xi has publicly stated that the West is declining and China is ascending. Criminal activity has become part of China's strategy to grow its power in conjunction with its authoritarian statecraft, military buildup, espionage, theft, deception, trade, loans, debt traps, payoffs, influence operations, etc., to structure a 21st century with Chinese.
Non-aesthetic witch. Stephen Crowder is trying to allege that Chinese triads have infiltrated the United States, specifically Oklahoma, in order to carry out the will of the CCP in undermining America and expanding their power here. There's also a little bit of the Yakuza in the mix.
Chinese, quote, characteristics. Look, the aim of the CCP here is pretty clear. Xi Jinping has stated himself that he intends to see the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. And we have internal CCP memos that outline a strategy showing that this rejuvenation means displacing the American order and instead replacing it, instituting Beijing's own. So of course they would want to own United States farms. And of course, they would want to be involved with the illicit marijuana industry in Oklahoma. But it's just one tool that Beijing is using to enrich itself and undermine the United States. But sometimes when the scope feels so big, you get lost in this game and forget that there are real-life consequences for everyday Americans.
You get lost in the
sauce. Absolutely killing the legitimate industry. As I said before, the first 2 years, we probably had close to 4,000 farms, and most of those were run by just local people trying to make a go of it. So the market was already oversaturated. And then you have an influx of 5,000 more farms that we've linked back to Mexican organized crime, Chinese organized crime, that try to look legitimate on the surface, but they're all criminal and they're growing for $100 a pound.
They're going to undercut legitimate growers, for sure.
Yeah, legitimate growers cannot compete. They're having to grow for $800 a pound, and they say I can barely make payroll.
it's not exactly healthy or positive or strengthening America to have this happening right in our backyards.
Who's this?
You know, it's making the cost of living far more expensive everywhere. It's destroying Maine's housing stock. It's reducing our available housing supply, increasing the price of electricity. It's bad for the environment. And oh, by the way, the product that they're producing is laced with pesticides and fungicides. It's not tested. It's not regulated. It's not at the standard of the legal product that comes out of Maine.
What? In order to sell it legally, it would still have to be all of those things.
And one of the fungicides that they use is called Eagle 20, and it's approved for use on your tomatoes because, you know, it's going to be okay if you eat it, but when you smoke it, it turns into cyanide gas.
Brother, I just, they killed our American dream out here, is how I feel about it. That's what me and my wife saved up, and this was all in with our family to do. You know, I was going to build a farm out here and a house and live the rest of my life, and this is what I wanted to do, and I feel like I was wrong.
And those are just the Americans who know about it, who've seen the screw job take place. It could just as easily be you. When you have foreign entities who have specifically stated that their goal is to subvert the Western American way of life, and to do so through operations within your own country, how many businesses have been shattered? How many people who've gone missing? How many years of record border crossings with people in our elected representative establishment who do nothing about it? At what point does that damage you? For all of the seeing damage,
yeah, exactly, Zakino.
There's
What
unseen
is
damage that can't even begin to be quantified. You feel it.
Like what?
Every day. And right now we're showing you what we can verify. But they're intangible variables. You can't put your finger on it. Why? Because no one wants you to put your finger on it. You can't quantify it. Why? Because no one wants you to quantify it. We know it's in the trillions.
What?
That's a starting point. We know it's in the millions as far as slaves. We know it's in the hundreds of thousands as far as illegal border crossings every year. We know that it's in the hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of acres as far as American farmland that you may never get back. We know it's in the billions of dollars that was lost during COVID. It was foisted upon us by, again, to some degree, and by some I mean all degree, the Communist Chinese government and complicit representatives who weren't looking out for you. We do what we can here, and we appreciate your support. We really do. The Mug Club Undercover Unit here, the investigative journalists, none of this will ever happen without your support. Hey, take a guess why.
Because of the communist
Why do you think
Chinese
we're not monetizing any mainstream platform?
Party. The CCP.
The same reason that John Cena had to apologize for acting like Taiwan even existed. It's a growing market. It's a very powerful government who gets to determine winners and losers with the world's most powerful companies that you depend on every single day for your daily necessities to the information that you can consume. We don't know exactly how deep it goes, but my God, on the surface, it already sucks, doesn't it, John Cena?
我有一个错误，我必须说，现在就是很重要。我爱更尊重中国，更中国人。我很抱歉对我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉。你必须了解，我很爱、很尊重中国跟中国人。
What a wild way to end this video. Dude.
Did you guys see that bizarre Kennedy ad?
Did you guys see that bizarre Steven Crowder video? My God. We did it, folks. We made it through the hour-long, infinity-long video. We made it. You survived. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Folks, I just want to point out a couple of things. We're 21 follows away from hitting 9,900 follows on Twitch. That's pretty cool. Also, we're only a handful of subscribers away from hitting 5K on YouTube. I'd love to hit that. I'd love to hit that. I'd love to hit that. And, yeah. I'm feeling good. We got how many people we got watching live? Huh? How many people we got watching live right now? Let's take a quick look. Let's see. We got about 200 people watching. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all for a video game stream. Subbed up on the tube. Fuck yeah. Also, folks, just gotta say, once more, consider dropping some subs or donos. I need them to live, and you need them for more content. It's true. That's what's at stake. Content is at stake today, folks. Become a member on YouTube. Become a sub. Or rather, superior over on riverboat.gg. Owned it. Nailed it. Yep, that's gonna stick. We coined it. We made it. We made it happen. 10 out of 10. 360 no scope, baby. Yeah, I don't sub. That's because you're superior. Nailed it. My God, that was painful. I'm getting dizzy. Gonna go lay down. Yeah, I hope you feel better, OS Crane. I know you're struggling right now.
Look like a meme.
Oh God, no. All right. All right, folks. That means I have 2 more pieces of brain rot. If you're over on the Riverboat site, you will be able to vote in this upcoming poll to decide which piece of brain rot we watch next. Are you ready, folks? You spoil us? Well, you know, like, you guys have done a lot for me in my life, you know? I'm able to do this because of you folks, so, you know, I have been putting out, like, an ungodly amount of content lately, but hopefully, y'all appreciate that. My brain hurts. Your brain's about to hurt a lot more, I tell you what. Vote. What content, what rot? Ben Shabibo or John Doyle? Simon Pierre, thank you for the $2 Canadian super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let's go. Let it never be said that Riverboat Jack doesn't put out. Yeah, no one has ever said that I don't put out. My God. I put out all day, every day. With some exceptions. But I am going to take a quick break. I am going to take a quick break here. Did the poll go through? I'm not seeing it. Been watching Death Stranding cutscenes. Extremely fun to watch. Yes, it did. Which one won? I can't see it. It was 2 that won? All right, cool. We're going to be doing John Doyle next, but I'm going to go use the bathroom and smooch my love guy, and then I'll be right back, okay? BRB. Maybe I'll let my hair down too. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hello, Glitterbell. Everything is indeed on fire. Always comes back when the best song is playing. I'm sorry, Malachi. Yeah, nah, Sophie, we talked about that earlier, and I felt very similarly. It's all so horrible, and it's also really hard for me to do like a good show, you know, with that, because man, it just makes me want to cry. Hey, Mellowed Fire. Hello, Forlorn. Hello, chat. You little goobers. Oh, we're not talking about that right now. I appreciate that, Sophie. Like, genuinely and deeply. Thank you. Oh no, Ukrainian. I'm familiar with John Doyle lore. Don't you worry. He's like straight up a Nazi, but in like the craziest way you can imagine. We've gone over his 2-hour-long anti-porn documentary. We've gone over his Beauty and the Beast interpretation. Very strange. Very, very strange man. Malachi did that for you. Just for you. Hey, Doodle Burb, thanks for popping your head in. How you doing? Oh, Ukrainian, like we've been talking about John Doyle for like a long while on this channel. He's a kind of a channel lol cow. Yeah, he's been like weirdly absent. I think he's been like co-hosting some neo-Nazi show. I have a headache, but I'm good. I feel that. Isn't John Doyle the guy who thinks his neighbor is conspiring to kill him? I genuinely have no idea. That could apply to him. All right. Well, it's time. Let's hear what John Doyle has to say about why conservatives can't make culture. I'm curious. I'm also excited to deliver this pizza. In a video game. Also, remember to like, comment, subscribe, and drop subs and donos, yada, yada, yada. You know, you got the whole thing.
At the end of 2023, the scoreboard was basically that the left took Donald Trump off the ballot in Colorado, and we took Dylan Mulvaney off a beer can. Now, obviously, the ballot thing being permanent was a long shot, but it does illustrate what each side likes to direct their efforts towards, what they consider to be a victory, something worth celebrating. And I've heard a lot of sentiment in the last couple of years. It's like we need to stop focusing on political battles. The culture is what's important. We must fight the culture war. All focus now has to be on the culture. Like, okay, well, what does that even mean? What does the culture mean to you? And as we find out from listening to these people and seeing what they believe culture is, the right has no idea what culture is, let alone how to make it for themselves, and much less how to actually take the culture back from the left. It's one of those things where I don't even know what these people mean when they are saying these words to me, but culture is not just something that you can force or commission. That's why when the right says, well, the right needs to be making culture. Okay, yeah, go on. Go make some culture. I dare you. Go off, make culture. It's not that simple. And the reason it's not that simple is because culture is simply what people do naturally. And that's why the culture war actually is so important.
Yeah, he only recently stopped doing the heck off commie thing. Like, he still does it sometimes. It's really weird.
And ultimately, it's because it's a war for the soul of the nation, because culture is downstream from the soul of the people making it. It's a reflection of their spirit. It's defined and demonstrated by what people do, and conservatives don't do anything. We also have no understanding of what it means to be right-wing, which is why our attempts to make right-wing culture tend to fall flat, and it's because our lack of knowledge of ourselves and our world and our connection to our world leads us to sort of caricaturize ourselves and pretend that if we just do something over the top to own the libs, we're triggering the libs, this is somehow culture. And, you know, I've often said that if we put up a mural of a mother cradling a child, that would be more right-wing than putting a mural of, like, Ronald Reagan riding a velociraptor shooting an Uzi. Like, if you hired a right-wing artist to paint a mural on the side of a building in Portland, Oregon, and they painted something like that, or George Washington flexing his biceps on a pile of dead British soldiers, something like that, it would take far longer for that mural to be defaced than it would if the mural were just a mother cradling her child. And we might be confused about that, but the left certainly is not. And it's because they actually have a better understanding of what it means to be right-wing than we do. Like, they might hate it, they might hate things that are good and natural and true, but they understand that they're right-wing, whereas we think being right-wing is just like owning the libs, being smug. That's why the culture that we make is just the left, but based. It's like we don't know ourselves, we don't know what our culture is, what we are, so because of that we can only respond to the left. It's not a real right-wing, it's simply this like counter-leftism, which is why all of our culture is things like beer, but based, coffee, but veteran-owned and based, and made by not a bisexual Antifa member. I was like, well, maybe I like that, maybe that's why I pay the $7. Whatever. So to actually win, to actually take the culture back, we're going to need to do a lot more than what we have been doing. We're going to have to be serious about it. We're going to have to develop a proper relationship with the ideas that have been fetishized throughout our culture by the modern world. Revolution, democracy, equality, scientism, these are not our friends. These are not our ideas. We need to rediscover and cultivate a proper relationship with natural law, hierarchy, spirituality, liberty.
Guys, again, when I say like this guy's a Nazi, he's literally a Nazi. Like, he's anti-democracy. Who is this guy? He did a conservative show for a very long time called Heck Off Commie. He gained prominence when he was like 18 years old or so, and he's just a gigantic shitheel of a human. Yeah, he like shows up sometimes at conservative protests to like shout slurs and be racist, transphobic, etc. Sounds like a class act. Yeah, no, he's a real piece of work.
All of these things properly understood would do far more to advance our culture and our cause than whatever else we're talking about right now. And honestly, if it weren't for the woke stuff, I wouldn't actually know how to define or explain what we're doing. If I were just a normal person and it weren't for the Dylan Mulvaney stuff, like, I wouldn't even understand what the right is claiming to be about, what it's supposed to look like for the right to declare victory, or even just a victory. Is it all just a grift? What do we actually want our culture to look like? How do we actually get there? I'm so glad that you asked, because funny enough, we're actually going to go over what culture actually is, why it's so important, why conservatives can't seem to make it, some problems with the idea of making our own culture, some truths about why our culture has become the way that it is, how we can actually start to take it back, why most of our perceived victories in doing so, particularly with boycotting, things like that, they're exaggerated, they're not really victories, typically they're just trying to fleece money from you, and how these things affected what we saw in 2023, and what that all means going forward. Do stay tuned.
He still fucking uses this intro. Oh my god. Dude, he still uses the Heck Off Commie intro, where he smooches his sister. What a weird guy. His sister literally plays his wife. It's so creepy.
John Doyle in. Heck off, Commie.
The intro he looks like a child in, yeah.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. Here we are, just like I said, back precisely when I intended to be. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas and a wonderful New Year's celebration. So we're going to go through the big culture war victories from last year in just a second. But I want to get this out of the way first. Don't get your heart broken. Don't put too much faith in your generals. They have no idea what they're doing in almost all cases. And for the most part, I'm not going to be, sniping at anyone in particular. I'm not trying to throw shade. Sometimes there are specific instances, but a lot of it is just a general trend. But I just have to let you know that ahead of time because people get so excited and so caught up in the hype of all of these things that they will be personally offended if you poke holes in it because they have allowed themselves to become so emotionally invested into these things, and they need them to be real. They need them to be successful to make themselves feel perhaps less anxious about the state of the world and their country and their culture. So I'll just point this out quickly. If conservatives actually understood what culture is, which is probably a prerequisite to being able to take a culture back and produce it effectively, right? If they actually understood it, then they would have far different understandings of what it means to be an American, what our immigration policy should be, etc. Because right now, conservatives seem to basically think that everything will be okay, that you can sustain a nation based on people having the correct opinion on a calendar, on a syrup bottle, on Mr. Potato Head, a sports team, etc. And a lot of people think that we shouldn't even address these things at all. They're just trivialties. But I disagree. I think they are actually important. The problem is that the discussion around them doesn't seem to understand what the problem actually is, which is that American culture, American identity, all of this has been completely deconstructed, and it's just up for grabs right now. Like, if this weren't the case, I can pretty much guarantee you that our culture would look much more like something approximating a right-wing Christian conservative culture than it does now. So I just have to start off by pointing that out because it comes as no surprise to me.
Yeah, no, we're literally looking at someone who is self-aware enough about their conservatism to realize they will never create anything of artistic value. It's insane. Also, Neandroid, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. And I know for a fact we got a lot of lurkers, so if anyone feels particularly generous and wants to gift some subs, that would be very much appreciated for me as well. The effectiveness of the Bud Light boycott? It wasn't effective, though. Dylan Mulvaney is more famous than before, and also Bud Light is more popular than ever. It's literally at an all-time high stock evaluation.
To me that the same class of people who thinks that anybody can be an American so long as they do so legally and write down that they want to work hard on a piece of paper, that's also the class of people that says that culture is something that can just be commissioned. We can just take the culture back by making better culture. But as we'll discuss, our culture is sick because our people are sick. But okay, what's the problem? When we say we've lost, we're losing the culture. What does that mean? Our problem is that our culture is backwards and masochistic. It hates itself to the extent that it even exists beyond being an anti-culture.
Where our 10% off the line. Literally, Anheuser-Busch's stock is at an all-time high. We just looked at it not too long ago, but yeah. You can take a look at the last year. It's literally recovered back to the level it was at. I think the Bud Light brand might be way down. I mean, yeah, but then they all switched over to beer that was made by the same company. It's not. And then they got to a point where they're just like, fuck it. We're going to start drinking Bud Light again. It was not an effective boycott, is the thing. They put out statements because they wanted to mollify their investors who were seeing buzz about it, and that was successful, and now they're fine. Yeah, I mean, like, even this, like... Report of Bud Light's demise greatly exaggerated, experts say. Spokesperson for Anheuser-Busch said there's no truth in the claim the world's largest beer maker is on the verge of financial ruin.
All hail Riverboat Jack.
The Android, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch as well. That is very kind of you. Yeah. Social media users are heralding the demise of the company behind Bud Light and many of the world's most popular beer labels. A number are sharing posts suggesting Bud Light's recent social media effort with transgender Dylan Mulvaney has resulted in plummeting sales. Well, it's true the beer conglomerate's stock price dipped briefly and sales of Bud Light are down year on year in recent weeks. There's no sign the company has been fatally wounded. Not only is it not going bankrupt, the lost sales of Bud Light are nearly negligible in relation to its global sales. So, like, it didn't really do much. Yeah.
Culture is that we have no culture. It wants to be humiliated and embarrassed and stupid. It's like we said years ago. American cultural exports are essentially gluttony, feminism, and butt stuff. Like, that's what we shove into the faces of the rest of the world and say, look at what we do. Like, this is what is conveyed by the flag of our empire. And these are the more extreme examples. These are the things that really wake people up to how badly we've lost, and we'll discuss the more subtle aspects of this stuff in a minute. But all the really degenerate content, the problem is it's tough to compete with that, which doesn't mean that it's good, just that man's nature is not good. So if your strategy is just to make better content that's more attractive to people, that they're going to prefer, how are you going to do that? If this person is making music that makes people feel powerful because it's talking about violence and sex, and there's a million of them just like that, instrumentation itself has been produced by a computer that has it down literally to a science to entrance people, to hypnotize them, and you make one song about wasting tax dollars. Do you understand? There's sort of an imbalance there. And two, with a lot of what has become our culture, we're at a point now where the attitudes of the consumer are too rotten to be rehabilitated organically. Like, they will no longer respond to
It is very. I find it weirdly fascinating to listen to him talk about these issues, because he's wrong. Like, he's right that conservatives can't make good art for the most part, but he's wrong about all of the reasons why. He's like on the verge of like understanding and then just whiffing it at the last moment.
To that treatment, because when people are offering perversion and evil, that's the forbidden fruit. That's always going to be eye-catching, it's always going to be enticing to people, and you can't actually expect people to reasonably refuse that consumption and indulgence, especially at a large scale. Like, some people might refuse it, good for them, but most people will not do that because our nature is imperfect and it's flawed. So the way that our system is now, it's very easy to profit off selling and promoting vice, degeneracy, hedonism, everything like that. And even ignoring all the other factors which do play into this, I'm not optimistic about outcompeting that kind of content to prevent society from killing itself. This kind of degeneracy has been going on at varying scales and to varying extents for thousands of years, and the only thing that actually works in shutting it down, this kind of content, is like literally shutting it down. I mean, this has been done before. We can do it perfectly well here. There is no constitutional, legal, moral, nor historical case for people being able to profit off the moral degradation of Americans. And this has to be the path forward, by the way, with the particularly rotten and wicked stuff, because the effort to just make better culture puts too much faith into, one, the ability of people to be rational consumers at a large scale, and two, and perhaps more importantly, our ability to even understand what better culture is, let alone to produce it at a scale which could actually compete for the majority. And also, it assumes that any real threat to the economic and cultural hegemony of the regime would not just be crushed instantly, which it would be. They don't really care if you want to fleece money from conservatives by selling them like a based beer or something like that, but anything that's actually serious, yeah, they would crack down on that swiftly and harshly. It would disappear overnight. And we've been saying this for years, which is that we have to cut off the ability of evil to influence people from the top down. If it occurs to people at their own volition, I think I want to go organically pursue vice. There's only so much you can do for them, pray for them. But the way that our culture is now, it is filled with incessant distractions and temptations to where even people who really put serious effort in to avoid stumbling, even they're compelled to indulge in this type of material and self-loathing and masochism. And that's a violation of their sovereignty, actually. Being assaulted by this constant, unrelenting promotion of vice and smut and degeneracy, that is a violation of individual autonomy, and that can't be tolerated. And I have a lot of respect for artists and storytellers. I'm not one of these people who thinks that anybody can do anything that they put their mind to. I do believe in talent and innate ability, but I also believe in the government protecting its people from being harmed, especially for profit and at a mass scale. And our problem gets dressed up in a million different ways to take our attention and our dollars in a million different directions, but it's ultimately the same thing that it's been for decades. We do not have legitimate representation. We do not have legitimate political power, which is to say that our power, our ability to make the world closer to how we would like it to be, to how it was for our parents and for our grandparents, that does not exist in a legitimate capacity. That's a serious conversation that requires a lot of brain power and discipline and coordination to solve. But it's a lot easier and it's a lot more fun, a lot more profitable to circumvent that discussion into silly things that get a lot of attention on social media. And if we had that power, that doesn't just mean that all of a sudden everyone who's making culture are just going to be our guys. The people who are good at telling stories would continue to be good at telling stories without them having to be ornamented by woke stuff or perhaps having them be subversive by nature. The same goes for all culture, which is to say
it is really incredible, right? That this guy says like he believes in liberty and freedom, but he hates democracy. Like his definition of like freedom is only his kind of freedom. If you operate outside of that, suddenly it becomes unacceptable. Suddenly to him, you being gay is an infringement on his freedom. You know, it's really perverse.
Say that the same way that now there are people who are right-wing who make great successful movies, their path of least resistance into becoming successful in entertainment or whatever, how they pass the loyalty tests for admission is by keeping that to themselves.
I bought Death Stranding due to watching it on this stream, so why not spend another $5 on top of the 63 on the game to show my thanks.
Yo, Straw Hat Monty, thank you for the $5 sub. I appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy the game. It's so weird, but fascinating at the same time. And I know that I am not making progress in this game, and I'm just, like, wandering around building roads and, like, trying to get social media clout. But I'm having a really good time with it, so I hope you do too. Freedom to be cis, hit Christian, who plays house with his sister, right?
Not setting off any alarms and transgressing against the religious beliefs of the regime. Same goes. When we take the culture back, what that looks
Bill
like
Casey,
is the same, except now in order...
Bill Casey, that's the thing. This is part of why I call him a Nazi. Aside from the fact that, like, he literally shares all the views Nazis do. But, like, he does the fascism thing where, you know, freedom is slavery. You know, the contradicting, thought-terminating, cliche-driven, anti-intellectual sayings that they're full of. Like, any amount of introspection would show the contradictions in his, in the things he advocates for. But he simply does not care because he believes that introspection is effeminate. It is gay and evil and should be avoided. You know? Like, I find that fascinating. And I don't understand it. And I hope to figure out a way to shake people like this out of it.
In order to achieve success, you can't be caught dead expressing sentiment or having sympathies to anything that goes against what we want our culture to look like. Doesn't mean that all of a sudden our guys are in charge of making all the culture, but it does mean that we have enough power to direct what that will look like and to a certain extent who those people will be. But again, the guys who we have who are closest to the levers of power are completely incompetent, so we can't really soon expect anything to change under these circumstances. You know, I remember doing some event last fall. Go back to my hotel room, hanging up the suit, I throw on Fox News in the background. Ted Cruz is on there. He's promoting his book about how to beat these people and take the culture back. And he was complaining that the woke Marxists were colluding with the Chinese Communist Party by editing out a Taiwanese flag in their version of Top Gun, but also that the Chinese version of Bohemian Rhapsody omitted the fact that Freddie Mercury was gay, and he said we have to fight this. Dude, what are you talking about? Who is this for? We have to fight China because they deny the existence of a country which no American can find on a map, and because they refuse to, like, what, validate Freddie Mercury as a queer icon? This is your far-right, conservative, pro-American senator from Texas? God help us. The point being, we can discuss the logistics of this at a later time, what it would look like, but until this thinking shifts from where it is now into something with more teeth, don't expect anything to change. And yeah, if you want to get into more detail with that at a later time, let me know. We can do a whole discussion on what that would look like as a matter of policy, personnel, etc. Also, how do you take so much time to do those news hits, to sell those books? Like, do you have that time? Everything else is under control. We can throw it on autopilot. Okay, let's talk about the culture. Because the right has no real cultural presence, as it has no real political presence, because we have no political figures. I mean, guys that are actually big players, guys that represent us, at least until next year. We also have no real cultural figures, so instead we have this weird hybrid where our biggest thought leaders make themselves into these quasi-celebrities who create grand spectacles for themselves to denigrate things like the Barbie movie or whatever is the outrage of the day, but simultaneously to police the speech and behavior of anybody who wants to be real. So we've got this weird hybrid of a political, cultural class, which really retains the benefits of neither of those things. So they're not powerful enough to really achieve things for us politically, but they're also not really powerful enough for us culturally to get any wins there either. So it's like, who's this really for? You know, it's trying too hard. It's like we've been saying, culture isn't something that you can just force or commission. Culture is something that people do. It's defined by what people do, and conservatives don't do anything. We have no self-understanding, no regard for an intellectual tradition, and so when we try to make something that is an example of right-wing arts or right-wing culture, typically it does not go so well for us. But when the left tries to make something right-wing to mock it, it always ends up as everybody's favorite thing. Look at Rorschach. Look at Far Cry 5. Keep your rifle by your side. So we first need to understand what...
Oh, of course. Of course, dude. Of course this guy... I don't know how I didn't, like... It's the most obvious thing in the world. Of course this guy would be obsessed with a character like Rorschach. A character designed to be a fascist who is depicted as disgusting, grody, gross. You know, there are a lot of like conservative fascists who read Watchmen and think that Rorschach is made out to be like an amazing hero, you know? Like he literally lives in like dumpsters and is like spewing conspiracy nonsense the entire time. He's not capable of being sane. Which is really supposed to be shown in the narrative. And of course, he would be rooting for the villains of Far Cry 5. My God.
What it means to even be right-wing, to be conservative, because without that, you're never going to make culture that reflects those things, that resonates with your people, because it has no mold to be cast from. We should also know what it means to even be a person or to be alive. You know, one thing I've found in the last few years is that while the left may hate nature and seek to pervert it and corrupt it, the right is afraid of nature. They have a very naive view of it in a lot of cases, and a lot of that is almost like an overcorrection for what they correctly reject from what the left is promoting. And we're going to discuss this at length very soon. We're going to do a video about why social conservatives consistently fail despite being like pretty much always correct in their conclusions, but vitality is an important component of this that is largely ignored. But okay, culture, it's what people do, it's what they create. The problem is conservatives don't do anything. They don't create anything. You know, they don't even exist. They don't understand what is happening around them. They have no idea what they would even want the future to look like. They can only say, well, not this. They can only define themselves by their opposition to the left. They can't stand for something. They can.
Yeah, it's almost like conservatives are entirely dedicated to conserving old, outdated, crusty systems that really should be left to decay as we move on to better ones. It's almost like that's the nature of their entire political thought process.
Can only express themselves and their desires in opposition.
It's true.
To
I
the
want to
left.
corrupt
they are
my
chained to the framework of their enemy. They
fragile,
have no vision,
squishy
they have no
body
creativity,
with
they
the
have no
power
will,
of
no
modern
power,
medicine.
no viable alternative to wokeism except to just like cry about hypocrisy and continue fleecing money from their helpless but well-meaning base, while they are being crushed by the consequences of the incumbent political order. It's like, hey, don't worry, things are fine. Just keep.
He was saying that when the left makes a right-wing character that looks bad, everyone loves it. Yeah. Because the right-wing characters are evil. Generally speaking, like conservative characters or characters that adhere to conservative philosophy and principles are evil. You know, like people don't want to root for the billionaire capitalist who's strip mining the rainforest. No shit.
Giving us money. Look,
he wasn't saying he liked the character though. I disagree. We're talking about a guy who literally made an entire he coined an ideology, like a neo-Nazi ideology that he calls Neo-Gastonian. Because he thinks that the hero of Beauty and the Beast is Gaston. And like I guess I interpret when he says something like that about Rorschach, I think he's saying he likes them and that they are based. Because that's what he tends to do with a lot of media. He reads it backwards and thinks that that makes him clever.
Look at what we're doing. The left does something. Boom, look. South Park just owned the left. The pendulum shifts. People have had enough. Woke is dead, etc. Instead of like actually making something, making its own culture, making something real. Because to make a real counterculture, which is transgressive to the predominant one, it's pretty tough. That requires being called a lot of names, losing a lot of status that I don't think the incumbent hybrid class is really willing to sacrifice for the most part. And of course, I like to interpret pieces of existing media through a political lens, but I do that to normalize our ideas to hundreds of thousands of people in a way that is familiar to them, including the Giga Chad himself. Not because I'm trying to, convince people that we're making inroads in the culture. And so we try to co-opt things that happen and just claim them as ours. Like, Nicki Minaj against the vaccines? Based? Ricky Gervais made fun of snowflakes and SJWs at the award show ceremony? I think we're back. And so as it stands, the things that we try to co-opt are being perceived as victories by us simply by their virtue of not being woke. And that would be fine if it were because the right is understanding that at this point simply being normal is actually transgressive to the dysgenic, disgusting freaks that we're up against. But instead, it seems that people are just trying to sell false hope to their audiences. So right now, even a culture that's being made by us that's not explicitly right-wing or transgressive, that is a statement insofar as it's not woke. And if we had more institutional power, we could actually make things that are transgressive, which deconstruct and mock the gods of the regime, things that we mentioned earlier being quality, scientism, democracy, revolution, etc. And you do need that institutional backing, because otherwise nobody's going to see it, which maybe is not important to you as an artist, but it is important to having cultural influence. And again, I have a lot of respect for artists, for storytellers. I'm not one of these people who thinks anyone can do whatever if they just put their mind to it, read enough books, work hard enough, study enough, whatever. I really do believe in talent. I believe in innate ability. And another big problem that we have is that people who tend to be conservative usually just invest their efforts in the business industry, keeping the trains running on time. Like, these are not people who seek revolution by nature. And so they don't tend to seek positions of power like this naturally. They think, wow, this is a pretty great system. Better get up and make some money. Whereas the left, they tend to be bitter and resentful by nature. And they seize because they cannot compete. And And people who are like that, but who are more maybe aware of the situation politically, who are cognizant of what's going on, they usually end up getting involved in politics in some capacity, throwing their hat in the ring because they want to fight for a system and for a country that they love so much. And so that's why we have to understand the difference between the conservative artist and the artist who is conservative. We don't want to put the cart before the horse here. We want excellence, we want art, and the problem is that by the nature of our current power structure, artists are going to have to play within the lines. Certain lines that are set by these people in order to gain recognition, wealth, whatever it may be, and that's really the problem that needs solving. Like, we have to change those lines. We have to tip the scales. We have to be the ones saying, you can't get canceled for making right-wing art, but you won't be able to make a living as a left-wing artist. We'll make you radioactive. No one will touch you. No one will want to work with you. And until that changes, any attempt for us to really compete with this is just going to be us telling normal.
I love his idea of like, oh yeah, we're gonna make your left-wing art, your pro-worker art, we're gonna make it so nobody wants to work with you. Like, that's gonna be really hard, because most artists despise conservatives. It's crazy, dog. Bud, you gonna come over here? There we go. Nice.
Full story.
Jesus, this guy's boring. Yeah.
But we're paying more for them because at least we know that the politics of the producers are more or less in alignment with ours, or making a sort of, you know, right-wing self-parody caricature because we don't understand ourselves introspectively. We can only define ourselves by our opposition to the absurdities of the left, whereas we could do that. We could make art that promotes our ideals, promotes what we want to be celebrated and elevated, not equality but excellence, not scientism but faith, not democracy but leadership, not revolution but civilization, and so on. And a lot of great movies do exactly this, and maybe you wouldn't even think twice about it because it's just normal. And if you start associating your artwork and your culture with things that people have already been conditioned into viewing as low status or whatever, you're setting yourself up for failure. It should simply be normal. It is what it is. It's not an anti-something else in branding or in purpose. It stands alone in favor of what it is saying. It believes in itself. It has the confidence to exist for its sake by itself. And I'm not trying to take, you know, the armchair approach of criticizing everyone trying to do something, people trying to do the right thing. I'm just saying, I think if we put as much effort into destroying these people's ability to artificially destroy and poison our culture as we do into making culture, things would just sort of heal themselves and correct naturally to a pretty large extent. And I completely agree, these battles need to be fought. I'm just trying to direct the energy into something that's productive, even something like, you know, preserving classic architecture, like Trump was doing in DC. Even that would be doing more in service of our culture than a lot of things that people are trying to do now. But honestly, even if we did get this down to a T, the truth is that we could spend a year making something really cool, we spend a bunch of money on it, but at the end of the day, there were probably 100 other things that were made that were more popular and that had a bigger effect on the culture. You're not going to create a parallel Hollywood. Other countries try to do this, not even with the anti-woke niche, and they don't even come close. They're just trying in general to compete, and it still doesn't even hold a candle. the film industry is globalized. And just as American culture, which it exports and imposes into the rest of the world, is totally woke and reflective of American cultural hegemony, so will Hollywood until something serious changes. Same thing with out-competing woke capitalism, starting a parallel economy. You're not going to create an anti-woke S&P 100. It's just not happening. You need to control the same forces which have forced these apolitical companies to become that way. And again, we're not being pessimistic, but to people who are...
See, like, this guy... This is incredible to me because he made an hour-long video about this and he's talked for so long and said so little. You know? And he still doesn't fundamentally understand the way, like, labor is organized and the way, like, art will inherently can't be controlled in the way he's talking about. Which is another reason why art and fascism are, like, directly opposite one another.
Overly excited and overly optimistic, a little dose of realism might seem that way. The message is simply that we have to understand the conditions we are working with. We shouldn't overthink what culture is, let alone good culture. So long as it's not deliberately subversive, generating, perverted, like, it can probably pass the smell test, at least for the time being. But in terms of a long-term solution to these problems, you really need to keep your eye on the prize. We need political power because the separation between the state and the economy, between the state and industry, that's one of the myths of liberalism. That's never really been the case throughout history, let alone with a global empire like ours. They're not separated, they never have been, and they never will be. I mean, that'd be great, that'd be awesome if that were the case, I agree, but this is nonetheless the reality of our situation, and so long as our regime is occupied by this sentiment, our economy and our media, it's gonna be as well. The debunking of that myth, that's a separate conversation, one I suppose we will have to have at some point, the right will have to have too, if we actually want to be successful. But we are up against very powerful forces.
All
People
right,
say that,
I'm
but they
going
don't
down.
really believe it
Good
because
night,
they act
everyone.
in ways...
Oh, Glitchy X6, thank you for getting a tier 2 sub. That means so much. And I hope you enjoy your dark red username, indicating that you have been blooded as a tier 2 subscriber. Good night, Glitchy. Get good sleep. He's anti-capitalist, but only in the sense that he wants capitalism to bend to the will of the theocratic fascist state.
which contradict that reality, which is something that we're also going to discuss pretty soon, with some talk about the Civil War and the collapse that we've been seeing.
Oh yeah, no,
But
he knows
the
he's
reality of our
full
situation
bullshit.
is that you're never going to independently create a challenge to their power, because power by its nature destroys anything that threatens it. It actually poses a threat to the economic and cultural hegemony of the regime. It's going to be outright crushed or subverted, but it won't be allowed. And don't worry, there is going to be a time when that is no longer the case. I mean, these people are not competent enough to sustain their operation. But in the meantime, our efforts would be far better spent trying to accumulate and regain political power rather than just playing hot potato with people's money and telling them that it's doing something productive for them. And insofar as we are having these conversations, which is important, we should be having these conversations, but we need to direct a lot more of that focus to the elephant in the room, to what was written on the wall now almost 10 years ago, which is that Donald Trump's election and the energy surrounding that exists because he started a conversation about identity, about what it means to be an American, who we are. That was a conversation that Americans didn't even realize that they were starting to have because they just taken it for granted. They didn't know that it was on the menu. The reason that we've lost our culture is because we've lost our identity. We don't know who we are. How can we justify continuing our civilization? What civilization? What is that? What do you mean culture? What would that even be doing? What would that look like? I don't know. I thought this was just the natural state of the world. I took it as a given. But that's a conversation that hurts people's feelings. And it steps on toes because that's a conversation that draws lines. And I think that there's a very popular impulse that we see which seeks to redirect that effort into something less polarizing, like just finding out which idea led us here. Because we like good ideas and we like bad ideas. And that's important to consider because we have to be careful with our desire to intellectualize everything. Because I'll give you an example. I watched the NWA movie recently, you know, the one that came out in like 2015. It's so funny how obvious everything is. Like there's this montage of them on stage rapping about drugs and killing people. And it cuts to a scene of people like burning their CDs and they're like on the bus. Man, you speak a little truth, everybody loses their minds. Boom, cuts back. Drugs, killing people, sex. Then they're at a press conference and they're like, our art is a reflection of our reality. No, you idiot. No, these guys aren't making songs lamenting this behavior. Man, it sucks that my neighborhood dangerous. I guess I should have left the Democrat plantation. Like, it's all just glorifying it. It's music that is made to glorify and promote disgusting and uncivilized behavior. Just like the Maury Povich show, Jerry Springer, you know, you take behaviors and attitudes that were unheard of, that were reserved for the lowest class.
Oh yeah, no, Glitterbell, this is absolutely unabashed schizo posting. Like, he's like, yes, NWA is directly related to Maury Povich. Just absolute, like, this is the conservative equivalent of like walking into someone's apartment, or I guess just a normal conservative these days, like walking into someone's apartment and just seeing like the cork board and like red string just all over it, you know, like this is what he's doing. Like, the prep for this video just makes him look insane, because he is being insane. Like, let's be real, he's being insane. It's verbal diarrhea while also combining with like an ego masturbation. Ironic, since he made a 2-hour-long documentary about how you shouldn't masturbate. So, you know,
classes of society, and you bring it into everybody's living room, and they can't help but watch because it's so bad, and you laugh at the people who protest your vulgarity and your efforts to subvert a polite and moral culture with this filth, as if they're the problem, they're the ones demonstrating antisocial behavior. But it's not enough, because people still eat this up. They want what's on the top shelf, the forbidden fruit, all this crap that's in our culture. You know, it's not a matter of, oh, we accepted X and that led to accepting Y. No, people in power decided that it was time for music with explicit language and murder and drugs and sex. And well, music has always been about that. Not like this, actually. No, it hasn't always been like that. Maybe you listen to the lyrics of older songs, pick up on some innuendo in a lyric that's being sang, but at least I don't have to worry about my kids picking up on disgusting language because some ghetto whore has been told that she has a constitutional right to broadcast spoken word poetry about...
He's so racist, man. Yes, before black people started making music, there were no swears in songs. There were none. No swears. No songs were about crime. Sure, bro. Sure, yeah. Definitely old-timey songs weren't about, like, making moonshine and getting drunk as shit. My God.
Her literal asshole to the public, and this was fought in courts. The battle goes on. Eventually it's too late. People just accept it, they move on. We are obsessed with this intellectual genealogy. This led to this, and then this led to this, like it's some puzzle that we have to solve. It's people in positions of power making decisions, and us having insufficient power to stop that from happening. Not to say that's not important, studying these things, but like we said before, it's not really frog in the pan, where it happens slowly over time without you noticing. It's much more like frog in the blender. It just happens, and you have no way of stopping it, and then it's too late. You're like, I think I might be in a blender right now. Yep, darkness, it's over. But frog in the pan, that's a comforting lie because it implies an absolving of responsibility. How could we have stopped this? It was too subtle to notice. Really? These drastic societal changes, which were all thoroughly protested and argued against, that were just under the radar? The problem is, like now, most people don't care enough to work against what does not immediately affect them because they take their lives for granted. You know, they enjoy the day-to-day pleasantries and they would rather just continue that. And this is fine, that's normal, it's essentially unavoidable. But what does matter is that people who do notice these things stay focused and not be led astray by their respective distractions of the day, which for someone interested in politics might be 5 days spent discussing a calendar. Because at the end of the day, and you know this if you talk to people about things, nobody really supports these things. If they had a button in front of them that would just make them all go away in an instant, leaving everything else the same, they would hit that button. The problem is, and this is just the way people are, most people just do not care enough to actually put in the effort to oppose these things. So we might be black-pilled when we see, oh, support for gay marriage at an all-time high. No, it's not. What that means is that most people have just surrendered. because the battle has been lost. Most people aren't going to actively push back against something and risk having their lives ruined by the alphabet mafia, as it's referred to, simply for voicing an opinion that was considered normal until just a few years ago. And so they prefer to just take the normie morality of, well, hey, I don't care what anybody does, so long as it makes them happy and they leave me alone. So yeah, they support it, but they really just want to be left alone. And they mistakenly think that their best route to that is just surrendering the issue. And that really is one of our biggest problems. One of our biggest tasks is going to be getting people who are at their core productive, polite people who really just want to mind their own business to realize that they are the exception. And if they want to leave a country behind to their children and to their grandchildren, they're going to have to become impolite and imposing and channel their productivity into cleansing the rot from our society. And that all means that they're going to be called mean. That's the choice. You can have your country back, or you can avoid being called mean. There's no third path. And if you can get enough people to that point, then things will look a lot better for us. And support being properly understood as just surrender, that's very important to this.
Yes. People will only be mean to you if you're a Nazi. It's true. Mm-hmm. Why do I get the sense that this kid has blended many frogs? Because he probably has. Like, he has the dead eyes of a serial killer. Like, he's long ago forgotten how to feel things outside of, like, murder and death. Which is not surprising because, again, he's a fascist. And fascists literally belong to a death cult. So, part of his ideology is literally embracing that and trying to basically when he's like showing clips from the movie Troy and stuff, what he's trying to do is project like this idealized heroic death cult vision and to like win people over to it. Like, oh yeah, come join us. Like it's actually really cool to be in a death cult. Look at how badass that is. And it's like, well, no, actually, if you watch the movie, they all die. Like it's not good actually.
But we're going to need power to do that, specifically in institutions that work to curate the opinion of the public. Take back the universities. You want to know something about that? I don't think the woke colleges and universities are a problem to the degree that conservatives would have you believe. They're a problem. We have to take care of that. But a lot of what I hear about that is coming from people who haven't been to college in decades, and they see what's going on at the schools. They assume that there's a large causal link. They think they're just churning out these radical Marxists. Allow me to share some insight into what's really going on here. During my stint in higher education, I had to take one of those really woke classes. It was mandatory. It was all about race and power imbalances and the oppression of the different groups by straight white men to varying degrees throughout America's history. It's exactly what you're imagining it as in your head. And I, being a black person expert, though at the time I wasn't yet accredited, passed the class to 100%. There was not a single point available to me in this class which I did not obtain. The reason for that is that I understand what these people think about the world at a level of fluency where I can just answer all their questions perfectly off the top of my head. And the fun part for me wasn't, you know, starting an argument, playing devil's advocate, maybe back in high school, but at this point I have nothing to prove. So what I derived a great sense of enjoyment from was answering questions and writing essays, which if you're a liberal, you would think, oh, this is so great, this is so inclusive. But if you know me, then you're reading this and you're like, wait a minute, is he making a case for... So, you know, just things like that. So that was a lot of fun. And everyone that I talked to throughout this, you know, oh, it was just an easy class, which maybe, yeah, it was, but, you know, we're not solving like differential equations or anything. So it's going to be comparatively easy. But I would show my assignments and my essays to friends and family, and there was a ton of material that would be included that they weren't familiar with or they hadn't heard of. And so I realized it just sort of worked out in my favor because, you know, you drop me in like a mythology class. Okay, now I actually have to do the reading because I don't know a lot about mythology. So it just happened to work out for me because I've spent hours a day, every day for the past 10 years reading about this stuff. And so when it comes time to be evaluated like that, it's like, okay, this is the easiest thing ever. But I'll tell you this. So we had to do these group discussions where we'd say something and then we'd all respond to each other. And I went into this class, by the way, thinking like, okay, great. Another humiliation ritual. This is just going to be totally debasing, whatever. I'll get through it. What I actually saw was very white pilling. You had your typical woke MLK wannabe preacher types who were legitimately illiterate. Like I would read the things that they would write. I could understand what they were saying, but it was not well written at all. Yeah,
all these people just complete illiterate backcountry backwater hicks. Sure, bud. God. Yeah, also I'm not familiar with the white pill concept.
Keep it up, Sam.
So disgusting. Yeah, it's real gross. So the white pill would be like a hope pill? Is that the color of hopium?
It also wasn't what you would typically expect, like, bad writing to look like. Like, it was presented very pretentiously, like it made an attempt at punctuation and structure. The best way I can describe it is if you took a rock that you found on the ground and you just polished it really hard to try to make it look cool. That was like the quality of writing from these people. But you had, of course, those kinds of kids and a handful of like white liberal types. The average kid, though, in the class, totally disengaged from the material. The average white kid was like, well, I don't understand why people say reverse racism isn't real, and I don't like being stereotyped as dumb just because I'm blonde. And I'm like, wait a minute, the sun is coming out? These kids weren't buying it at all. We'd submit our final projects. They had to be a creative expression of what we had learned in the class. It was worth 500 points. The biggest assignment of the semester, and this one girl wrote the stupidest poem of all time. It was like 30 words. It was her final project, 500 points. And it's not even that she's like a bad...
How is he still holding these grudges from high school? This is insane. Are you sure he's real? Unfortunately, yes. I've seen video of him turning up at protests and like yelling the T slur at like drag queens.
Bad poet necessarily or whatever. She obviously just did not care about any of it. And then I'm reading the peer feedback and it's guys like, wow, Zoe, I could tell you put a lot of effort into this. This is so impactful. And I'm like, dude, no freaking way. Are we back right now? Do I CC somebody on this? Do I forward this to the We're Back department? These kids just don't care. Nobody took it seriously. And so then I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, what is causing this then? What is the problem?
This story is both cringe and not true. Like, he's talking about how like civil rights leaders can't write or properly communicate, which he's saying just to like play to his like vehemently racist viewers. So like I don't really you know, like this didn't happen. This didn't happen outside of like some girl wrote a poem he didn't like and thought was vapid. Like that's it.
Thought about it. Have you spoken to the average college student, let alone one who has to take classes like this? They're not retaining the information. The average IQ of a college student has been dropping. It's been dropping for a while, and resultantly, curriculums are getting dumbed down. They're getting more woke. But why is this happening? Are the woke colleges and universities really to blame? Sure, to some extent, but there's something else that we ignore. And this is something that we're going to get into in one of those videos that I mentioned earlier, you know, about the American identity, sovereignty that I mentioned in the last video. A lot of what people regard to be the woke young generation, it's really easy to view it through that lens. It's not so uncomfortable, but a lot of that woke young generation can be explained by the fact that Gen Z, Gen Alpha, these are majority minority generations of teenagers, students. Most of them are non-white. And if being woke is defined in practice by, you know, supporting efforts which seek to subvert a nation that was established as an Anglo-Saxon country and culture with traditions and customs and values which date back literally thousands of years, should it really be so surprising that as the youngest generation becomes further removed from Northwestern Europe, that the country that they want to live in and will work towards living in looks very little like Northwestern Europe? Or on that note, when you bring in millions of people from non-Western countries into Northwestern Europe, that it stops looking and functioning and feeling like Northwestern Europe? Is that surprising? You know, you look at the data, you find out that 4 in 10 Gen Zers say the founding fathers are better described as villains. What the heck? The woke kids, damn it! Okay, maybe, but you look at the data on this and what you see is a single-digit percentage of white people will describe the founding fathers as villains, 9%. Even college-educated white women, 6%. Oh, but everything is the fault of liberal white women. Cringe, cringe, grow up. Yeah, really edgy. Whoa, whoa, you insulted liberal white women. You better not let George Soros and Klaus Schwab find out about that, or else the freaking CIA might assassinate you kill style. You gotta understand, you know, we know what's going on with the woman stuff. We get it. We discussed it at length in the last video. But it's just like denigrating Italians, French, Canadians. Dude. it's, you know, you can be edgy as much as you want, as long as the target is ultimately white. That's how the game is played. But anyways, 6% of college-educated white women describe the Founding Fathers as villains. Meanwhile, about 40% of black people, over a quarter of Hispanics, about a third generally of all non-whites describe the Founding Fathers that way. And this is even despite the fact that those demographics are far less likely to attend the woke indoctrination camps. Wow, crazy. Crazy that the woke education seems to be the most effective in populations which have an incentive to believe it already, or perhaps even a grudge against the targets of it based on envy, what their parents told them, something else. Crazy. And people struggle with this because white people mostly interact with other white people, especially about politics. And when they do talk to non-white people about politics, a lot of times it'll be at work or something, and there's like a shared moment between guys laughing at a gay person or at a sexist joke or something. Maybe you get your hair cut at a black barbershop, and you're like, wow, we're not so divided after all. But you remove a lot of the more absurd stuff from the conversation, start talking to people about how they actually want society to be structured, where the money goes, where the people go, you'll find that things become very different very quickly, especially when you're not in a setting like that. You know, you're just in your community and the other guy is in his community. So yeah, it's not surprising that as generations get younger, we see that they are consistently more likely to identify the Founding Fathers as villains, say America's an unfair society, that significant changes are needed. Various policies moving around, a number changing here, a number changing there. That's not that significant. That's how the government works. When they say significant changes, that means things like defunding the police. That means radical, woke stuff that we're seeing now. That's what they're talking about. They don't just mean like increasing entitlements by 2%, something like that. Okay, so what's the real issue here? Look at my case, for example. You could never convince me to be ashamed of my heritage. I don't have that impulse in me. I took it upon myself to go the distance, do all the reading, just out of my own curiosity. When I was in school, you know, I said what I had to say to get A's, but at the same time, I never lied. Now I have that sense of pride. I also know the information to justify it. But the information was second. What came first was a fire in my belly, that spirit. I felt a sense of pride in my identity. You could never indoctrinate somebody like me, and you really can't indoctrinate someone like me, but who just never cared enough to do all the reading for himself, so he doesn't have all the
Yeah, bud. You could never be indoctrinated. Sure. Yeah, no. You've no ideology here.
Real information necessarily, but at the same time, he's not buying into what they're teaching him in school. Because people who have a pride in their identity and in their heritage would never agree to its deconstruction or the deconstruction of the civilization that descends from that, which is what woke seeks to do. So the problem isn't really the information, it's that Americans are demoralized, and we're demoralized because we know that we're an occupied nation. We haven't had our interests put first in decades. We're embarrassed on the global stage. We're sold out. It's humiliating. Let alone everything that we see in the media, in advertisements, etc. And we've seen data, too, that teaching white kids that they're evil, that lowers their self-esteem. And if you don't have self-esteem, how can you believe in your own existence? How can you justify its continuation or the continuation of your culture or your country or your ways of life? It's not that they've been taught compelling information which wins the argument to a careful mind. It's that they demoralized generations of people who are now just limping along, waiting to be put out of their misery. These kids are already depressed. They're mentally ill. They're spiritually ill. They are sick from chemicals and endocrine disruptors. They're fat. They just want to die. They literally just want to die.
Dude.
In the universities, they hand them the tools to articulate why maybe that's not such a bad thing. And that's why they start crying. You talk to these kids long enough about these issues, they start crying. They identify with the struggles of the lower classes of people because they themselves are struggling. They identify with narratives of victimization because they themselves are depressed. People's attitudes towards the world, towards politics, they are far more informed by what they see in the media, on social media, how all of this makes them feel, than by what they're learning in schools. Notice how you've never once met a well-adjusted white liberal. They don't exist, especially the younger ones. All the well-adjusted white kids are like center-right, but they'll say they're apolitical because they don't feel like getting nagged.
Insane.
The reason kids become liberal is because of resentment. They resent the world around them. They resent themselves. It's all driven by resentment, obviously. All change is going to be linked to resentment, since you kind of have to at least resent something a little bit if you want to work towards changing it, right? Now, imagine the amount of resentment you'd have to store within yourself, within your being, to make your entire worldview about eternal, indefinite change and revolution, never satisfied. It's because these people are insatiable. They'll never be satisfied because the problem isn't with the world or with society, it's with them. That's why Instagram Reels are doing far more to get the youth in the right direction than just urging them to read, like, you know, Thomas Paine or take a free class.
See, I think the best way to really, like, read what is happening here is how it makes, like, if put yourself in the shoes of a young like 14, 15, 16-year-old kid. You know, specifically a 14, 15, 16-year-old like boy. What he's saying is nonsense, but that doesn't matter. Right? If you're a 14, 15, 16-year-old kid, it doesn't matter if everything he's saying is nonsense, because it might feel true. It might make you feel like you are important, like you are, you know, you've got some ideas that are worth, you know, thinking about, considering. It is vibes. And John Doyle is trying to sell vibes to his audience, you know. That's essentially what he's doing here. He's putting forward this idea. Or this, not even idea. Idea is like too nice to what he's doing here. He's putting forward these platitudes, these scapegoats, these things in order to bamboozle folks who aren't going to be approaching his work with all that much criticism or insight. Yeah, who are looking to operate basically along the lines of like, girls won't date me, and you know, when he says that girls are wrong and effeminate, I get that. I've been there. Girls are weak and effeminate, and I hate them. You know, like that's basically what he's doing, right? Yeah, well, like it's not even it is an ideology that initially appeals to people who have undergone a rejection and who might not necessarily know that they are being turned into a mean-spirited dipshit. You know? Like that I don't think, like, you know, if you're 14, you don't know any better. You know? Like you're just a kid. And like you can be convinced to do a lot of awful shit in order to try and like make your life make just a little bit more sense, you know? And so we have to keep in mind that often, despite how like intellectually vapid this is, it is said with confidence, and it's said specifically with the intent of bypassing people like us. It's like a Nigerian prince scam, you know? Nigerian prince email scams aren't designed to appeal to, like, you know, middle-aged, technologically savvy people. They're designed to appeal to weed those people out. They're designed to be easily detected by people who are not going to fall for a scam, right? So in effect, people who would fall for a Nigerian prince scam are the people who fall for it even though it's obvious. That's the intended target. And so, like, I don't know. I feel like this is a similar thing, but it operates on like conservative fascist politics, you know? Does any of what I just said make sense? I hope it does. It does? Okay. Cool.
It's about the Constitution. These kids don't become this way because of their classes, so much as they do because of their social groups, because of the media, popular culture, etc. And yeah, education's important. K-12, probably even more important for things like this. But you could get rid of Marxist professors in every college and university in the country, and I guarantee you, things would more or less stay the same especially 5 years afterwards. There would be some change, but it would not be drastic. The information is not the driving factor here. You cannot demoralize the people with data points and history and facts and logic if they are proud of themselves. Maybe over time, but certainly not within a generation or two. Imagine trying to convince black people that they shouldn't be proud of themselves. Imagine trying to teach black people that they should be ashamed of their history. That would not work. They would not believe you, no matter what you told them. We don't have high schoolers on our side, you know, reading the books that they're reading because they had a base teacher or something like that. You know,
Yeah, again, this guy is virulently racist. And like in a just world, like he would be like in prison for being this overtly pro-violence against his political enemies. Crowder and Doyle are so disturbing, their viewers are victims. True. Riverboat fans are super cool, Hamster Shadow. Thanks for joining us.
We have them reading the books that they're reading because they saw a little Dark Age edit on TikTok or iFunny or something, right? They felt proud of themselves and they followed that impulse down the rabbit hole. What good is the information by itself? In order for people to believe good things about themselves, they have to believe that they themselves are good, that they excel, that they are capable of such good things. And Americans do believe that. Americans are patriotic, very patriotic by nature. And Americans want permission to be proud of themselves. They're starving for that permission. And if we're keeping score, there's a lot to be proud of, frankly, and whoever gives them that permission to be proud of themselves is going to win. The left gives them permission to be proud of their contribution to social justice or whatever, handing away the torch of their civilization. We are too scared to give them permission to be proud of rejecting that, rejecting the idea that there was anything wrong structurally and fundamentally with our society at any point. It's like we said years ago, don't tread on me versus silence is violence.
Maybe.
People like strength. People gravitate towards strength. Don't tread on me says, I want to be left alone, so leave me alone. And if you don't, maybe something will happen. I don't know. Whereas
No. Stadman, that can't possibly be true because I did sex work for a brief window of time. You know, which, you know, a lot of people on the left would be fine with, but I know not everyone on the left would be fine with that.
silence is violence says, you literally have to participate enthusiastically in our cause, or else you are morally transgressive. That sounds like confident messaging. That sounds like something that takes itself seriously. Doesn't care about being smug. We're getting one over on the annoying coworker or the extended relative. It takes itself seriously. That's why it wins. The anti-white stuff, the anti-Western stuff, those are the tools that they have been given by society to articulate the more subconscious messaging that people feel, which is that we suck. It's not a coincidence that you cannot find a single straight white male in advertising. It's not.
You can't find a single straight white male in advertising. Are you sure about that, bud? You really want to do you want to bet on that one at all? Because I'd be willing to put everything I have that is absolutely not the case. Source, my dad worked in advertising for like 40 years. My God. I just like, man.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
And I would love any kind of like. At this point, I feel like I'm parched. I'm in the desert. I just want something he says to be like even remotely accurate. Any leftists that shame sex work and those that do if aren't true leftists, I will do a true Scotsman here. I mean, I appreciate that, but yeah. Take me home, country road, to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, country road. I mean, yeah, I wish leftists wouldn't be weird about sex work, but, you know, lefties are weird about a lot of things. Signed, a lefty who's weird about a lot of things, but mostly just in an autistic way. Many of my leftist friends follow Swerfs and don't even realize it. I mean, like, I think it's a fairly easy thing to not realize, you know?
ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Like, a lot of people don't talk that often about sex work, so it's not that surprising to me that it happens. How am I doing on energy? Let me just take a little bathe.
Not for you. The last classically masculine pop culture icon, James Bond, kill him off, talking about replacing him with a black guy. There's an impulse of
Idris
envy
Elba would be
and
a great
erasure of
James
white
Bond.
culture while
Shut the fuck up.
simultaneously claiming that there's no such thing as white culture. But a big component, too, is removing the ability of white people to see themselves portrayed positive.
There isn't white culture. There are cultures of white people, but like Irish is a culture, Norwegian culture, Swedish culture. There's no one white culture. Same way there's no one black culture. There's African American culture in America, because that's a unique case. You know, a unique case due to the systematic, like, cultural genocide enacted against them for hundreds of years. But there's no white culture.
In any way that is separate from being subservient to a woke narrative or agenda. Captain America, he's good because he fights for gay rights. Bigot, but by themselves, independently from helping the poor, oppressed people, which means paying for them to do literally whatever they want. I mean,
Captain America is also good because he punches Hitler in the face, something I'm sure John Doyle would have a lot of problems with.
that's how an AI would interpret this whole system. White people aren't cool, they're cringe, they're dorky, they're bland, their music is lame, blah, blah, blah. And then we're like, oh, okay, because, you know, we're afraid to speak about ourselves positively. Because if we really started keeping score, that would make people uncomfortable. You know, it's not just about the information. That's important, but who is learning that information?
I love Captain
How do they
America,
feel
too.
about themselves? Through what lens are they going to be interpreting that information? Who's it intended for? What's the purpose of it? These are the real questions. We're going to have to answer those. But I do want to go through still our year in review. 2023, the year we made culture, the year we fought woke. All right, remember this guy? Remember Oliver Anthony? People went insane for this guy. Literally overnight, all the biggest talking heads were posting this guy. This is what making culture is. This is the way. And then it ended up not working out so well in the end. I swear to God, to this day, I have not heard the song beyond like 10-second.
Yeah, he basically Oliver Anthony like made rich men north of Richmond and then absolutely beefed his rise to conservative stardom by saying he supported things like, you know, black people singing music. You know, like he was like, yeah, I think black people should be able to walk down the street, and they were like, they dropped him. They dropped him so fast. Like, I think that Rich Men North of Richmond could have been like has the core of a really, really great lefty song. You know, in the tradition of like classic like working man's folk. And it kind of beefed it in a way that appealed to conservatives. And yeah, unfortunate for him, I guess. But I'm not gonna cry that much. Budge Rand's sales are through the roof.
Clips. And I don't know if these people had just never heard a country song before, or maybe they're so used to listening to, you know, the hypnotizing rap music or pop music that when they hear what a real voice and real performance, what an instrument sounds like. They're just like, wow, he's discovered fire. I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't bring myself to buy into the hype. And I remember deliberately not commenting on it at the time because it was one of those things. You know, everyone is so hot over this guy that if I say anything critical, I'm just going to get dogpiled, and that just, you know, was not worth it to me over something like this. Why are you being defeatist? We have to make culture. You're just jealous. This is what taking the culture back looks like. Look, this guy made a song. Let him make a song. Let him cook. Stop trying to make it into this new conservative national anthem. Because that just brings it away from being culture. And maybe that's what ended up messing everything up. People expected way too much from this guy. But like we said, culture is an expression of the soul of the people, and the soul of conservatives is eternally smart. Oliver Anthony made a decent song, but more importantly, he gave people the hope that one day libs may in fact could be owned. But you know, with most of these other examples, you know, you see conservatives, they try to make something, they try to make culture. It's a smug answer. It's made as a smug response to whatever the libs are doing. Because it's set up with that as the foundation, that's the lens through which it is viewed. Conservatives aren't getting enjoyment out of it so much because of the product, but it's because of the satisfaction that they might actually be owning the libs upon consumption. That's what they're getting out of the product. Its consumption makes them feel smug. The final battlefield for conservatives, Christmas dinner with their SJW family member. That's what their focus is on at all times. Now, in playing the long game, telling young people to become very powerful, that would probably do a lot more for us than just telling them to go into the trades. But while they're at it, buy the base version of this cringe product at a markup from a website, instead of just what you can go get at the corner store, because you have to punish some random company because this diversity hire in the marketing department, they ran a stupid ad campaign. Like, hey, I'm all for voting with your dollar, but who's really benefiting? So, okay, I guess this is how we take the culture back. I'll buy your product, I'll wait for it to come in the mail 2 weeks later, I'll consume your product, okay, all right. Now what? What happens now? No, that was my turn. I was selling you the product. I did you and the culture a service by selling you my base product. We are taking the culture back. You have to buy our version of the product, our version of this product. That's not a parallel economy. It's a satellite, that's an island. And yeah, you know, there are examples where this works and some where it doesn't. I'm not describing anything in particular. It's sort of a if the shoe fits kind of scenario, but in a lot of cases that we see, it's not a parallel economy. It's just fleecing money from your audience. And I know that because virtually 100% of your marketing is done to your built-in audience. If it were parallel, we wouldn't even know who started it. It would just exist. It wouldn't be linked to some figure. You would just see it. It's like Twitter. Look at Twitter. Everyone said, fine, we're going to go start our own social media platforms because Twitter's woke. Great, you isolated yourself. You removed yourself from the conversation. You went to an island. Now that Elon Musk bought Twitter, actually managing to single-handedly recapture an institution from the left, everyone's back on Twitter because they understand that is the ideal for that type of apparatus. We need to be in the mainstream. We need to be represented. If you're trying to make mainstream products to take out woke products, it's dishonest for their selling point to just be that they're anti-woke because I'm selling them, so they're anti-woke. Like I'm only going to market them to you, to my audience. Like when I sell you Undertac underwear or iTarget training systems, I'm not telling you that that is going to take back the culture. I am telling you that it's going to make libtards get into car accidents, because that's true. But it's because I need guys to stop wearing boxers that are seeping chemicals into their balls. And because I believe in marksmanship, and you know, in my experience, it's a lot easier to get a lot of the fundamentals down just doing it at home without packing up, going to a range, whatever. These are good products. They provide a unique value. So it's not just, you know, buy this product because, well, the other product is woke. The other product is also cheaper, it's more convenient, but it's woke. So you have to give me your money because I'm not woke. It's like the same thing with the entertainment stuff. You know, it's the same problem that we have. Generally speaking, our enemies control the economic system. Anything that actually poses a threat to their consolidation of economic power, that's going to be crushed. And because of that, we would be far better off telling people to go get law degrees than we are telling them to, hey, go to trade school. And then in the meantime, make sure that you're buying our based products. And again, not throwing shade, not sniping at anybody in particular. People do this in all circles. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. A lot of times it's not. If you want to sell a product, great. People like it, even better. But it's unfair in most cases to tell them that when you sell them this product, it's making culture. It's taking down woke capitalism, because these people are typically smart enough to know that that's not actually the case. In most cases, these things shouldn't even be self-conscious about their politics, or rather their simple opposition to wokeness. Like, it shouldn't look like something that you would, you know, stamp your campaign logo onto and hand out at a rally or something. Movies especially. I mean, conservative movies are made to be conservative movies. And leftist movies are made to be movies, but the people making them are libtards who just can't help themselves but to insert their messaging into everything. And if you're a filmmaker, if you're an artist, you will be gatekept from these positions and these kinds of opportunities if you're explicitly right-wing or outspokenly so. but you can still make movies that are right-wing by just making movies, which may be something to consider. Like at this point, normal movies, which are excellent, might even be a bigger cultural victory for the right than a movie with very explicit conservative political messaging, which doesn't perform better than average. Just something to consider, but we can't just make our own culture. We have to attack these people and show them that we aren't going to tolerate what they're doing anymore. We have to use some form of power to hurt these people. Boom, boycotts. Okay, so this year, I was told the conservatives took down Bud Light in Target. Yeah. And I really don't want to be a killjoy, but the left has political prisoners right now, and our big victories are that we took down Bud Light and Target. I don't even think that's true, but if that were, see how that's kind of embarrassing for us to tout as victories, you know, just very easy victories to make us feel like we did something, like we actually have some kind of power. And I know that the left will publish articles saying that they're really scared of conservative boycotts and how it's influencing corporate America. The reason they do that, though, is because they need to pretend that corporate America isn't completely
like the interesting thing another one of the interesting things I like find a bit fascinating about John Doyle is that even though he lives in like this cloud cuckoo land, he does still manage to keep like an idea of what is happening. He has an idea of where his team is on the you know, when it comes to like the scoreboard, I guess, in a sense, if that makes sense at all, you know. I find it fascinating.
And totally on their side, and also so that they can continue the LARP of being these like perpetual revolutionaries against this incumbent evil Handmaid's Tale Christian conservative regime. Here's the thing though, at the height of the backlash on social media, Target sales were down like 5% in Q2 last year. They went back up in Q3. I think they're going to be okay. The biggest takeaway too, I guarantee you that the Pride stuff will be coming back in June at Target. So I wouldn't be so quick to declare that as a victory for us. Like, it's going to come back at Target, at every store. And even if it were a victory at Target, is that really what's going to make life better for us? One retailer simply not displaying Pride stuff? Well, it's about what it represents. It's about building momentum. Okay, yeah, where's the momentum then? Can we use it, please? Where's it headed? What's next? What are we doing? Taking down Bud Light? John, you're forgetting. We took down Bud Light. Okay, let's talk about that. Because I've been hearing Bud Light used as a verb, like as a concept. Oh, well, they need to get the Bud Light treatment. We need to Bud Light these guys. Is that possible? Can the Bud Light phenomenon be replicated? It's kind of a unique situation because it's one product, right? It's a light beer that already has a lot of competition, so maybe its place at the top was never all too stable. I don't know. I liked it well enough, but I never met someone who'd swear by it. Maybe all it took was just a little push. Again, I think we're getting too cocky. Getting people to switch to a light beer, even to the extent that it was done, isn't really comparable to getting them to like cancel a whole streaming service, for example, with, you know, hundreds of other programs which they may enjoy because of one or a handful of particularly woke programs, let alone pretty much any major company like Target or whatever. So if we're recalling the Bud Light phenomenon as a display of force, as a way to show these companies that they better not mess with us, I think that may be too optimistic. Again, the problem with being too optimistic is that it can leave your flanks open, leaves you unprepared. Look at it this way. Netflix put out a movie like 4 years ago, which essentially depicted child strippers. Conservative media launched a full-out assault, and to this day they bring that movie up. But still, Netflix has not changed its content trajectory in any meaningful way, yet any loss in market share is because of some other streaming service gaining with content that is pretty much equally woke. You know, I remember seeing headlines recently about woke Disney tanking. You look into it, they're losing revenue because they lost a license to stream some sport in India or something. And I was like, why are we pretending this is a victory? What are you even talking about? Why are you lying to people on our side about this? And even woke movies that have failed, they sucked. There was no advertising. The only reason I heard about them was from our sphere. I heard about them because people were talking about how they were woke and failing because of that instead of because they weren't advertised. And even then, there are plenty of movies that people watch which perhaps are less obviously woke, maybe in a way that just actually makes them more subversive, and they're doing fine. I'm not saying we shouldn't boycott, not saying we shouldn't punish these companies, just saying we have to be realistic with how we go about it. I don't think Bud Light should be turned into a verb because we managed to tank the sales of a beer which was being drunk by people who were probably annoyed with the trans stuff in the first place. Did we do it or did they commit suicide? There's a difference. And honestly, it was much more guys just having the opportunity to call other men, call each other gay than it was some principled stand against progressivism. Like if you had a Bud Light in your hand, ha, you're gay. What? No, you're gay. Like, that's the kind of rhetoric, too, ironically, that these conservatives are terrified of in the first place because they don't want to be called mean by people who hate them. Again, it's an opportunity to be smug.
I hate this
You don't drink Bud Light, you get to be smug. That's the deal. They took Trump off the ballot in Colorado. We took Dylan Mulvaney off a beer can. Both sides are smug. I'd say it's neck and neck. Okay, well, they overturned the Trump ballot thing. So never mind. We're winning. We're up. Us status back. Culture status taken back. Please give me $30,000. Hey guys, if you like this video,
unironically, this has been like an hour of just pure copium, and I didn't actually expect it to be that. I didn't actually expect it to just be pure, unadulterated, like Nazi posting cope. Like I thought he was gonna have like at least a little bit of some kind of argument, you know? And instead it was completely gone. It was just bitching about how his art and culture suck. Which, yeah, of course they do. You're a Nazi, bud. Like, the worst part, right? And there are a lot of worst parts about it, right? But he just doesn't know. You know, like he genuinely is like, you know, the left is doing this right, and the right can't do it right, and we just need to abandon this idea of art anyway. Oh God. No, not like this.
Okay, there you go, Speed Demon.
There we go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges on verifying ID. Clear.
Got a lot of stuff for this guy.
All weapons will be locked until departure.
Anyway, that's John Doyle. He's insufferable and the biggest dweeb you've ever seen in your life. Which is saying something, you know? Quite a night to fight a night. Indeed, Mint Medium. That was awful, thank you. I only provide the most premium brain rot.
Damn, you carried all this by yourself?
I got a car now. Damn straight. I have permission to rest in his shelter. That's nice. Is it ethical to punch John Doyle? I feel like, in good conscience, I can't answer that on this platform. All I'll say is that Guile's theme goes really well behind the classic video of a guy punching Richard Spencer in the face.
Here.
It's just an unrelated fact.
I hope you can find a use for it.
Oh, you guys giving me stuff. Star acquired.
Well, be safe out there.
Thanks, bud.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
I've not seen Has Been Hotel. I've heard really good things about it for a while.
Order assigned.
Let's see here. How do I get up here? I can't go up here this way. I don't think there's any drivable path to get up here. I think I should probably deliver my goods to Lake Knot City. And then carry the rest of this up the mountain. Seems like it makes the most sense.
Weapons restrictions
Sims social housing, let's go! I guess it's that he's not just blindly following his emotional biases. He knows what he believes and where it leads, and unlike a lot of conservative politicians, he doesn't put a disingenuous front on his real beliefs. Yeah, for a lot of people, that speaks to power and ability. And by a lot of people, I mean mostly, like, teenagers, you know? Okay. Making my deliveries. I really enjoy this game.
Welcome, welcome. The hired man said to expect you. Oh, you've got the server.
Damn
Here,
straight.
let me have a look at it. Nice. The great deliverer comes through again. The server's in perfect condition. It's a real relief to know all our records are safe. Thank you so much.
Sam,
You
I've
can
added
make me a reverse
trike
trike
to the list
now.
of supply. Lake Knot City was kind enough to provide the. I'd tell you all about it, but same deal. Fitted with an auto-charging unit that kicks in when not in use.
Cool.
Requires skill to drive over obstacle-strewn terrain. Best suited to long, flat stretches, yada, yada, yada. We're working on securing you another vehicle, so you can look forward to that too.
Dope.
Thanks, Sam.
You're welcome.
With that data, we can finally move forward with our plans for the new automated delivery system.
Is
I'll
this
tell
my
the
first
boys to start
playthrough?
testing
Yeah.
bots right away. Now you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City. Check the delivery terminal whenever you're up for more work.
The preppers had some things to say about Fragile. You sure we can trust her?
That business with Higgs. Thought I told
Wait,
you she hates
Metal
me.
Gear Rising is a musical?
Enemy of my enemy, as far as I'm concerned. Don't take my word
I've never
for it
played
now.
it.
Just ask her.
I've
Judge
just
for
seen
yourself.
parts from it.
I'd like it or not. We need her help.
It's fragile. I hear you brought 3 preppers into the network and delivered everything they needed.
One of them sent me on a
That's some good
suicide
work.
mission.
As long as we're shooting the shit. You mind telling me what the deal is with you and Higgs?
Been hearing stories, huh? I'll tell you all about it. In person. Meet me at the distro center, south of Lake Knot. You're headed there anyway, right?
Good work. New order available. Please access.
The Great Deliverer does.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your contribution.
Sam. Now, while there are orders we need you to accept, there are others that...
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
We've prepped a prototype bot for transport. Now, you'll need to take it to the...
Yeah. Taking it to South Knot City, the distribution center. Let's go. Also, I don't need a trike. I have a car.
Order assigned.
Hmm.
Order assigned.
Hmm. Just need to make some room in my car. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. It's the last known survivor. Sing a song with the eye of the tiger. Brown, 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 brown. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Get in the car? No, why? What else do I have to drop? They're all important items. I wish it would tell me. What do I think about the puzzle cube solves for background videos? I think that could be pretty fun, but also I'm about to be done with stream. Am I just shit out of luck? Is there anything left I can put in this private locker? There we go. All right. See you, nerds. got some art for you, Buster.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Beep blorp.
Hey, Sam. Well, the cargo's in... What?
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Now you're not bamboozling me into taking more orders.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Already trying to figure out how to get up here. Might wind up just having to take its rusty hooks in my skin. I breathe in. I breathe in. So many things. I'm glad we got to new music before we ended.
Keep on keeping on.
Totally. I always like encountering a musical interlude in this game.
Verifying ID. Keep on keeping on. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Delivering cargo.
Surprised to see me, son? Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Let's see now,
That's right. I delivered you a bunch of stuff.
Government's out to control people. Maybe they are. But let's face it. If you hadn't bent over backwards to get me my medication. I see how you're all clearing yourselves to save the country. Well, figure it's my turn to be useful. And if I share my data, if I share my knowledge and memories with you, you'll use it to help other folks like me, right? Be
Damn
a
straight,
shame to
son.
let it go to waste. And more than that, we can't make it on our own. Think I knew that deep down after a lifetime of trying. But it took you to make me admit it. So, join me up. I'm ready to be part of it all.
Let's go. Here are my 4th gen USBs. Babby. Fog emitting cargo. What is that?
All done. I'm hooked up. Feels kinda nice. Thanks for sorting that out. Until next time.
Good work. New order available. Please access...
Container, when destroyed, emits noxious gas, knocking those out nearby. Nice. Alright, I'll give that a shot.
Order assigned.
As long as I'm still around to remember you, I will.
Huzzah!
Restrictions lifted. Keep on keeping on.
A 21 by 21 is the biggest puzzle you can buy. It would take like hours and hours to solve in real time, so most just show edited videos. That's fun. And one guy beat it in like 27 minutes? That's really impressive. Okay, let's try not to fall off this mountain. Oh boy. There we go. Nailed it. Whiff. Okay, I'm going to deliver this last set of cargo to this guy, and then I'm going to be done. Then I'm out of the game. Hey, Miss Milena, how you doing? Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a Death Stranding Insomnia stream. We were also doing some conservative content with Great React, but I think we're done with those for now. How you doing? What are you doing up so late? Today was a big day? What made today such a big day? Good night, Malachi. Get good sleep. Gotcha. Night, Snugan. Isn't it super late? It's so late for me. I'm very tired. Which is why you should all like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, and the like button on the YouTube stream. And consider dropping some subs or donuts so I don't perish. Ha ha ha.
All weapons will be locked until the
I love building roads in this game. It's so much fun. So satisfying.
Hey, Sam.
I got all your things.
Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that?
I have a car now. And I built a road. That's right.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me.
Ooh.
Go ahead and grab it.
I like when they just give you stuff. A custom hermetic grenade. Nice. Weed might become legal in Germany by April. Hell yeah, not Cobb.
Keep it up, Sam.
I guess I just assumed it already was.
Good work. New order available. Please Please access delivery terminal for further information.
I still need to bring a bunch of stuff back to... Okay, one more delivery, then we're done. Aw, nice to know that you're all cozy, Stab Man.
Weapons restrictions.
See that. I could see that. This is a very comforting game, and it like scratches a weirdly unnourished media spot in my like autistic brain. I'm just like, oh yes. Why, yes, I have always wanted to build a lot of infrastructure and deliver packages. Yeah, I mean, there's like nothing else like this, and if I can build trains in the sequel, then like, my god.
Weapons detected. Keep on keeping Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Keep on keeping on.
Yeah, there's literally nothing else like this game.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Contaminated city. All ready. Keep on keeping Sam Porter Bridges.
I'm sorry, I'm sleepy. I've been streaming for like 7 hours.
Hey, Sam. Wow. Thank you.
I got all the goods for you.
Until the next delivery.
Shoot, I'm sorry, I just got it now. It's okay. Okay, I didn't tweet out the stream today. I'm must applaud your job, exquisitely executed. I'm given to understand that the pizza in question arrived in impeccable condition. Marvelous. Alas, I must also apologize on behalf of my sister. She was asleep when you arrived, you see. As for myself, I was out and about attending to private matters that demanded my utmost attention, but I'm on my way home as I write. I'd have very much preferred to thank you face to face, but on this occasion you'll have to forgive me. Okay. For real this time. Time to save. And get out of here. Get out of here. Hello, you little goons. It's me, the big goon. I've been so low energy today, folks. No kill playthrough is the only way to go. How? I don't even know how to kill someone in this game, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, folks, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please do consider dropping some subs or donos. I appreciate it, folks. Ugh. There are lethal guns you can unlock? Gotcha. Yeah. Today and yesterday were like some really like slow dono streams. I need to figure out what you guys are looking for from me. Well, keep in mind, it's 5 a.m. here. Just put in a full shift. It's true. I made $44. That's the streamer life, though. Sometimes it's a boom, sometimes it's a bust. It just happens. Good night, Straw Hat Monty. Find something else to watch while I remain wide awake and bushy-tailed. At 5 a.m. I'm sorry to hear that, Straw Hat. But do hope to see you again in chat. You get paid on Friday? Hell yeah. Let's hear it for payday. Okay. Now, I promised my partner that I would be slipping into bed before the sun comes up. I intend to keep that promise. But I will be back again tonight, so you guys don't have to be sad. No sadness. None sadness. I'll purchase more farts yet. God, that was one of the top tier streams I've ever done. Thank you for introducing that idea. I'm here till stream ends, which I assume is soon. Yeah, it's like about to end like immediately. I'm gonna send you all out to Twoodles, an Australian peppy streamer, plays video games. Y'all enjoy her, all right? And I will be hopefully going and passing out. I didn't even drink my entire energy drink. My God, why am I so awake? Anyway, good night, good luck, and y'all keep it sleazy. Bye.